Right, guys, appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. We're back for another space. Do retweet the space, share the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Lots to speak about and quite a bit to get through. So, anyone who quote tweets the space, we will retweet the quote tweet. So, make sure you are doing that for us. That would be awesome. The Strait of Hormuz is closed again, or as now it's commonly referred to as the Strait of Iran. Iran has complete control over the Strait of Hormuz. It is completely in control of the IRGC, and they are being very clear. Their position is very simple: open the blockade as per our agreement, and the Strait will open. And if I had to guess what the US will do is they'll probably allow whatever's happening is happening and then maybe open it on Monday or something. Knowing them, but we'll have to wait and see. But the Strait is closed. And actually, I was looking at this, and since the start of this war, hardly any ships have gone in and out. So although we've heard a lot of bluster, we've heard a lot of information or propaganda or whatever you want to refer to it as, but what we have is a scenario where the Strait is and has essentially been closed. And what I mean by that is hardly any vessels have been going through the Strait of Hormuz. So we're going to go through the news, we'll go through the information, we'll break down exactly what happened. Want to welcome Hassan and Darkside, obviously. Much love to them. We're on YouTube as well. I will put the link out in a few secs once I get a chance. Much love to each and every single one of you. I mean, you all know my opinion on this. I still think the war is going to resume. I think the ceasefire is that a temporary rearming. I was looking at a lot of troop movement today, and again, a significant amount of troop movement happening, and it does look like there is going to be major escalation. So just want to Beatrix decided to turn up. Interesting. Just we've been going for hours and she's turned up, but it is what it is. We just welcome anyone. We're not gonna use that against anyone, even as late as they are. um so yeah, thanks Beatrix for joining us and deciding to join us. um we have let me bring some. We've got Maze come up, we've got Salim. We're bringing up a few other people. So welcome to everyone. Welcome to the space. Lots to speak about and lots to get through. And like I said, guys, retweet the space, reshare the space. We have our pinned it. Anyone who quote tweets the space, we will retweet their quote tweet. We start seeing footage of them, by them, I mean the Israelis, bombing hospitals. And there's one I put out which was so heart-wrenching, which was of the Americans and the Israelis bombing a hospital, and like about 30 seconds in, you have a scenario. 30 seconds in, you have a scenario where the nurse is grabbing all the children to try and save the children from the bombing, and this is kind of what they have to deal with, unfortunately, in this warfare. We're also on day 50. Day 50 of the war starting, day 50 of these spaces. We've not let up. We'll continue to go. We're not going to let them win with the Zionist propaganda. We're always going to make sure that we're relaying the truth and the real information, and this is the place to be. And actually, you would be shocked how many people have been propagandized by the American position. I was chatting to some normies today, and I was like, "Oh yeah, Iran smashing," and they were like, "Nah, Viva America, they're doing so well." I was like, "Blood, what you talking about? Give me one situation where they're doing better than." Obviously, they couldn't explain it, but that point being, they've been propagandized, they've been manipulated, they have been propagandized in terms of They know what the truth is. They've been relayed false information and false news. So it's very, very important people come to these spaces to hear the real news and the real information. Like I said, anyone who quote tweets the space, I will retweet your quote tweet, and I am actually doing that right now as I'm speaking to you. I am multitasking, and I'm gonna give you the update of the news of what's happened. We go. Beatrix is about an hour late, so this is just a recap of the news I already gave you a few hours ago. Um, it is what it is. We do what we do. So Beatrix, we're about to give the recap of the news that we already gave you. You're so late. You're so late that we're about to give the recap of the news that we already gave to the peeps. Okay. Let me just get it up. We've got quite a lot of great interviews lined up this week as well, so watch out for them. I'm still lining up some more.
By the way, I love your interviews. You have been killing it, like killing it. I don't even know how you're human. Are you human, Sully? Tell the truth.
I'm not.
Like
I'm a superhero, Miz.
nonstop.
I'm a superhero.
For
Appreciate
real,
it,
for
though.
real.
Awesome. Okay, another confirmation. I'm just trying to get this
I
other guy.
see that. I see what you just did there, Maze. You're like, the guy's ego's not big enough. Let me just go boost it. Like, thanks, Maze. Thanks.
Everyone
It's
knows.
going to be
Maze knows.
insufferable.
Maze knows. Maze knows the superpower. Like you praise me, and it works. She knows it. She knows it. She's been in here for time. She's been here for bedtime. Okay, let me give the news um, and the information. The complicated bit is when Azio praises me. Then I'm like, flip, it's Azio, but it's praising me. I know it's confusing, but this is not confusing. Okay, let me give you the news. Last night, just before I was about to go sleep, Trump was saying a lot of mental stuff while he was on his Air Force One. He said he will not allow Iran to place tolls on the Strait of Hormuz. Let me tell you something. If Iran capitulates to this, they're gonna have civil war in their country and civil unrest. Let me begin that. If they capitulate on the tolls, they capitulate on the enriched uranium being at zero. If they capitulate on what was the other one? The tolls and the sanctions. This will cause many issues in Iran. And actually, I've been reading a lot of people, some people are not happy with the negotiators as well. And so this decision will be horrible. So if Trump, I assume Trump's lying, and if he's lying, what's going to happen? If Trump's telling the truth, this could cause a problem in that. Blinky says it's gone viral. What's gone viral? Okay. So anyway, he said that. He said, on the Strait, are there going to be restrictions and tolls managed by Iran for ships and vessels passing through? He said, no, no way. The restriction is you can't do the tolls. No, there's not going to be tolls. He was asked, he said, we had some pretty good news 20 minutes ago. And they said, what is the good news? He said, having to do with Iran. He was asked, can you tell us anything about it? He said, no, I just think it's something that should happen. It's something that only makes sense to happen, and I think it will. We'll see what happens, but I think it will. Sounds like mumbo jumbo there. He also accidentally let out that Lebanon was part of the deal. He said, did a ceasefire in Lebanon need to happen for you to get the deal with Iran? He says, it's not really tied, but you could say maybe psychologically tied, but we're going to help Lebanon become a great country again. So that was one. Another thing, Trump says, if there's no deal, bombing will start again. He said, he was asked, if you don't have a deal by Wednesday, will you extend the ceasefire or restart attacks? He said, maybe I don't extend it and we'll have to start dropping bombs again. The USS Gerald Ford and two destroyers are now in the Red Sea. The US say they say these come as part of a broader effort by the US to maintain their readiness to resume combat operations against Iran should the ceasefire fail. The Iranian Foreign Minister Ismail Baqai said Iran will continue to enrich uranium. Iran has the undisputed right to continue enriching uranium at levels not necessary for its national needs. And then we saw the US deploying more MQ-4C Triton to Muwafiq Salti Air Base in Jordan. So that was increasing. And this is about 9 hours ago. The IGC said the Strait of Hormuz has returned to its previous state before the ceasefire and is under strict control of the IRGC. and will remain so until the United States of America lifts its blockade. Okay. And the Iranian media said, as long as the US does not end the blockade, strict control of the Strait of Hormuz will continue. We've seen aerial footage of towns in Lebanon still being bombed. Obviously, the Israelis don't care about blockade. That's another reason why we know that this ceasefire won't remain. The head of the Iran's National Security Commission said, we warned you, but you ignored us. Now enjoy the Strait of Hormuz, returning to the status quo. IRGC Navy Command says any US breaches will be met with the appropriate response. And we mentioned about the blockade. We saw ships trying to traverse the Strait of Hormuz and they were turned back. We saw an Indian ship as well, which was like, but sir, we got permission, sir, let us through. And they got smashed and walloped, and sir had to go back. I was going to post it out, but then I thought I might get banned, so I best leave that one. Around 20 ships tried to cross the strait, as I mentioned, but they were turned back. US extends sanctions waiver on Russian oil for another 30 days. So Russia has another 30 days of financially benefiting from this and becoming stronger and stronger and stronger. Iran's Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei said Iran's valiant navy is ready to inflict new bitter defeats on its enemies. And then we have the full statement from Iran's military. It said, unfortunately, the Americans, with their repeated record of breaching promises, continue to engage in piracy and banditry under the guise of a so-called blockade. For this reason, control of the Strait of Hormuz has returned to its previous state, and this strategic waterway remains under the strict management and control of the armed forces. As long as the United States of America does not enable the complete freedom of movement of vessels from Iran to its destinations and from its destination to Iran, the situation in the Strait of Hormuz will remain strictly controlled and in its previous states. And then we had the Strait being closed, as I mentioned. And then the Supreme National Security Council came out with a statement and they said that the ceasefire talks are postponed. So I'll read exactly what he said. The Supreme National Security Council of Iran announces that Pakistan mediated talks between the US and Iran last week ended without a conclusion, and the continuation of the talks postponed to another time, quote, when the enemy stops its excessive demands, accepts realities on the ground. The US has made new offers which were relayed during the trip of Pakistan's army chief to Tehran. Iran is reviewing those offers and has yet to respond. We assure our nation that Iran negotiators will not back down or make the smallest concessions. The conditional reopening of the Strait of Hormuz was part of efforts to stop the aggression of Lebanon. It happened in accordance with Iran's regulations and receiving payments related to maritime environmental protection and Iran providing security of vessels. Iran's National Security Council considers the continuation of the US blockade as a breach of the current ceasefire, adding Iran prevents the conditional reopening of the Strait of Hormuz due to the US violation. Sorry, Iran prevents, I said, so it's still shut. And this is the VHF notice that was sent out to a number of people. Attention all ships regarding the failure of the US government to fulfill its commitment in the negotiations. Iran declares the Strait of Hormuz completely closed again. No vessel of any type or nationality is allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And the US military have said they plan to seize all Iran-linked vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. They said US wants to step up economic pressure on Iran. The US will actively pursue any Iran-flagged vessels or any vessels attempting to provide material support to Iran. Iran has been exporting 2 million barrels of oil per day. So that's just some of the news. But yeah, the Strait is closed. Like I said, guys, do retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Like I said, I am going to be retweeting everyone's quote tweets. So please do that for us. Quote tweet the space. One second. Okay. So lots of news, lots of to speak about, and lots to get through. So make sure you are indeed retweeting the space and resharing it. Professor Morandi tweeted out, the Islamic Republic has announced new rules for the Strait of Hormuz. Vessels that pay faster for security services and comply with protocol will receive priority crossing. Otherwise, they will be forced to face delays. The Strait of Iran is indeed that. It is now the Strait of Iran. Okay, I want to get Dark. I just want to welcome Andrew as well and Tom. Appreciate you guys. Dark, I want to go to you because it's very important. And, we talk about the prices of oil, and yeah, oil has dropped. I believe it's in its 80s now. We talk about the stock market flying up in numbers. But it's something pertinent you said a few weeks ago. And that was that these numbers are irrelevant. What's relevant is how much oil is getting through. How much oil in a substantive way is available to people. How much fertilizer, how much petrol, how much of these key essential goods do people have access to? And we know that this is becoming a problem. We're at breaking points for all of these things. What's kind of, if you want to explain to the audience your thoughts on that and elaborate?
Yeah, thanks, Silly. Yeah, to that point, look, prices are fake. Prices can be manipulated. Paper markets can be driven around for profit, but ultimately you can print dollars, but you can't print atoms. And as we know, oil is made of atoms. Oil is real. So, look, I think we're past the point now of economic calamity for at least good parts of the world, and now it's just a matter of how bad it's going to get, right? So there is no new oil flowing. There's basically nothing on the seas, and anything that were to come out now would take 30, 45 days. So now we're going to start to see the real damage start to become visible in the real economy, and it's just awful. And to your point, fertilizer, urea, which is the key component of fertilizer, substantial amount comes out of the Gulf. That's all locked in. There's a lot of problems on the horizon. I think we'll start seeing it in South Korea, Japan, Australia. It'll work its way over to Europe and then eventually here to the United States. But tremendous risk to the global financial system. This is what victory looks like for Iran, unfortunately. Their victory to them is the devastation of the US dollar and the Western financial system. We've been talking about that for what, 50 days now? They don't need to win a kinetic war. They need to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. And crazily, they're now doing it with the help of the United States, which makes no sense at all. But nothing the United States has done, at least from a objectives perspective, makes sense. It was regime change. Then it turned into we got to get the nuclear dust. Then it turned into we got to get the Strait of Hormuz open. Then it turned back into regime change. The narrative just keeps changing over here. And that's because we have no real reason to be over there. And ultimately, from my perspective, things just now keep getting worse because the GCC has thrown in with the United States. Israel's got their own objectives. and they could care less about the United States or the GCC. So it's really multiple parties now involved with very different objectives. And I don't know how you get out of this short of just leaving. It's an absolute disaster.
But can Trump leave? That's the $1 million question. Like, can he leave his legacy the way it is, where he's got so much losing?
I don't think so. Right. I think that, I've been with you on this since the start. I haven't bought into this ceasefire at all. I think it is just a rearm, re up, and let's go. I think they're moving over a significant amount of assets. There's been basically a nonstop bridge of tankers flying over there with supplies. So, look, I want to be optimistic. I love America. I love our country. I don't, I put America first. I don't know what we're doing there, but ultimately, I hope we get out of this without the loss of life.
That's the hope. That is the hope. How do you see things going? I was reading one paper, I think it was yesterday, and it was breaking it down. It was basically saying like in about a week we're gonna get to a point where X will break, and in a few weeks Y will break, and a few weeks after that Z will break, and we're getting to a point where these things what we're saying is like those things breaking isn't like, oh, it's gonna break for a week, but those are become like a point of no return.
Yeah, I think that's right. And economically, as these things begin to break, there's second order effects. So without fertilizer, you have famine. With famine, you have mass migration. Um, I don't think we're paying enough attention to what's going on in Indonesia with the Strait of Malacca. Um, Obviously, Cuba's on target. That's another really important strait for these seaborne transit. It just feels like things are only ramping up, not ramping down. But economically speaking, right, once things start to break, it's very hard to fix them, right? And you'll get a cascading of failures, ultimately leading to trouble in the Western banking system. And that's from my perspective from day one. I've been pretty consistent on this, Sully. Victory for Iran is seeing the Western banking system, and that being the Fed, the ECB, the Bank of International Settlements, the Bank of Japan. All of these institutions run into trouble when they can't get oil and they can't get energy. So that's where we're headed, and it's just going to be crazy to watch this play out.
Yeah, this is a concern. I want to welcome Doc onto the stage as well. Much love to Doc. Um, this is gonna be the $1 million question, right? So let's see how things go. Let's things. I mean, and what about the Strait? The fact that in reality, if you look at it in a substantive way, we've seen, and you mentioned, I know you mentioned many times that the prices are fake, but we've seen like the prices go up, we've seen the prices go down, we've seen prices go to a point of no return. And yet, when I was looking at the number of vessels that have been able to get through the Strait over this entire time, hardly any have gone through.
Yeah, what difference does it matter what the price is when you can't buy the underlying thing? Right? Like just, you know, think about a television, right? It doesn't matter what the price is if there's nothing on the shelf. So prices can be manipulated through paper markets, futures markets, derivatives, but they're meaningless if you can't buy the underlying asset. It doesn't matter whether oil's 100, 200, or 300 if it's not for sale. It doesn't matter. So, yeah, Western governments, like this is the very nature of a fiat debt-based Ponzi scheme, is that they can control prices. Everything's controlled by derivatives, but ultimately, you got to be able to buy the real thing. So we are fast approaching full dislocation of the global derivatives complex from real assets, and that's when things get crazy.
Yeah, yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on what's going on with this trade because it is very, in terms of the price, is very illogical because hardly any ships have gone through. It just shows that the prices are just completely manipulated.
Yeah, it's the only thing that matters. And we've been saying this since day one of the war. So now we're at day 50. The Strait needed to be open 40 days ago. So that's how close we are to crisis. It is fast approaching. So all the ships that left just before the strait was closed, they've all now arrived. That oil's being processed, that's being used. We're going through reserves very quickly. And again, and not just oil, oil byproducts, everything from pharmaceuticals to diesel exhaust fluid and everything in between. It's all going to become in shortage. And that's when things are going to start to get really crazy.
Yeah, this is going to be the. I think the shortages are going to get really bad as the next few days go on. The only thing is that I do think they're manipulating it really badly. Like he does it, he announces it 20 minutes before the market closes, and then Iran's response comes after the market's closed, so it has no impact on the market. And then likely what will happen is when the market opens on Monday or whatever, he'd probably go back to being like, oh yeah, we're about to get an agreement, we're very close. Straight's back open.
Yeah. I think that's spot on, right? So much of the propaganda is around manipulating markets when we should be focused on finding a solution and putting an end to the killing. Um, it's getting really scary, Sully. Like from an economic perspective, we're not going to be okay. Europe's not going to be okay. Asia's not going to be okay. Australia's not going to be okay. Africa's going to be absolutely crushed. The poorest countries in the world, of course, are going to suffer the most. That's going to lead to mass migration, um, depopulation. Look, I keep bringing it up, and Beatrix knows where I'm going. You can't ignore Agenda 2030. These people have written about this, and you've got to ask yourself, what's the hidden agenda behind this? Because they have Claude, they have ChatGPT, they know, and they have extensive modeling on what happens when the Strait of Hormuz is closed for 50 days. They know exactly what's going to happen. They know exactly how the ripple effects play through the system. They've modeled it out 8 ways to Tuesday, and yet the Strait is still closed.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. Hassan,
I did used to wonder, just on Dark's point, I used to wonder that like this is 6 months, a year ago, during the genocide, when Elon started talking about universal income and AI taking over jobs and how everyone's going to be sat at home and 15-minute cities and people being on rations. And Simon used to say that the wartime, like the war industry, will come to Europe and the UK. Like, how would that all work? And when you now mention it, Dark, it's so obvious that they're going to use this war to do it. I actually, I'm just expecting literally for Europe or the UK. If you look, France has upped its military budget. The UK has upped its military budget. They're bringing in some sort of, Keir Starmer's talking about compulsory service for everybody, mandatory. So if they're doing all of that, they're preparing some war. They're either going to take us to war with Russia. That's why they're making Russia stronger, or something. These companies, Lockheed Martin and stuff, will want their pound of flesh from somewhere. And then for our safety, for our security, we'll be trapped, we'll be in 15-minute cities, just for our benefit. It's all going to go down. And it infuriates me. I think just taking it back to the war itself, I agree with a lot of what you said, Dark, but I also think now, what Suleiman said, I think they don't care if there's a civil war in Lebanon or Iran. There are two factions in Iran. The mayor of Tehran did a post today, right? Hey, welcome to everybody on the panel. Hi, Simon. I just seen you, Andrew, Doc. I wasn't even looking. Hassan, and obviously Maze came in with praise for Suleiman, which we'll talk about later. Hi, Tom. Yeah. And the mayor of Tehran did a post today, and I'll read it to you, right? Within minutes of him doing that post, his X account was suspended. And I've seen that the X accounts of the Iranian leadership that have been suspended are actually, and I hate using the term, but it's the term that the media uses, the hardliners. The people that are like, we're not going to budge. You know, we didn't ask for any of this. We didn't ask for the sanctions. We didn't ask for the bombing. We've got a right to be respected as a sovereign state without this terrorism. We don't have to negotiate on terrorism. They're the people whose X accounts are being nuked. The people, as Simon would say, at the negotiating table that quote unquote are moderate, their accounts are still there. So let me read to you what he said really quickly in his post today. Hold on one second. I'll find it and I'll read it to you. And his account was nuked straight away, like within a minute. So he says, the negotiating table was supposed to be a continuation and complement to the battlefield. Just as the principle of negotiation has been under the view of the leader of the revolution, all key decisions must also be made in accordance with His Eminence's strategies and with his approval. He's talking about the IRGC leader. He says, after Mr. Araghchi's tweet, we witnessed Trump's insolence and drunken audacity. If Trump's statements are lies, refute them loudly, without hesitation, decisively and swiftly. But if, God forbid, they are true, we must not gift the enemy at the negotiating table what he failed to seize on the battlefield with his forked tongue. In the face of Trump's bellows and threats, rely on the brave and engaged people. If America's claims of a naval blockade on Iran is correct, then the ceasefire has been violated. We are in the midst of war and we must deliver an appropriate response. That's what he said. And that's not an unreasonable thing to say, especially that bit, because we said that. I said that on the space yesterday, that I'm really struggling with seeing what Iran's doing here, because Trump's coming out with all these statements and I'm not seeing Iran really standing up saying, actually, Trump's lying. This is a lie, this is a lie, this is a lie, this is what we agreed. They're both giving us yarn, both sides. They're both giving us their own narratives. As Simon said, everyone's going to play for the win now, but they're not calling out Trump. And so this guy, Alireza Zaghami, I think he's still the mayor of Tehran. This is the post he did, and within minutes his account was nuked, which makes me think that the kind of establishment is supporting some of these characters and trying to silence others that aren't supporting whatever strategy is being played out here. That's what I was going to say to what Doc said.
Do you mind if I jump in with something?
Anna, jump in.
Okay, thank you. So, Dark Side, he rightly mentioned that this is victory for Iran, as it would bring down the financial system that in many ways use the United States as a weapon of war with which to target them, as they don't have a central bank or anything. But the question that at this point I'm convinced that we all need to be asking ourselves, especially after having lived through COVID tyranny and the mass deception, biological and mass media terrorism that was waged on millions, billions of people, really, around the world. And I could be polite and say things nicely, but I think sometimes it's better to be a little bit more direct with the terminology we use so that the audience, newcomers and folks that aren't necessarily very immersed in this subject matter, understand exactly what we're talking about. But I'll keep it appropriate for you too, don't worry. So, if you take into account the consideration that the people who want the CBDC, yes or yes, and an end to cash money, and when you understand that they run the fiat Ponzi scheme, and that they were all over the Epstein files, planning this stuff, how to target the masses around the world and things like that, years in advance, before COVID and before this, you can't come at this point to any conclusion other than this one. They need you. They need you to believe that they aren't setting you up for total destruction, a total economic wipeout of the countries and the systems you require to bring a higher quality of life to people you love, to fulfill your goals in life. They want to end any possibility of any of your dreams ever coming to fruition. I'm certain of this. And so your confusion over the deliberate and engineered chaos that we're witnessing is a required feature of accomplishing this great reset before people realize what's going on, revolt, or more importantly, start to coordinate with family members that might have a high rank in the military and say, "You really going to allow this to happen? Do you realize where this is going, idiot?" I mean, and people need to start being direct with if you have family members in high places, it's time to start being direct. I'm grateful that we have people like Gary in here, people like Doc, people like Joa, people like Simon, people like Suleiman, people that are very well connected, people like Andrew, that, God willing, can wake people up before, because what they're trying to pull is a great reset. And it's so convenient that Iran already had, and I don't think Iran is playing along. I just think Iran had a strategy that these power structures were aware of. And their thinking was, okay, well, if people don't comply with the mandates and that doesn't work, well, and we don't extend them until 2030, as was the plan, as I was told by an Argentinian epidemiologist a few years ago who really knew what she was talking about, and I have reason to believe she was correct. Assuming that's all true, then this would have been the chaos option. Okay, they don't want to do it the nice way. Well, we'll do it the old-fashioned way, through war. We will create massive change through war. And Iran, I believe, they simply knew, okay, their strategy is to close the Strait of Hormuz. Great. That would collapse, the energy supply. That would bring about an organic, well, it's not organic because they provoked Iran. They desperately wanted this war against Iran. Interestingly, there's a gentleman by the name of Nathaniel Rothschild. I think he's one of the most important people in the world, potentially. I'm not really sure. I don't study the family, but I know they're a very influential family. He was tweeting to Trump, go ahead, attack Iran. So if you think about who was supporting this war, who was pushing and egging Trump on, I can't come to any other conclusion other than what I just shared with you guys. And I hope I did a relatively good job of explaining it for people in the audience that might not be well versed in any of this stuff. Thanks, guys.
I think that's pretty good, Tom. I would just add that in order to bring in the great reset that you're referring to, the central bank digital currency, the only way that works is to absolutely take the old system out and kill it. Right? No one's going to adopt programmable money if they still have the other money, if they still have dollars. Right? So you have to destroy the existing system. I mean, destroy it. You have to hyperinflate it away. You have to kill it dead. And then you can bring in central bank digital currency because the people are desperate. Right?
And Darkside, I apologize for interrupting, but because I have to say something off of that, bounce something off of that point you just made, that's exactly what they want. And that's exactly what these events are going to bring about. And it's going to happen in a way that's going to look organic to most people. And that's the reason why Iran's participation is so important to them, because by Iran doing what they already stated they would do as their military strategy, well, but please continue.
Well, I mean, I hope you're wrong, but I suspect you're right. This is Agenda 2030, right? This is the dystopian nightmare of authoritarian government control. And in order to control you, they need to control the money. And in order to control the money, they have to kill the old money. So, look, it's sort of a dire message. I don't like to deliver it, but unfortunately, this is the road we're on.
Yeah. I just want to read a statement by Iran's negotiator Galibaf, who said the following quote: "The Strait of Hormuz is under the control of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We responded decisively to the US attempt at mine clearing and considered it a violation of the ceasefire. The situation escalated close to confrontation, but the enemy backed down. If traffic is currently taking place in the Strait, it is because control of the Strait is in our hands. The Americans have announced a blockade in recent days. This is a reckless and ignorant decision. It is impossible for others to pass through the Strait while we cannot. If the US does not lift the blockade, movement through the Strait of Hormuz will definitely remain restricted." So that was by Galibaf. I'm just going to just before I go to Simon, I just want a quick question to Hassan. Hassan, hope you're doing well. How are you?
Hi, Simon. How's everyone going? Hope you're well.
Yeah, doing good, doing good. I was gonna ask you what's your thoughts on this negotiation? I know you yourself say you trust Iran, you trust the negotiators. I am reading there is a bit of it does seem like there is some fractures where people may not be happy with the negotiators, Arakchi and Galibaf. Some are saying that they're basically conceding too much, with a very small number of people who, this is not from Iran now, but others saying, are these guys in collusion? Because why is it that everything's working with the Americans in terms of helping with the market? Trump makes an announcement just before the market, their response is not clear till after the market, these type of things. So there is some question marks about the negotiators, both from within and outside of Iran. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think from my reading that there's too much fracturing. I think this a lot of this is media and trying to cause that division. I believe that's what like looked like to me. No doubt, there's the reformist camp in the Republic, and there is the more kind of what they would call the hardliners. But I tend to think that at the moment they are working quite closely together. I think, we've seen this many times before where they say, oh, they're going to give away too much, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. To be honest with you, I genuinely believe that Arachi and Galabab are just as more clued on than all of us. So they see what the Americans are doing, they see they're not trustworthy. At the end of the day, the Strait is in the hands of the IRGC. That's the main weapon. So, I think there's a lot more cohesion there than we're led to believe, to be honest with you. I think a lot of it's propaganda.
Cool. No worries. We'll have to wait and see. Do you want to welcome Simon to the stage? Simon, hope you're doing well. How are you? Give us your thoughts.
Hey everybody, yeah. I completely agree with Dark and Beatrix and the sentiment of what Tommy was saying there.
Why are you attacking yourself?
Like, just look at the incentives. We're being played. Like, this is Agenda 2030. They every time the price of oil and gas comes down, they need it to go up. They're trying to make you broke. They're trying to steal all your money. They're going to be leading up to a big print. They need energy. They need everything unaffordable. This, to me, is complete theatrics at this point. A deal will be done when they've done enough damage. And you know, um, I just think everyone's being played. Keep the price. This is big gas. This is big oil. This is big print. This is bailout. Big finance is consolidating power. There's no one's fighting the system. The Fed's going to be buying up all the treasuries at the end of this. America doesn't give two shits if the financial system breaks. They know how to fix it. They're just going to be buying the treasuries, and there's going to be a massive bailout. And Iran's making shit ton of money at these prices with China. Chevron, Golden Pass, Cheniere Energy, Exxon, Qatar, who invested in Golden Pass, and they're just rerouting energy routes. They're renegotiating contracts. They want energy prices high, and they're manufacturing demand destruction. Like, to me, just follow the incentives, and you're like I almost feel like a bit. I can't really play the game, I think, anymore. I think there are factions of power that are completely aligned on every side. There'll be, the deal will be done once the crisis is at the point that they want it. The Strait will be open, the Strait will be closed. But if you want to get through the Strait of Hormuz right now, you need to call BlackRock, you need to call the IRGC, and you need to call Lloyd's of London, and you'll get your shipment through if you've got the relationships. You just got to be willing to pay the bribe and pay the price. And they'll keep doing that for as long as they can. That's how I feel at this stage. I think it's complete theatrics. Every time there's a ceasefire, you pull out the IRGC members that aren't going to be on board. There'll be a decapitation campaign until eventually you've got the government that will do this deal. China's on board. Iran's on board. The banks are on board. Big oil's on board. Big tech's on board. And we're all being played, is how I see it right now.
Simon, real quick, let me ask you, can you fit the MIC into that FIC equation? Agree 150%, by the way.
Yeah, look what's
And the
happened.
MIC.
So you've gone from a
Yeah, go
trillion
ahead,
to
lay
a
it down
trillion
there.
and a half.
Yeah.
Every single bomb you fire is making more money. And this is just compensation, because the next theater, once this is done, is going to be Europe. They're building out the military industrial complex, both in America and Germany. So they're trying to drain munitions, bring it down to zero, replenish shells, manufacture a crisis, and create the justification for why you should pay the bill. Mix doing well, Fix doing well, Ticks doing well. There'll be a police and surveillance state. This is a manufactured crisis. It's COVID 2.0. It's Operation Warp Speed. That's how I see it.
Let me ask you a question, Simon. This if you want to get a ship through the Strait of Hormuz and you've got the relationships there and you call Lloyd's of London and Lockheed, I think you said, and IRGC to get it through, if you did do that and you paid, would one party hold that money or would it be divided or everyone's going to benefit in some way?
Well, I can't tell you the exact one, but they already created the circumvention of sanctions system. Iran circumvents sanctions via UAE and China. You have a alternative parallel financial system within China where you effectively send them their goods and they give you a credit, and then with that credit you're able to order all of your exports. And you don't even necessarily need to pay because everyone's reliant upon China's exports, and UAE is facilitating all the transactions and the money laundering. When you follow all the flows, UAE is going to be rolled up into the financial industrial complex in this new order. And Saudi's being painted as the hero of the story. Iran will be deeply integrated into the new order. There'll be gas pipelines that are being built over all of this destruction. The FIC, the Gulf Sovereign Wealth Funds, and China's Belt and Road Initiative will rebuild all the infrastructure. That's the end result. We can play the theater in between if we want, but everyone who is in a position of power right now is doing incredibly well out of this. The people are being absolutely shafted and screwed.
Thanks, Simon. Mace, did you have your hand up? Did you have a question?
If that's all right with Suleiman and Beatrix.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
I
I
think
thought
Maze had a
that,
hand
I
up
don't know who
there.
that was. Yeah, I was just gonna, that's what I just said, and I know you could hear me. But Mace,
Yeah,
did you want to
really
jump in?
quickly. So, I can't help but wonder, and this is where I somewhat agree with Simon, even though it breaks my heart to even really fathom this, but like, why is Tel Aviv still functioning? Why are they able to completely carpet bomb Lebanon? Like, why are they still capable? How come it's not completely destroyed with after 100 freaking barrages? Like, that what I'm wondering is like they were capable of like almost putting some of the other ones completely out of commission, and it's very difficult for me to make sense of this. Like, if you ever had an opportunity to go hard, it's now. Like, to completely put them out of commission, make it to where they need another 15, 20 years to rebuild, to have the same ability to do what they've been doing across that region. Like, I guess that's the only thing I'm struggling with. Like, maybe they were preparing for some sort of attrition. I don't really know much
Because
about the
they've already
military
sold out
side of
Gaza,
it.
mate. Iran's already sold out Gaza.
See that I guess, yeah, that's I was not very sure about what Simon was saying before, but I can't help but to kind of like, I'm forced to really entertain his theory here because of that. I think that there seems to be some sort of like light stepping, and something is just not. I think, I don't know, many of us have did anybody else ever wonder, like, why are they still capable of doing what they're doing in Lebanon? Like, how is this happening right now? Why are they not put out of commission in a different way? You're not going to get it through the ceasefire agreement. So, like, completely destroy their whole, whatever, the
Maze,
airbase. Yeah.
You're comparing two nuclear powers with a thousand times the budget of the Islamic Republic. And actually,
But
there's a
didn't
new
they
name
do
I've
this
come
in
up with.
Bahrain, Hassan? Didn't they do it in like some of those other Gulf?
Didn't do what?
Like they tore up those places, the launch sites, and they a few of them, I thought, and I could be wrong, please correct me, but I thought they had made some of them unusable. Which one was it? I think there was one.
Yeah, look, the asymmetric look, the capabilities of the Islamic Republic is punching way above their weight. Is completely disproportionate when you look at pound for pound spend. They are much more efficient in delivering military capability than
Israel's
America. Or what
completely open. The Iron Dome is dead.
I'm not speaking
The
to you.
Iron
I'm
Dome is
speaking to
dead.
Mace.
If they
So I'm
wanted,
not. I'm not.
if they
Look,
wanted to take out
I'm not
Israel, they
entertaining.
could take it out right now.
I'm not entertaining somebody who's bashing the Republic. It's just not. No, I'm not willing to do it. So I'm speaking to Mace at the moment. So the blue entity, which is what I'm going to refer to from now on, because that's what the Yemeni brothers refer to as. Sorry, I've got interrupted, Mace. What was the question again? So I was saying to you that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
about why. So you were telling me about how they're kind of the symmetry is off. That these are nuclear powers, and that.
Yeah, look. The war that the Lebanese resistance will win against the blue entity, and the ones that the Iran one is via attrition and a long-term war, long-term struggle. What we're seeing today is very similar to the Algerian uprising against the French, which lasted many years, and it came at the cost of 1 million lives. It's a very similar situation now. It's a long battle. It's going to take maybe it might take a couple more years until America and this blue entity are bled out, and the American empire is over, and the blue entity is kicked out of the region, and Palestine is liberated. I've said it before. As soon as the Americans leave the region, and the entity doesn't have that protection anymore, most likely, I believe they'll pack up their bags and leave, because they'll just feel too scared. They've genocided their neighbors in both Lebanon and in Palestine, and they won't be able to exist in safety. They definitely won't be able to exist in safety, because those people have a right to defend themselves and a right to justice and revenge against the murderers of their children. So they won't be able to exist in the region as soon as America is kicked out of the region. That's what will happen.
So you know what, Brother Hassan, Resistance has got a really interesting theory on Israel. Brother Resistance has. I want to share that with you, and then I want to come back to Maze's original question about the Palestine and Lebanon and stuff. But what he says is what is likely to happen is that ordinary working Israelis will be leaving. And more will leave. They'll go to Cyprus. I don't know, he's got some percentage, I can't remember, but there's a high percentage of them are dual nationals. They're there because they've got the right to return. They'll be using their primary citizenship and going back, be it to America, be it to Europe, be it to Cyprus. And as the numbers dwindle of Israelis living in Israel, more and more of those jobs and, civil servant kind of jobs and things like that will be taken by Palestinians. And over a period of time, you will see it basically becoming a one state for everybody, but Palestinians will have the power, and the apartheid will be gone, something like that. That's his thing. But going back to Maze's question, right? When this war started, and during the 12-day war, and I think there are many people that feel this, right? My perspective was very much about Iran good, Israel evil, which is still the case. And Iran is doing this for all the resistance factions. They're all united, and it's about that. As the days have gone on, and that's the way I want it to be, and I think that's the way every good, decent human being wants it to be. Whether, I'm patriotic about the UK, I love America, but I just think this terrorism has to stop, and it's our countries that do the terrorism, the West does. And so if Iran could take a stand and put this to bed once and for all and say, stop your way of, foreign policy, there's got to be a different way to do it. You can't do foreign policy via war. And if they could bring that home to the West and change the dynamics in the world, that's what I'd want. And I think that's what everybody would want. But the reality, and it's a really bitter pill to swallow, is I think that in none of the statements in this 50 days has Iran actually mentioned Palestine and Hamas and Gaza. They've mentioned Lebanon and the resistance.
That's incorrect.
They've mentioned
that's incorrect, Beatrix. That's incorrect. Fundamentally, that's incorrect.
No, actually, you're right. On a couple of them they did, but not in the ceasefire ones. Not in the ceasefire.
The spokesman of the...
Yeah, he did.
Very
he mentioned
clearly,
Palestine.
And he not just that, he said that their very existence and their fight for their cause. And he said it very clearly.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not the case.
Yeah, but they didn't, not as part of the ceasefire, not as part of any of the negotiations.
The whole battle is for the sake of Palestine. What you mentioned is
no, see, that's where I disagree with you. Do you know what I think?
Tell me how you disagree.
I tell you what, I hope to God that you're right on this. And I would be so happy to be wrong on this, right? I'd be so happy to be wrong on this that it fills me with dread and pain at the thought that what I'm thinking it does.
What's
But
your theory?
it's the
Go on,
truth.
tell me what your theory is.
So what I feel is, I'll tell you what I think. I think there's nothing to do with it. I think the border peace plan or whatever crap that Trump's come up with, I think that's going to stand for Gaza, at least for now. I don't think Iran's going to get in the way of that. I don't think Iran's going to make Palestinians a part of this massive negotiation. Not Iran, sorry, these negotiators in Iran. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I think something behind the scenes already been agreed for Lebanon. Because Trump keeps saying, Trump's one of these guys who finds it difficult to keep his mouth shut. He just can't, he has zero discretion. And he keeps saying, we've got great things planned for Lebanon. We've got great things planned for Lebanon. I mean, Lebanon is freaking beautiful. It's stunning. It's an amazing country. And he's like, we're going to take care of Hezbollah. We've got great things planned for Lebanon. But when he's made these statements over the last 48 hours, not once has anybody from the Iran side come out and said, actually, that's wrong? Not once. I mean, the guy, the mayor of
he's not worth responding
Tehran,
to,
his Twitter
Beatrice. He's not
account.
worth responding to.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting a really uneasy feeling about this, Brother Hassan. And like I say, I hope, and I think everybody hopes you're right on this, right? And I'm in the minority, but I just feel as though, and look, I'm not saying that. Like, Iran has done more than any other civilization has done in terms of resistance. So this isn't a mock on Iran. If every other country had done 20% of what Iran has done, the world, just 20% of what Iran has sacrificed over decades to keep up with its morality, if any other country just did 20%, the world would be a much better place. So this is not a knock on Iran. I think there just comes a time when a country has too much and has had enough, and to be subjected to what Iran and America subjected them to, I think they think, you know what, it's time maybe just to have a bit of peace and put Iran first. I'm saying that. That's what I'm saying.
Let me explain my perspective on this. From firstly, your existence as a nation or as a people, as a civilization, comes as a priority. They have in their constitution that they have to support the oppressed people in so far as they can afford to do it and in accordance with their priorities. So the priority is to survive. The priority is to provide food for your people and to be able to continue to exist in the world. But beyond that, they always give. Once they've reached that very minimal threshold, they've always supported the Palestinian resistance. They've always supported the Lebanese resistance, the Iraqi resistance, and the Yemen resistance. So that's a reasonable stance. They're not saying we are going to put the Palestinian cause ahead of us surviving or existing. They're saying as long as we're existing, we're going to continue to support them, and they'll support them with whatever means they can do. That's financially, through weaponry, through expertise, through
Where does the money
multiple
come?
ways.
Where does the money come from, Hassan?
It comes from the Republic.
Okay, so the Republic, where do they get the money from?
From their national GDP.
So I thought you said it was from contributions from Shia. Is that not correct?
I never said anything about contribution to Shia. No, I don't know what you're talking
Okay,
about.
you know the IRGC has a separate balance sheet to the Iranian government, right?
Do you know what the nine constitution, the 9 different, entities in Iran that run the Republic? Do you know what they are?
No,
There's
tell me.
9. Do you don't know them?
Tell me.
No, I'm asking you because you clearly you're saying you know exactly how the economics of Iran work. There's 9 different institutions which run the Islamic Republic.
Okay.
Do you know what they are?
Are they nationalized or privatized?
Firstly, tell me what they are, since you've already made an assessment of the economy of Iran. I know how
I don't
it's
know
divided.
what the 9 institutions are.
Okay, so then they don't speak about the Republic if you don't know about it. Go and study it, then come
no,
back.
I just haven't heard it
I'm not going to
framed.
lecture you. I'm
Hassan,
not going to sit here and
if you
explain
want to
to you what the
educate,
nine.
if you want to educate us, I will look it up. But I've looked up the industry. I've just never heard it framed as the 9 institutions. So
There's
why
9
don't you
institutions
educate?
which run the
Why don't you
Islamic
educate
Republic,
us?
right? Look, you go and look them up. Look how they run.
I
And come back.
will. I will
I'm not going
look
to
them
sit here and
up. But
explain
why
to you.
don't you tell us? Because you said you know them.
So you've got the supreme leader. You've got the council that runs which there's checks and balances amongst 9 different institutions in the Islamic Republic. You've got the IRGC. You've got the governing council, And you got 4 others. Now I haven't got them all here today, but the point is there's 9. There's checks and balances between them all. So
Yeah,
you
but
need to go and look
what
them
about
up.
the private corporate interest that profits from the military industrial complex? What about that part? You don't think there's an Iranian one?
Have you got proof of that, or you're making that assumption?
No, I've
Where's your
followed.
proof?
I've followed the
Where's your
money
proof?
flows. So
Where's
the
your
money
proof?
comes in. You purchase weapons from private interest, and then they're recycled through. So individuals within the IRGC have their own economy.
Which individuals? Which individuals are these?
I'll get you further details, but just like you
Yeah,
didn't have them all to
go.
hand, I don't.
No. I
Yeah,
want you to provide, because
I
you come
will
up with all
provide
these
it. I will
theories.
provide it.
Provide who these individuals are who control the money, and since you follow the money, see who these people are who have control over the money in the republic, and then come back, because
I will do.
the
I
government.
will
Yeah,
do.
that's what you need to. Yeah, and then you can come back, and then we'll discuss it again, because
Okay,
I'm hearing all these
but
theories, but there's no names. There's no institutions. There's no clarity. Give me the percentage. I want to know what percentage, since all these
how
things
are all
are
these
open,
weapons
transparent.
manufactured and paid for, and who pays for them?
They're part of the national budget that's controlled by different legislative bodies within the republic.
They're nationalized. They're nationalized weapon
So
manufacturing. Yeah.
part of the budget is controlled by the supreme leader, but the supreme leader he lives in a very humble life. He allocates these things, for example, to defense. Part of it goes to support resistance groups in the region.
But
Part of
you
it goes to
understand
infrastructure.
every country in the world has an oligarchy, and they
Did you
benefit
know?
from this. Yeah.
Did you
Oh,
know that?
Hassan,
Did you know that
Hassan, can I just
well, let me just tell you something. Did you know that in Iran, it's nationalized bread, oil, energy, free to everybody, pretty much free to everybody. Did you know that? Or no? You probably didn't know that.
Yeah, I understand that many of the Middle Eastern countries have they have great welfare programs. Yes.
This isn't a welfare program. The oil, energy, and food is practically given free to all people in the country. Now, if this is there's no such thing. You find that in other countries. You know, the way that Islamic Republic operates is much more sophisticated than people assume. They make many different assumptions which are incorrect, and
I
the people
understand, but
with
you are
the
familiar with
purse
just
strings,
basic incentives of a wartime economy, right?
the people with the purse strings who control the purse strings are people who are not driven by money. And until you understand
That's
that, you are
fine,
unable to
but
compare.
that doesn't necessarily mean, like, the people in the U.S. government doesn't necessarily mean that they're not have greater mafiosa style of forces that they need to answer to. When there's ginormous energy, ginormous financial services, we're talking trillions of dollars here.
Yeah. So the issue is, when the Islamic Republic was founded, it was founded with certain principles to protect these. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not individuals who are corrupt. There will be individuals who are corrupt in every society, but the overall running of the society, given the constraints it's been given, and people who have gone there, Ahmed, well, I think he was one of Suleiman's friends, a guy from Propaganda Go. He went there and he investigated it. And other people have seen it as well. The country is not run in the way you keep saying, because you don't. If you don't even know the 9 institutions that run the country, you can't say these
Nor do you,
things.
Hassan. You couldn't even list
I
them.
have.
But I was
Look, I know.
talking about the actual. These weapons have a supply chain, and
Yeah, but
these financial services have a supply
the issue
chain,
is when the
and
issue
it's
is you keep.
integrated with the very institutions that you claim Iran would never work with.
The issue is when your whole focus on money. I don't know what. Like, honestly, this must be the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life. That everything just boils down to money. Life doesn't work like that. There's people that you
Well,
don't
life
understand the
actually
Islamic Republic.
does work like that.
No, it doesn't
Tell
work
me
like that.
any
No, it doesn't.
organization that progresses without being funded.
I mean, look at. I mean, no, that's not the point. The point
That is the
is
point.
the money.
You
Money
just
is
don't.
one
If you
element.
don't get it, you don't get it,
No,
Hassan.
the point is money is
Hassan,
one
you're a
element.
soldier. I know they need to make you feel a certain way in order to justify, like, what you're doing. Like,
To justify
I'm sorry, but in
people.
every country, our armies have been scammed, and
Yeah, I
Iran
mean,
is
look,
no
this is the
exception.
thing. You want to paint everyone with the same brush, but people have seen with their
Yeah,
own
but
eyes
you
the
want to think.
difference.
I understand it's
You
very
want to
hard.
equate
It's very hard to take in.
you want to equate the Epstein class with leaders who are spiritual, religious leaders with principles who die for the sake of their cause, and that is actually satanic. That actual equation is satanic. To say those two are equivalent. So I don't like. You need to really reconsider your stance, because it's clearly
So
like
the
problematic.
Iranian government is an exception to the rule, and every other country is corruptible. But Iran and the
Correct. Yes.
IRGC, Iran and the
Correct. Yes.
IRGC is the only government in the world that we should trust.
Correct.
All right, well then that tells me everything I need to know, because that's bullshit.
Yeah, but the problem is you're unable to see the truth when you see it. That's the issue. When
No,
you
I
see
just
somebody,
don't trust governments. I
when you
follow
see
incentives,
when you
and I've
do you
not
know do you
bought
know
in.
do you
I've
know
not
what do you know
bought
how
into the
you
ideology that you bought in that makes
do
you
you
a
know how
foot
you
soldier
trust do you
for
know how you trust the government?
thinking
Do
you're
you know how you
working
trust
for
the
something
government?
else.
Do you know Islamically how you trust the government? When you look at the leaders, they live like the poorest in society. That's when you trust the government. If you
It
can't get your
doesn't
head
mean
around
there
that,
aren't people
then
underneath
you're a
them. It
the
doesn't
problem is
matter. There's not a power
these are the
structure
people in
underneath
power.
them.
These are the people in power. These are
No,
the people
yeah,
making
well,
decisions.
people
And you
think
can't
Trump.
get and
People think
because
Trump's in
just
power as
because you
well.
can't accept that, doesn't mean it's true. Just because you want
It's not that
Iran
I
to be the
can't accept
same.
it. I want it to be true. I want this to be what I
Go,
think it is,
go,
but it's not.
well, look, I think the truth is now evident for everyone to see. I'm not. I don't want to continue this conversation. Who was? I mean, I'll
Fine.
leave it there.
Let's just
I'm
let's
not
just
continuing this
roll it
conversation
out. You're
because
going to be disappointed, but let's just see where this goes in the end. Some people actually think the bloody Israeli government is like doing the right thing for the Jewish people too. Some people actually still believe the American government has got their best interests as well.
I don't think Iran's
A bunch of
comparable to.
Saudis on a welfare state are happy to go along with the welfare as well, thinking that their government's doing the right thing, or they're willing to tolerate it. It's just reality. These are not superhumans. This is not a superhuman structure.
I don't think Iran's analogous directly to Israel, but like the complete utter denial of the fact that people underneath the supreme leader may be corruptible is kind of fantastical. Like I, I I just don't see how that kind of naivete can be. You know, it hasn't been extinct by now in 2026. But I think also on the same on the other side of Hassan's side. I mean, when Beatrix was saying about the helping, I think doing action is probably more effective than signaling, support loud enough. And I do think what they're doing shows that they have leverage and they could use it in the future, right? So it's like think twice. But again, it's like
What's your
being on an
thoughts on why
airplane
why
and
they
then
why they on like the Iron Dome is
yeah. So
effectively broken, and Israel seems to be doing pretty well at the end of this.
so I think first of all, it's like a plane crash. They have to put the mask on themselves first before they put it on others, right? So doing bombing is in support of Gaza is not something that's on the menu. The other thing is Bahrain and
But we're
Qatar
led to believe
and
that this
I
is a battle for Gaza. We're
well, I
that's
don't
what we're
think so.
meant to be
I don't
told.
think so. I think
Well,
this
that's
is
what
totally
Hassan says.
my
He says that
opinion.
this is
Well,
for
yeah,
Gaza.
yeah. I think he's wrong on that. I think he's totally wrong on it being for Gaza. But I think it's quite obvious that it's totally separate. I mean, they were just attacked
hang
unilaterally,
on. I'll engage
but
with you because
obviously,
I can engage with you on this because the conversation will probably be more reasonable. Do you think that the Islamic Republic could have sold out the Palestinian cause or not quite easily or not?
um, I,
Like, what would
I don't,
what would have been the reward if it would sold out if this is sold out the Palestinian cause and they would have a legacy for them?
I don't think so because what are they going to concede? And the actions that are in their own self interests are actually in the interest of Palestine. I mean,
If they
them.
sold out the Lebanese resistance and the Yemeni resistance and the Iraqi resistance and said we want control over the region, we want to share control of the region, they would have had it handed to them on a plate. It'd been very easy
But
for them.
But Lebanon is kind of in the same position as Iran. They're helping Lebanon, but the same thing Hezbollah has their hands full defending their own country. They're not really a sort
The
of
sanctions
a
only exist
defense.
because of the Palestinian cause. That's the only reason they exist. Think about it. What is the other
Sanctions on
reason for
whom?
having on Iran, on the Islamic Republic? There's been sanctions for 46 years. because of their support for the Palestinian cause. There's no other reason.
Says
The
who?
sanctions
Says who?
exist because of oil and energy. That's it.
So Abu,
And Israel. And Israel wants
Mr.
they
Abundance.
see it as a threat to the. Go
Israel
ahead.
exists because of oil and energy
The
and war. That's it.
the Palestinian cause is the only reason for 46 years that the Republic has been sanctioned, been attacked, had its nuclear scientists assassinated, had its leaders assassinated. All it needs to do is say we're not interested in the Palestinian cause anymore, and everything will
Hassan,
stop.
but with all
That's all
due
they need to
respect,
do.
with all due respect, what you're arguing is kind of like the opposite of what you were saying before. It's more along the lines of what Mays and Beatrix were saying. It's like, if they were so on the Palestinian side, why haven't they just totally annihilated Israel? And my answer to that question is that Israel has nuclear weapons, and if they're totally annihilated, they'll use a nuclear weapon. You don't want a nuke dropped on Iran, and quite
Absolutely,
frankly,
yeah.
they've been holding back. Right? Hold on. They've been holding back. Like a B-2 has 40,000 pounds of bombs capacity. If they drop that on just the most dense area of Tehran, that's not something that they are willing to gamble on, right? So I think that's why they haven't done it. But you say that they're fully on the side of Palestine, yet they're also trying to do self-preservation. Now I agree on the self-preservation part, but then how can they be fully on the side of Palestine if they're not willing to risk it even more to attack Israel when Israel is the threat to Palestine?
Yeah, so the issue is they're sacrificing for the sake of the Palestinian cause as much as they feel they can. Like, as in, they are as part of the constitution I've said before, they give from the GDP of financially. So, for example, Yahya Sinwar, he received, I think it was $50 million a month to support in across two different causes.
Sure, but we're talking about April 2026. So now, how
but
are they?
I'm telling you now, right now, the battle with America is over. Like, this is if you think about it, with the Gaza was what precipitated the war today. Right? That was what set about the sequence of events which arrived to the war on the Islamic Republic and the whole axis of resistance. Yeah, that's what precipitated it. If it wasn't for that Gaza, if it wasn't for the Tufan and Aqsa, are you saying that this war would have happened or no? You tell me.
If it wasn't for the what?
Yeah, it's part of the greater.
Exactly,
Israel
dog.
project.
Exactly, dog. Yeah.
The sanctions were not for the Palestinians.
Yeah.
Certainly, because if they were, in terms of Iran's response to the 5 red lines that they had, Gaza and the Palestinians were not part of that.
No.
So if that was the primary cause and motivation for the war, it would have been part of the final solution.
That's not correct, Doctor.
But Hassan also, like, okay, Hassan, when they did the Iran deal, why didn't they recognize Palestine as a state? Now they clearly signaled that, oh, well, Iran's not a threat anymore, we can relieve the sanctions. Why didn't they go ahead and recognize Palestine? Clearly they're two separate issues.
No, look, the whole point, what I'm saying to you is this whole war that's going to be lasting for three years has all been based out of Palestine. It started off with Gaza, Tufan and Aqsa. That's what started off.
No, it started off 47 years ago.
Hold on. Look, I'm talking
about.
No. What's that?
You're repeating the same thing that you said 3 times now. And I'm going to allow for a little pushback from other voices in the room, and I'm going to be one of them.
So what's your challenge?
The economic sanctions against a country like Iran has been the basis for war over millennia. And you're discounting it totally for what's happening to the Palestinians. And Iran hasn't mentioned the Palestinians and didn't, and when they opened up the Strait, quote unquote, opened up the Strait.
So, Doc, let me ask you this question. The JCPOA, they signed it between America and Iran, if you remember. Trump came in, he tore it apart. Why?
Why? Because it wasn't getting Israel what they wanted.
There you go.
And it
wasn't getting Israel what it wanted. So it goes back to the Palestinian cause. That's my point.
The sanctions.
Whoa! How does it go? Israel's greed is unlimited. You think it's just limited to the desire to take over Palestine? They want to take over Lebanon. They want to take over the north part of Saudi Arabia. They want to take over the east side of Egypt. They want to take over parts of Turkey.
I interchangeably use the Palestinian cause and the dismantlement of Israel. The existence of the blue entity in the region.
What evidence is there that Iran cares about the Palestinian cause? It hasn't been the basis for a ceasefire, for fuck's sake. Excuse my
Well,
language. All right.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Doc, to be honest with you. I'm not.
No, I understand that you don't understand facts and logic because you're making a completely irrational, emotional argument right now, and you're making it over and over again as if you are bringing new information and points to discussion. You're not.
No, but Doc, to be fair, you
That's
can't.
not
You gotta
correct at
kind
all,
of
Doc.
you gotta
I don't agree with
focus
you.
on. I think you gotta focus on who needs the help the most at the moment, and Gaza is not.
Iran is helping themselves first,
Yeah, no, but I'm
okay?
saying
And they did not
Lebanon.
make Gaza.
When they made the
They're
ceasefire,
not
they put
protecting the
Lebanon as part.
Palestinians.
When they
Okay,
made the
let
ceasefire,
me
they
jump
used
in on.
Lebanon.
Okay, let me jump in on this. I think there's a
Please,
lot of
please.
conflation with so many different things, and I think some of the statements that have been said are not completely accurate. So, is Iran and Gaza the same? Obviously not. They're two different situations. There is obviously help and support in certain situations. There's not. I don't agree with Hassan's claim that sanctions were put on Iran solely because of Gaza. I mean, if you look at the history, there was actually other reasons why that was done. That being said, why is it that Iran is considered an enemy? That is because of Gaza. And I'll explain why. So, and I think this is what's happening is Hassan is conflating a lot of issues and people are kind of mixing up lots of issues. So, sanctions on Iran happened because of basically they started because of, if you remember the hostages, it happened because of the US taking the side of Iraq. It happened because of a wide range of things. Separate to that, why is it that there's this direct escalation to go and attack Iran right now by the Israeli entity? That is because of Iran's support of Gaza. And the reason for that is quite simple. The Gaza, October the 7th happens, and Iran immediately jumps into the war on October the 8th through Hezbollah. Hezbollah was directed by Iran to join the war, and they did it. They supported Gaza immediately from that day until 2024 when they got severely weakened. So to make the claim that Iran isn't involved, they were involved. In addition to that, if Iran had not got the resistance involved, had remained out of the situation, they could have negotiated an outcome where they wouldn't have had to go to war all these different times. And they did have to go to war with Israel all these times. And the model is very clear. The Gulf state model is if you sell out to Israel, you won't get bombed, you won't get bombarded, but you sell out to the Israelis. So quite clearly there is a situation where Iran did put itself in a position to be at the, first of all, support of Gaza, but also at an affront to the Israeli Zionist regime. And then what happened is over this time, this is why you've had the plethora of attacks against Iran because of that specific reason. And so when you bring all of those things together, of course, Iran is helping Gaza. Now, the negotiation thing, I think I've explained this many times. Hamas and the resistance have negotiated their own deal. Their deal is there and their deal is solid. I don't agree with that deal. Everybody knows I've been speaking out against that deal from day zero. But that deal is there. And it's because of that deal that Hamas didn't join this war specifically over these last 50 days because they have a specific deal, which is, and even though we know the Israelis break that deal on a daily basis, Hamas are honoring their part of that deal, and so they're not fighting. Or that could have been a third of front, and even the Houthis would have been a fourth front that they could have fought these 50 days or these 39 days of the war. But they decided either it was through the direction of Iran or either they decided themselves, something we'll never know because we don't know what's happening in these conversations behind closed doors. But what we know is Hamas were not involved in this war. They remained out of it because of their own separate deal, which for me is a
Well,
yeah. Go on. Go on.
I'm interested to hear you further support your point, but I think you're making a conclusion with half a leg.
Explain.
Sure, Hamas didn't join into the war until Israel attacked Iran, but that's the very basis of the reason they attacked Israel. It's not
They
in
haven't
defense
joined.
of
They haven't joined
Gaza.
the war, Doc.
They're not. They haven't joined the war in Lebanon.
No, Hamas, not Hezbollah. Hamas in Gaza.
Hezbollah. Sorry, I
Yeah, Hamas.
misspoke.
Hezbollah
Hezbollah
is in the
joined
war.
the
Yeah.
war.
So you're mixing two of
Yeah, because they're a proxy for Iran, and Iran was attacked.
exactly.
And what you're saying, but what you seem to be saying is the reason that Hezbollah attacked then was to protect Gaza, and I don't see the support for that.
October the 8th, I'm saying, Doc.
Right, but Iran has been soft in their response. You and I have agreed on this in the past and talked about it. Iran could do much more.
No, I've never said that.
Just mentioned
That's
it.
theatrics, maybe, or Simon. I've never said that. I don't agree.
No, you
I
and I
didn't said
agreed
that. I said,
no,
nah, Doc, I said if other countries did just 20% of what Iran did, Iran alone has been the backbone for the oppressed people in the region, without a shadow of a doubt.
right.
I cannot take anything away from that. Historically, I just think that we're in, like what I could say with dead cert 3 years ago when the Supreme Leader Khamenei was alive and stuff, I just don't have that blind faith, and I'm seeing things not adding up. That's not taking anything away from Iran and the moral resistance.
Do you think Iran could have been more forceful in their response to the attack on their country? I think the three of us agreed that was the case. Maybe I'm misremembering, but what else has Iran not done that they could have done that's been threatened? They could have turned the Yemenis on, right, and closed down the Red Sea. They didn't do that because they were trying to diplomatically solve this problem. But the problem is Israel attacking them. That's the basis for Hezbollah's attack on Israel.
So
I don't see it because they never attacked on behalf of the Palestinians or during the bombing of Gaza.
Who didn't, Doc?
Who didn't? Hezbollah.
Hezbollah did. They literally joined in the war on October the 8th, one day after.
Okay. So I hear what I hear people saying is they didn't start attacking until Iran was attacked.
That's not true.
That's what I heard.
No. So October the 7th, 2023. Okay, I think we're getting mixed up with so many different things. October the 7th.
Yeah, I'm super confused.
October the 7th, 2023. October the 7th happens, which is the resistance goes into Israel, and whatever happens. Immediately the Israelis start bombing Gaza. October the 8th, 2023, Hezbollah, as per what you said quite rightly, which is the arm of Iran, joins in and starts the war with Israel. They send missiles and attacks. And so from that point, from day one, basically, they were in the war against Israel all the way up till the end of 2024, where they end up becoming so weakened and decapitated, they had to kind of recalibrate and realign. They said, Hassan Nasrallah was murdered. They had the pager attack. There was loads of incidences that occurred, and it did weaken them after they'd succeeded in the ground invasion. And the only reason the ground invasion happened against them was because they were protecting Gaza. So I don't understand this whole point. That happens October the 7th and October the 8th.
Okay, you want to put a pin on October 7th, but Israel's been attacking Gaza for decades.
And Hezbollah's been fighting.
Decades.
And Hezbollah's been fighting for decades.
October 7th was a pretense, wasn't it?
I agree.
October 7th was a pretense. The Egyptians have come out and said, as have Israeli sources, that Israel knew about the attack and let it happen. They could have stopped it. And
that's a totally separate conversation. But
no, we're talking about the start of hostilities, aren't we?
No, we're not. We're talking about when Hezbollah joined this specific engagement after October the 7th, because the claim was that they didn't join till Iran joined, which is not true.
How long has Israel been attacking northern Lebanon?
Sorry?
How long has Israel been attacking northern Lebanon?
For decades, and Hezbollah's been fighting Israel for decades.
Right. So why did October 7th make all the difference? Because Iran got attacked, not because Gaza got attacked.
October the 7th, Iran never got attacked. Gaza got attacked.
No, they got... You're saying... Look, I think people understand what
Doc, I think you're... Honestly, I think this is incoherent here.
Because I don't actually know what you're saying.
No, I had the same issue. Like, he's saying, I don't know, like, saying all these, making all these comments, and I'm like, what are you talking about? So, at the end of the day, the point is...
I'm not the only one who's kicking back against what you're saying, okay?
Yeah, because people are rejecting my...
You want to come up here and take a shot at me? I'm going to take a shot right back.
Yeah, I don't...
You shot first. You shot first, Dick. You only shot first. You said many things about me which are
No,
incorrect.
I disagreed with your point. I didn't make an attack, a personal attack against you.
You did
No,
make a
I did
personal attack on
not.
me. Yes, you did.
No, I did
I'm
not.
not making a personal attack. I'm not making a
Okay,
personal attack.
guys,
Now you do.
we're having a very
You're
good.
acting like a
I
little
think we're having
girl
a
right
very
now.
good, intelligent conversation with nuance. I don't think no one should get emotional. We've got a wide range of perspectives. Simon, Doc have a perspective. Miz and Beatrix have a perspective. Hassan has a perspective. Look, there's some bits
Why'd you
that,
put the chicks
huh?
together? Why'd you put the chicks together? I don't even know Maze's
I actually
perspective.
don't
Why'd you
know. I
automatically couple the
actually
chicks?
put you together because you chicks actually don't know what the, I don't know the difference between. I don't know. I wasn't thinking about.
Busted, Suleiman. You don't. I didn't even know Maze's perspective, and I'm thinking, why is
I
he
don't know. I
coupling the
don't know
chicks up
yours. I don't know
together?
yours. I don't know the perspectives as well. I just thought the chicks. Let's put them together.
Yeah,
Exactly.
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 Busted.
No, but I'm owning it. I'm owning it with pride. But coming back to the point.
It's like when Tom was up here, he was like, and we got great speakers who taught me so, like Suleiman and Simon and Dark and Hassan and he went through even people and Andrew, even guys that were not on this panel, he was shouting them out, and I thought, did he just not see me in Maze at all? Like literally.
W Tom. Okay, so coming back to it, and so I didn't totally agree with Hassan's position. You can see I disagree with him on some aspects, but then other aspects maybe he
What is it
does.
you disagree with? Sorry, Suleiman.
The bit I disagreed with you is your initial claim that all sanctions placed on Iran is because of Gaza. I don't think that's right. But
For the
has
no, I
Iran?
said Palestinian cause for this because of their support of the Palestinian cause.
Again, I don't agree. I think their sanctions were placed because of their own situation, specifically in Iran. So, for example, when the embassy was taken over, which obviously the embassy was taken over by students, and I believe that the Iranians acted honorably, but initially sanctions were placed, then sanctions were removed, then sanctions were placed again, and again that was Iran had issues with the United States of America supporting Iraq over them, and there was a number of issues that weren't directly linked initially to the sanctions of Iran. But separate to that, obviously, I do, and I've been saying this, that this specific. Yeah, go on.
So okay, so for the last 40, okay, let's say not all the last 40 years, but let's say in the last 10 years, 15 years, when they've been trying to work with the West, trying to compromise, they brought the reformists in. Why hasn't there been sanctions lifted?
Because of and that's the bit I'm in agreement with you on. So you're asking, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm very precise in the way I talk, and because I think you weren't being, this is why people were like, "Oh, he's not being accurate."
Sure. So
Yeah.
maybe people will disagree, like maybe not the whole 40 years, but you can say definitely
Because you
for a
said 40 years,
significant.
right? And that's why it wasn't right.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay,
People were
that's
thinking
fair
you're just
enough.
doing propaganda, and
That's
yeah.
no. I think that's fair enough. That's a fair enough. Like that's objectively. Look, I'm not an open mind person. I'm not rigid in my view. So when you're saying okay, not all the 40 years, there's been many issues between America and Iran. You can't pin it all down. I think the Palestinian cause has been an issue in it, but I think at least can we agree the last 10, 15, maybe 20 years, one of the main reasons why there hasn't been the
I would
ability to.
say longer than that. I would say at least the last 30, maybe 35, 40 years, that the resistance against Israel has been the major factor against Iran. And the day that Iran decides to sell out and make a deal with what's his name again? Make a deal with Israel, they wouldn't have the problems that they have. I'm firmly in belief that the reason this is happening right now to Iran is because of their for standing up for Gaza, and also because it's not that both things have to always be linked, but standing up against Israel, which for me is important as well, because this is an oppressive regime that has oppressed the Palestinian people, but has oppressed most of the Palestinian people. So I'm not trying to make a category of it, but they're oppressing the whole world. And so they fight against them, and that's why I always say, like, anyone who's fighting against Zionism will always be on their side. So
So I think we're in agreement then between me and you. I'm happy to agree to that. 35, you said 35, 40 years. The point is, there's been decades where they've been supporting the Palestinian cause, and as a result of that, that's one of the main reasons why the sanctions have been
but
on
it's
there.
not just the support of the Palestinian cause. It's the fight against the Israelis as well. I think it's that factor as well. So, for example, like Qatar. So you can make the argument that Qatar helped the Palestinians. They've been sending them money, right? But then they've always been in bed with the Israelis in a number of instances as well. And so that's why someone like Qatar will be allowed to remain in the fold, but someone like Iran won't. So there is a number of factors which isn't just solely your support of the Palestinian cause, but also your allergy to the Zionist regime that also causes this to happen to you. So there's that extra additional factor.
Do you not think that's kind of, in my
And
mind, that's kind of the same thing? Well, let me
Well,
explain. Maybe
Qatar.
I'm.
Well, how do you explain Qatar? Qatar
Hold on, hold on. No,
and
let me
Saudi
explain.
Arabia,
So,
all these countries have sent money
so let
to.
me explain what I'm saying. Look, I'm happy to be challenged on this. What I'm saying is that in supporting the Palestinian cause, if you truly support it, and it's not like kind of a maybe a PR gain or anything like that, then you have to be fighting against Zionism as well, because Zionism, as I've said before, the blue entity is a cancer in the region. You can't say, well, I'm going to support the Palestinians without acknowledging that that cancer needs to be removed from the region for the Palestinian cause, for the Palestinians to be liberated. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, in my mind, that those things are interchangeable.
Yeah.
no one's mentioned the religious context here, where Muslims and Jews have not been able to live peacefully together for thousands of years. They're mortal enemies.
Doc, let me tell you something.
That
That's not true.
underlies.
Let
That's
me
not
tell you
true,
something
Doc.
about Iraq. That's not right at all.
It's why. Yes, it is. It's why the sanctions
It's
started
Doc,
in the
you
actually the
lost
first
the
place,
plot,
opposite.
man.
It's
because
You
actually the
lost the
because
opposite.
of the
plot.
Completely lost the
religious.
plot, man. Completely lost the plot.
Yeah,
No,
Jews
stop.
have
You're
Doc,
lived
getting
under
into
peace under
you're getting
Muslims
to another
significantly better
factor
than
here
Christians.
that no one's mentioned here. You don't talk
the
over me. I'm
largest
adding a
Jewish
different level
community in the
here.
Middle East lives in Iran, Doc. The largest
Yes,
Jewish
I know
community.
that, but the ones who control at the top
There's
have
Zionists,
expressed this.
Doc. There's Zionists. They're Christian Zionists,
Jew-
like
They're
your boy,
also
Jews,
Jews
except
and
like your boy
Muslims.
Jews
Trump.
have lived under peace under
The
Muslim
reason why
rule. Like,
American Jews
no,
support this war is because they've been taught that the Muslims are evil. They've been taught that since the disposition of the Shah 48 years ago. The
that's
Shah
not
was an
correct.
American
Yeah, no,
proxy.
I mean,
It is
they have in
correct.
recent times. They have in
I live here
recent
in
times
America.
since the
I know what
creation.
motivates the
No, I
Jews
understand. They
here.
have in recent
It's
times.
not. They don't argue against
No,
Zionism. They argue against the evil of Islam. That's what they
Yeah,
Christians,
argue
but
against.
those ones
Christians
that
and
live in the New
Jews.
York tunnels
And
are
all
not
I'm
proper
Okay,
doing is
Jews, Doc.
mentioning
if
the fact that this is a factor, and you want to drill down to
Christians
one
and Jews,
single motivation.
Christians and
It's not
Jews are
that
the natural
simple.
enemy. Jews under Islam have been significantly better time than they have under Christians, apart from recently.
Yeah, they're all crazy. That's why I'm an atheist.
Yeah, but
Doc,
All right, but who's
let's
peaceful and who's
diversify the
not?
point.
before the
We're
It's
blue
talking about the
it's the
leadership, not the soldiers.
before the blue entity came about in 1948, in Iraq, we had a significant Jewish population. Do you know that? I've been to the area where the Jews
yes, of
lived.
course I know
Right.
that. But
What
the
would they have
religion
been
Doc,
there?
people have
Hold
Doc,
been
on,
taught to
if you
hate.
actually
If you
read,
go
They
into
if you actually
religious
read the
schools,
religion,
Jewish
you
schools anywhere in America, they are teaching Islamic hate first, and they're trying to convince Christians, which they have with the evangelicals,
Yeah, but that's a
Paula White,
recent
and
that's a
Donald
recent
Trump,
thing.
to hate Islam, and it's used to justify this war. Now
that
it has been
yeah,
for
that's mainly a
47
Yeah,
European
years.
but
and
you said it
American
went
thing.
back hundreds of years, Doc, and I just want you to know that that is you that's the foundation to justify what's going on, making it seem like it's something that's not solvable. It's just going to be the Muslims against Jews. This is something the whole education
Yeah, it's
indoctrination
God. We're God's chosen
is
people, right?
is
We have a right to your
can
land.
I talk?
Okay, you can
Why
call
are
it
you yelling at
Zionists.
me?
Those are the politicians, but
Doc.
this is Judaism at its core.
Okay, but
It's not
what I'm
Judaism at its
saying,
core. It's the European and American version of Judaism to justify war over the last
Okay, well, I'm an
century.
American. I'm an American. Okay, and we're the ones funding the war. We're the ones arming the genociders. We're the ones bombing Iran.
Because it makes a lot of money.
Okay, so if you
It
want to
adds to your
totally discount
GDP.
the fact,
It adds
yes,
to your GDP.
yes.
It adds to your stockholder
No,
value. Yes,
it
it
doesn't.
does. Yes, it
It
does.
has made Americans poorer by definition because we're inflating our
Yeah, but
currency.
that's only affects that only
It's not
impacts the
good. It's
American
not good for
people.
Americans. The fact that Americans are selling more oil right now because of this means nothing, nothing to the
Yeah,
average
but
American.
hold
It means
on,
more
Doc. You
profit
got
for
it.
oil
You
and
got it
gas
wrong. The
companies.
incentive structure of America.
No, I
The
don't have it
incentive
wrong.
structure of America is to leave debt on the American people and put the value onto the
And this
stockholder.
is just more debt. This is the
Yeah, but
point
that's
that I'm
fine.
making. I'm not wrong. I'm
That's
agreeing with
structurally
you.
how America works. They want it is to leave debt on the American people.
Only if we're trying to destroy our
Yeah, but
currency,
that's
which it's not good for America. You told us that the unipolar dollar, the petrodollar, has been dead because of
No,
this.
what,
BRICS is
what I'm
going to
saying
grow
is that
because of this. Iran is becoming a superpower because of this. None of these things are good for
yeah, but
America.
America doesn't
None.
work for America. America's a bunch of banks. That's it. That's what America is now.
I don't know who you're calling America, but I'm America.
You're an
All right?
American.
The
You're
people
an
in my community
American.
are America. Now, I'm
And the
also
Americans have
America in
been
this context.
shafted by corporate
I'm telling
America.
you that this is not in our
I know it's
interest.
not in your
War is
interest,
not in our
but it's not
interest.
how your country works.
We should be spending. I know it doesn't work right.
But it's not going to change. It ain't going to change. It's how your country's structured.
It will change or it won't change based on people who support a particular side or the other and don't look simply to profit from it.
Well, no, it's
Peace is
structural.
its
It's
only war,
structural, Doc.
Simon. Peace is
Doc,
its
it's
only war.
structural. It's literally the systemic nature of the American
It's
economy.
structural because of the Federal Reserve
Exactly.
System and the control in America by the European
Exactly.
banking system.
But
Exactly. It's not
yeah, but
America.
that is America. That's your GDP. That's your stock.
It
but
wasn't before 1913. It wasn't before we had a Federal Reserve System.
Okay, but it is today.
The fact
But
that
it is
changes
today.
are coming slowly over time in decades does not mean that they didn't happen before
All
those
I'm saying
reasons.
is
Simon,
America
past
is working
We
performance
how
is
went
it's
up
not
the
meant to
gold
past
work.
perform.
standard.
America is
Past
working how
performance
it's
is
been
not
designed to
indicative
work.
of.
Doc, you're
Sorry,
so
there's a
cute.
delay because I'm
He
far
came up
away.
here for to war. It's like I'm America. Who you calling America? He's so
I
cute.
actually agree with Doc, to be honest. Like Simon, past perform. You know this as well as
Yeah, I
anyone.
say that
Past
to
Oh
perform.
my
someone who's
God,
not
Doc,
America,
listen,
who's
that's
trying
no
to tell me what our
endorsement.
country's all
If
about.
Ivy agrees with you, that
Yeah,
ain't no endorsement. That makes you sound like you're absolute. Somebody
Yeah, but
actually
I
said
honestly
IV,
on.
could
fine.
not
don't make
care
me
less
attack you,
who
IV,
agrees
Beatrix.
with me.
IV.
I'm the only one here except for Andrew who lives in this country 67 years. Okay? I've seen the changes in the country. I understand the international
But
dynamics that are at play,
honestly,
One of
and
my
I
Doc,
top
simply
Doc,
have
it's
a
priorities.
weak.
different
Hold on. Can I
opinion
just say? Can I
from the
just say
Doc, it's
real?
a weak
Europeans in
argument.
this
If I
room.
speak to the
Can I just?
average British person about how Britain
Okay,
works,
yours is a weak argument. We can trade insults all we
I'm not
want.
trying to insult. I'm actually trying to have a conversation, but you're shrieking.
No, call me weak or my opinion weak is argumentative and it's
Okay, fair
personal.
enough. But it's how. But all I'm saying is, if I spoke to the average British person around how they think the British system works, they don't have an effing clue. It's literally
Which
the
system are you
only
talking
people the
about?
only people that I know that understand how Britain works are a bunch of investment bankers and then literally central bankers at the top that know exactly how
But
it's
that's your
structured. And
community.
all of the
You have
people
a tough
underneath it,
time, Simon, dealing with
all of the
with
people
other
underneath it
viewpoints.
think that it's about Labour and Conservative.
Yeah, Simon. I think people should look into the LIBOR scandal, right? Like these people know what they're doing behind the scenes,
They
but I think
control the
Simon.
game. That's what, and it's the same in
Yeah, yeah.
Iran as well. It's the same in the banking system, in IRGC. It's the same everywhere. There is not an anomaly to this. Like
But Simon,
incentives matter. It's all
That's a lie.
monetary
That's a
flows.
lie. It's a pure lie.
I,
That's pure lie. That.
I, I do agree. Since I always say, look at the incentives, right? I actually have a post-it note that's stuck on my wall in front of my desk that says that. Always look at the incentives. But I think you're discounting that. Just a few years is it discounts the 250-year history of the U.S. Right? Like things are not stagnant. The world doesn't stay as it is.
Yeah, but you're not doing anything
Empires
to
rise
change
and
the things
fall.
that actually matter because you're focused.
Today,
You think Americans right now think if you could
today,
just get rid of Israel, things would change. Won't change anything. Won't change anything.
That's not what Americans think. You have no clue what
All right.
Americans think.
Okay, you know
Americans
what?
are
I think
talking
the
about the
difference,
$150 ticket
Doc,
for the World
hold
Cup
I
on, hang on.
final.
stand
That's
here
what
all
they're
day
talking about.
speaking to Americans all day.
But Doc, I think the only difference between what
Yeah,
you
this
and
doesn't
Simon,
mean.
geez,
Do you have
Louise,
any
Sampling
idea
bias.
what a
Sampling
Doc,
small
bias.
percentage
Yeah.
of Americans are in
abundance,
this room that come into this
Doc,
space? You are not speaking to America
I,
or
I,
Americans,
I, I.
even though you're
y'all
on
just
this
fight
space
about
Yeah,
all
that.
the
okay.
time.
All right. Well, last time I went to America, I get,
I went to France. That doesn't mean I
I
know how
get it,
France
but I know
operates.
that the average American doesn't
Jesus.
know how the American system works because I speak to them all day, and virtually
The
nobody
average
understands it.
Americans are not in this room. The
The average
average Americans are not
American
in this
is
room.
too
I'm
busy
talking to
paying
them.
debt because they're literally been shafted by the system with three jobs.
No, that's not
And
what
there is
they're
a
busy
few
doing.
people, a few boomers that have real
They've been
estate and shares and
propagandized.
are actually
They've been
benefiting from the
propagandized by
system.
their churches. They've been propagandized by their corrupt
Exactly. So
politicians.
I'm not going to
They've been
listen to them.
propagandized by
If
the
I ask the
media.
average
They've been
American, they think
propagandized by the
if I
globalists, by the
if I
WEF, by the
if I ask,
UN. We've
okay,
been
I
taught
get
to
it
hate
exactly.
over decades, and there are very few Americans, I would agree, that understand the way things work. But I don't agree with your
Okay,
assessment of
the
why
average
things are
American
happening.
thinks that if they replace Trump with Massey, or they replace the Republicans with the
No, they
Democrats,
do
or the
not.
Democrats with
They
the
do not.
Republicans, or
No,
get rid
they
of
do
Israel,
not.
then all their problems will be
They
solved.
see both sides as corrupt. They see Massey being better than Trump because of the positions he takes, not because
Yeah,
of the
but it's not going to
personality,
change it. What
not
I'm
because of
saying
the
is, you put
party.
Massey.
Massey is not a Republican
Massey isn't going to
anymore.
change shit. You could get Massey as president, and he'll be just as corrupt as Trump.
It doesn't look. You cannot change things
You
overnight.
can't.
There's incremental changes. Trump was better for
Oh
Oh my
America's
God,
God.
Doc, for the
economy
love of
than
God,
Harris
please stop
was.
shouting. Oh my God, like
Can we change the
literally.
conversation? I think me and Suleiman were having a good conversation before, to be honest with you, and it's just
Yeah,
like
Yeah, you know
yeah.
what? Go ahead, Brother Hassan.
Listen, I stand with Doc. Don't attack my grandpa. Uh, we stand with him all day long. And Doc, don't let them get angry. Just have some ice cream, and it's all good. Let me read some of the super chats. Suddenly, Wall Street Journal reports US is going on board Iran oil tankers and seizing commercial ships in international waters in the coming days. Another escalation. I don't think they're going to do that. If they do, they will get that will be major escalation. Some surmise that that could lead to kinetic warfare again. How does this reset theory fit in with the assassination regime change day one and the delay of Trump's meeting with Xi? Well, I think those who believe that that is all part of the plan. Simon, why? Okay, that's another thing. Good evening, Suleiman, X panel, and YouTube community. What can be done to stop Israel's proxy 38 times, 34 times felon, Trump USA bombing Iran again? Well, people on this panel think that it may be over. I don't think it's going to be over, so I don't think nothing's going to stop this train, but some people think it will, so we'll see. We'll see what happens over the next few days because the ceasefire ends on Wednesday. Ages, oh come on, don't attack my doc. He said Doc is speaking facts and fiction at the same time, jumping like a ping pong. I'm convinced he sipped some patience meds. Nah, you sipped some patience meds. Don't be attacking my doc like that. Sort your life out.
You sit up. You sit. Who did that person that super chat? Congratulations. Thanks for donating to the space. But you sit up here for 3 years talking about this and getting your head handed to you as an American because what other Americans are doing.
That's it, Doc. Smash them. I stand with you, Doc. I stand with you all day long. And Doc, I think your mic's a bit loud as well, so you're coming across a bit more aggressive than you really are.
yeah.
I'm in my
Yeah.
car, driving back to Beverly Hills. I got my
All right,
dog
Doc. We
here.
know
I
you
bought
live
a
in
bunch of
Beverly
shit.
Hills. We know you live in Beverly Hills 90210 or wherever. We know you're a posh nosh. Chill out, blood. Okay, we're from the ends. Okay, this is where the it's like I'm like Will Smith going to Beverly Hills, isn't it? Is it West Philadelphia, born and raised? Well, I'm in the British version of that.
Yeah, or you could go visit Beatrice in the posh part of London.
Nah, I don't want to sack that blood. We don't. Nah, nobody wants that. Nobody wants that in their life.
Listen, Doc, this island's not even big enough for me and him together. Never mind my frigging city. I don't want him anywhere near my
How are you going to get
city.
on in a bunker then?
Doc, why would I go to?
We've got to find a
We're
way
not.
to make peace
We're
with
not
each
going to be
other.
in the bunker together. And Doc,
No,
why would I go to
no.
London? I'm the head of the moral resistance. If I go to London, I could get stabbed. So why would you risk my?
I'm sorry. There is no superiority or hierarchy. We are
You're
all the
not. You're
moral
not. You're not part of it.
resistance.
You're not part of it. But
I
but
am.
the
Somebody said on
yeah.
YouTube that when Doc started speaking with his mic, because I could tell he was in the car, somebody was like, "Oh my God, this is what the first call from the moon must have sounded like, the way Doc is sounding." Like literally, the
That's
comments
funny.
about his mic
Yeah,
was
the mic
so
was a
funny.
bit. It didn't sound like that. Yeah. So coming back and bring the conversation back. Just before I do, can I just give some news to you guys, and then we'll get the conversation back onto the geo. Well, that was still geopolitics, but it was a different angle. The American, this is the IRGC have released a statement saying the American enemy did not lift the naval blockade of Iranian vessels and ports. Therefore, from this afternoon, the Strait of Hormuz will be blocked until this blockade is lifted, what's the chances Trump lifts it on Monday? I think quite high. Sunday or Monday, just before the market opens. The statement of the US president regarding the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf have no credibility, and ships should follow updates only from the official sources of our naval forces. Hassan, you want to jump in with something?
Sully, can I jump in real quick on the
Yeah,
blockade?
go for it, Andrew.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hassan?
Yeah, go
Hey,
for it, and then we'll go to Hassan. Go ahead, Andrew.
hey, Hassan. Yeah, sorry. If I could real quick on the blockades, Hassan, I just want to talk about that real quick. Yeah, that it was day 3 when we opened the space up here on day 3 or 4. I said, now, okay, Iran, they control IGRC. They will control that strait there. There's no doubt. The United States Navy cannot fight that. They will not fight it. But here's the thing, the United States Navy, I expected this to happen. We will set up a secondary fence, which will be the deep water. That's where the United States Naval Submarine Force, we rule the world in that. We will set up anything we want. We can kill anything we want to destroy anything. And I think that will be, and sure enough, that's what happened. That's that blockade function.
You ain't gonna
With,
do nothing, Andrew. Your
oh,
blockade not gonna do nothing. The IRGC gonna smash your blockade up.
the paper tiger, sir. So we come in with this force, but yet, guess what? We won't because of China. And Simon brought in all the evidence. We've got the Gulf states, we've got the China Belt Road Initiative, we got the FICMIC and all the stuff really calling the shots, and Trump playing his game. The United States Navy, I really believe we're never, and you're right, Suleiman, they're not going to sink anything. We could drop stuff left and right to the bottom of the sea, left and right all day long, but we won't. We can't. Trump will never give that, will give that law or give that directive. So what it is, it's just that threat that kind of hangs out there, like the drunk uncle, I don't know when he's going to show up, but he's always out there. It's a threat, but it won't materialize anything. It's just a part of the negotiation phase of the deal.
But here's the real question that people need to answer and square this. Do you think Trump wants low oil prices or high oil price right now?
Now we got to get it up high again to play the game, correct?
Exactly, because he makes more money the higher the price of oil. And he's working for big oil and big LNG and the banks and financial institutions and the companies and the technology companies that will benefit from what comes
Sam, did you say
next.
he wants it higher?
Yes,
So why is he dropping it then?
because he's just manipulating prices. When it gets too high, he gets it back down. But he doesn't care about low oil prices right now. That's the bit. Iran and Trump are on the same team in terms of what they want right here.
Hey, guess what they
Yeah, I
did at
disagree.
the pumps though? So the EPA passed a waiver on their regulatory prevention of ethanol. It's ethanol 15. So over the summer, they usually completely ban it, and they have a lot of tight restrictions year round. But this is to dilute the gas for the prices to stay lower, even though it burns up faster, poor air quality, bad for your engine, but it fools the Americans at the pump. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. I just saw that today.
All I'm saying here
But
is
just Simon,
right
just on what
now,
you're saying.
if Trump,
So for
yeah,
Simon, on what you're saying though, that's not what's reflective of what's actually happening. So it's not like the prices are going up, 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 up. And if they were, then it could be like, look, the prices are going up, and actually both sides want them. And even if both sides wanted the prices to go up, that doesn't prove that they're working together because they'd want it for different reasons. For example, Iran would want it because they want to have that squeeze on the global financial market in order to get a end to the current situation. Trump, as you said, may want it because he's working for the oil company. So even if they both had the same reason, even if both people wanted the oil prices to go up, their reasoning may be different. But that being said, that's not actually what's been happening with the market. After covering it for 50, 60 days, and you've been on here, Darkside's been on here, Robert's been on here, what everyone's saying is that this guy is doing he's not increasing the prices, he's manipulating the market where he'll take it up. As you said, there's like a cut off of 115,
yeah,
and then he'll take it all the way down to, was it
and
80
then
now, and then he'll
find
take
a
it up.
reason to get it back up again.
Yeah, exactly. And then what he's doing is he's short in the market or long in the market. Like I believe there was $780 million trade like 10 minutes or 20
Here,
minutes before
yeah,
he announced it.
here's where I think people have got to get their head around.
But you know where you're getting that argument from? Can I just finish this
Yeah,
point and then I don't want to? Because I think what you're thinking, because I saw some people on X saying this, is they trying to say, oh, guess what? Abbas Araghchi and Galibaf are working with Trump because they allowed Trump to announce the price 20 minutes before, and then their response wasn't fast enough or whatever. But that's not proof that they're working with Trump together. It is proof that Trump smartly pulled it out 20. Now, if Trump had posted this 9 a.m. in the morning and then they'd taken 15 hours to respond, then he'd be like, okay, now 15 hours, I don't know, that is kind of excessive and that has played to him. But 20 minutes? Like, how long does it take you to find out he's made the statement, write out a statement, clarify it, get like that takes ages. I just don't think 20 minutes is enough to make it look like that. And I've seen people on X making this argument that means they've colluded in Trump's announcement.
Yeah, I'm not making that argument. I'm looking at big incentives right now. I think Trump needs a ginormous money printing exercise, which means you need demand destruction, which means you need a global reset, and I think that will be concentration of wealth and power into the large financial institutions that he works for. So I don't think Trump is scared. They don't want it above a certain price, but then I believe at this stage we're Operation Warp Speed 2.0, and I believe that's his goals and incentives. So and however coordinated you want to believe it, I believe that those people certainly work with China, and I think China works with transnational capital, and I think Trump works for the financial industrial complex, and I think they're all on. I think all those motives and incentives are the same right now, and so I'm not sure this threat is what people think it is, and that's why I think every time you can do this, you can do bounded escalation, but I think there is a manufactured crisis that is happening at this stage.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove that Iran's working with them. This is the issue because what you're doing is you're making a leap on that point.
I,
What you're saying is, yeah, sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
I said they work with China, and China has mechanism, and China has a different vision, but the the they are around negotiation tables, and if we look historically, there is a historical record of such covert relationships existing. But whether they exist now or not, they did in the past. But whether they exist today is another thing.
Yeah, and that's the important thing that do they exist now or not? Every country goes through different situations where they become their friends, their foes, they have disagreements, they have agreements. The thing is, one can't make when one wants to make the claim about whether there's alliances now. That's the where you need to look at whether it's the case, and there's
I just
not
know
ever.
America benefits from war, and the whole Israel versus Iran thing for 40 years has made American military powers a lot of money when you follow incentives, a lot of money. And
Yeah,
they've
no
never
doubt
blown each
about it.
other up. For 40 years, they've just been engaged in narrative. Death to America, death to Israel.
Yeah, this is the kind of Salafi Wahhabi position they say this, but in reality, it's not true. So, if you look at it, Iran has, without a doubt, doesn't want to get into kinetic war. So, what you're basically saying is because they don't want to get into kinetic war, they should have got into kinetic war beforehand. But I'm saying that they didn't want to go into kinetic war. It's only when even in this one, they didn't want to get into kinetic war. It's only when their hand got forced into this war that they basically went into this war and then responded. And even in this scenario, if you look at it, this recent war, they were trying to negotiate. They even capitulated, completely capitulated the day before and agreed to everything, which shows that they're not wanting to go to war, but they've been forced into it, and that's the reason why there's end up being a
I
kinetic
mean,
war. But
it's meant. Sorry,
if
go
they
ahead.
were working together for 40 years, why is it the sanctions are placed in Iran? And these countries where this narrative is coming from, like Saudi Arabia, UAE, these countries are the ones that have basically benefited financially from having these deals with Israel and the United States of America. And I think it's kind of, I'm not talking about you, I'm generally, I'm saying the people who kind of make this argument, who are mainly Salafist, they suck off UAE and don't even talk about their crimes they're committing or the fact that they're in bed with Israel. Same with Saudi Arabia. Oh, don't worry, Prince Salman. He's doing something. Trust me, he's a secret Superman. But in reality, those countries are in bed with the United States of America, are in bed with Israel. These guys as preachers and the Dawa guys literally are there in the yachts chilling there. And Iran has been at war with these people, and they've not benefited from being in war with them. They would have benefited a long time ago if they had made a deal with them. They would have been financially
The country would, but you can have vested interests that are in charge that don't benefit, and that's what. It,
Yeah, but then this is the kind of Israeli position where they're like, oh, Hamas, the leaders of Hamas were billionaires. And you're like, where's the evidence? Like, trust me, blood. Where's the evidence that Ayatollah Khamenei was a billionaire or anybody of these people have the type of money they have other than Israeli Zionist sources? This is the claim they made about Yahya Sinwar. This is the claim they made about the Hamas leadership. And then when we looked into it, they didn't have the money. They didn't have the wealth. They died in poverty. They died. Yahya Sinwar died on the front lines. And then other arguments were, oh, but why is it some of the Hamas leaders in Qatar? Because they had to have some form of the leadership outside the country in order to have negotiations. So it's like, yeah, you can put a blight on anybody, right? But in reality, it's about what's actually happening. And so what's actually happening is what we're observing.
There's another thing, Suleiman, which is that this is like a robotic outlook on life where there's no human emotions at all. If you imagine the spiritual leader of the Islamic Republic, Khamenei, was martyred a couple of months ago. You have 20, 30 million people who are enraged, right? And then you have his son who comes and takes a place witnessing his father, his child slaughtered. And so you have emotions, you have ideology there, you have you're dealing with humans here, right? It's actual humans here you're dealing with. And so the way humans behave is they're not robots. They don't behave in preordained and pre-planned ways. They're not like cogs in a wheel that operate in an exact way. This is not how the world works. And the other thing is life experience of dealing with these people proves this is wrong. So those who go to the Islamic Republic, visit and understand how the society works. It's different. Like I'm from Iraq. Iranians are a different breed to us in terms of the way they think, in terms of the way they behave. The culture is different. I'm not saying they're superior. We're going to claim that they're superior, but I'm just saying that there are the culture and the civilization that's been thousands of years in the making, and they've developed this over the years, and they just don't. And you can't come and apply rules which happen in America on these like that. Everyone's like the same and uniform and pre-negotiated and preordained and like all omnipotent, and the whole world operates in a theatrical way that's like a drama, that's like a movie that's been put together. It's definitely not how things work. I think most people understand that that's not the case. You've got like I said, Khamenei is the second most important spiritual leader in the world. You had 8 million people sign up to the army. You had the president, Pezeshkian, who I've criticized a lot in the past, come out and say, I'm willing to die for my country. Even Iraq, she said, it's not a problem. You want to threaten us with death? Threaten us with death. We don't care. We'll die for our country. So you have people who love their country. In Iraq, unfortunately, we don't have that same love for our country. I'm critical of my country in that sense. Even in the UK, I've seen not that same love and passion for the country that's in the grain and in the fabric of society. So when you fail to understand a society, you fail to understand its institutions, you fail to understand its history, you come out and apply these rules which make no sense. And if you knew anything about Iran, you wouldn't say these things.
I was told a version of my history about Britain, then I realised how it really worked.
Sully and Hassan, I just want to go back to Iran and why they've been sanctioned in the past. I think you and Hassan, Sully and Hassan, you're both right but it's how you define it, because since 1979, when the revolution happened, you had the hostage crisis starting. So obviously, Khomeini came into power. in Iran. It overthrew the Shah. Then you had the hostage crisis in 1979. And then that's when I think the United States, obviously, they broke diplomatic relations and they frozen Iranian assets. I think at that same year, and then all of a sudden, Iran straight away they closed the embassy of Israel and transferred it to being the embassy of Palestine, of the PLO. That's in 1979 as well, and they basically they ran on their core principle as being supportive. This is Khomeini and his sort of followers ran on the core principle of supporting Palestine and opposing the oppressors and the colonialist Zionist project, they call it, at the time. And then 1983, they were funding Hezbollah, and I think Hezbollah was blamed for I think it was a barracks in Beirut that was attacked or they're bombed, and some servicemen was killed. U.S. serviceman was killed, and then instantly United States imposed more sanctions on Iran because they blamed Iran, not Hezbollah. Well, Hezbollah, but it's solely because Iran they felt Iran backed them. And then there's been this back and forth tit for tat with Iran against Israel all through the 1980s. They backed Saddam Hussein to fight Iran. And then do you remember there was Iran still hasn't forgiven them for the United States accidentally shooting down that Iranian flight, Iran Airways flight that killed over 600 people. I think that was in the late 1980s. Or was it? Oh, it was 300 people rather. Sorry, and late 1980s. And then you had more sanctions, and then Bill Clinton came into power, and he he sort of put a total trade and an investment ban on Iran in the mid 90s. And again, this whole demonization of Iran just accelerated in the 2000s when they put him as the axis of evil, as part of the axis of evil. And obviously, Iran was the last country out of 7 to be overthrown. General Petraeus mentioned Iran because they felt that they were the mortal enemies of Israel. And for me, my perspective is the reason why they're mortal enemies of Israel is, first of all, they are enemies of the United States, but they think of Israel as an illegitimate sort of entity in the region. So I guess both of you, in my opinion, are correct in that sense. And then it's just been conflict after conflict between United States and Iran. Again, United States blaming them for several things. I remember this Stuxnet virus thing they blamed on Iran, and then obviously they killed Qasem General Soleimani. This is Trump. So in 2015, Obama actually signed with Iran for the JCPOA, and then they lifted some sanctions, but they didn't lift all of them. And then all of a sudden, Trump came in, ripped it all up, and then put maximum pressure. He called it maximum pressure sanctions, and then ever since then, we've been using maximum pressure sanctions. So that's where I think, and then obviously after that, it was October 7th. I don't think they blamed Iran on October 7th, but they certainly blamed Iran for Hezbollah interjecting on October 8th, like you said, Sully, as well. So I think both of you are right. I think it's hard to disseminate between whether Israel opposes Iran because of Palestine or because Iran itself views colonialism and Israel is the biggest colonialist project in
There's
the
one
region.
thing. There's one thing, resistance, and that's really important to remember. And it's going to kind of strongman what Sulman was saying before. Hezbollah was a major, like, kind of, you could call it from an outside perspective, asset. It's aligned with Iran. You know, they follow the Wilayat Faqih system. There's a strong emotional bond between the two countries, especially the south. They trade, they support each other, they love each other. This is, if you know Lebanese and you know Iranians, this is the way they think of each other, right? And when October 7th happened, on October the 8th, with Hezbollah getting involved, and you know the sacrifices it made, all of its leaders gone, 5,000 of its soldiers killed, many thousands injured, genocide, lots of other kids and families. That was almost a gun pointed at the head of Israel from Iran, in the sense they're like the arm. They're allies, but they're so closely aligned, so ideologically tied, that Iran, by pushing and enabling that and supporting it, was saying we'll sacrifice the main threat we have against Israel because we want to support the Palestinian cause. The reverse applies as well, where the Lebanon said we will sacrifice for the Palestinian cause our own souls, our own leaders, our own people. So you can't say that they didn't sacrifice, and they continue to support them even when Bashar fell. Continue to send across arms through the difficult routes. They never gave up on them. They never stopped supporting them. And we know, by the way, this is something that's critical people to pick up on. There's no equivalence between the two. Why? When when the Iranian delegation flew over to Pakistan, they had to go through different routes and different planes because Israel was threatening to take down those planes. This is how this blue entity behaves, right? We had the Iranian foreign minister, one of this flew over to Lebanon, and he was threatened that he was going to get taken down as well. So you're dealing. So what I'm saying is they continue to sacrifice and put themselves in danger for the Palestinian cause via the Lebanese resistance, and that's something that people can't very easily discount, I think.
So Hassan, have you ever analyzed why you think Iran-Contra affair happened?
I've heard a lot about it. I've discussed it. To be honest with you, look. Here's the thing. I'm Iraqi, right? So Iraq was at war with Iran for a number of years, yeah, and I think 1 million people were killed. When Iraq was facing Iran, they were given chemical weapons by the West. They used those chemical weapons to kill and really harm lots of Iranians. Iranians never responded like that in Iraq. When the way the Iraqis would kill and slaughter Iranians never responded to Iraq in that way. So historically, there's no equivalence between they are moral actors when it comes to war, and this is what people are still not getting, and I'll keep repeating it. Having whether you agree or disagree with it, you like the regime, like the government, or you dislike the government, they set religious rules for how you engage in war. I actually critical of it.
Sorry,
I think
the question was about Iran-Contra.
I'm coming to the Contra affair because it's related to this, right? So the Contra affair says that the weapon they got weapons from Israel, right? As part of the Iraq War. Am I right or not? That's what the Contra.
They were working with America and Israel in order to traffic weapons into the Contras, so that the CIA could.
So this is what it says. Firstly, and it
was done via Credit Suisse.
Firstly, I'm not convinced by it, but even if that happened and they've done it, then I'm not saying they're infallible or they're perfect. Even if they had done such a thing for their own existence, let's say they had, right? Let's say they had done something like that. They're not perfect. They're not incorruptible, but they are far more morally superior to anyone else in the world. And that's been proven by this, in terms of their ethics, in terms of their war conduct, in terms of the support for resistance for the Palestinian cause, in terms of their sacrifices. Does that mean they're perfect? No. Is the government perfect? No. But are they moral? Are they willing to sacrifice for the cause?
Do you think working with Israel is moral?
It depends who did it. Like I said, I'm not convinced by it.
Do you think trafficking weapons with Israel and America is ethical?
Like I said, if someone's made a mistake in the past,
it wasn't someone. It was structurally for 10 years through Credit Suisse and the IRGC.
I mean, look, like I said, this is something that the West has pushed. I don't necessarily believe it, but even if it had happened, there'll be a reason for it, and they're not perfect. So someone might have made a mistake. There might have been some corrupt individuals.
So do you think if they were capable of doing that, they might be capable of pragmatically, for the sake of trying to get a deal forward, so that they could move on and get rid of their sanctions?
So the Islamic Republic is something that's evolved and developed over the decades. This happened a long time ago, and what I would say is, you look at their stances. Someone is right 9 times out of 10. They're on the right side 9 times out of 10. They're on the right side. And we've seen their sacrifices over the last year or two. if you're going to go back 34 years and talk about something which the West is, theoretically, which I don't really fully believe in, like, all right, whatever. I mean, I don't really care, to be honest with you. And the thing is, like, if they're morally corruptible, you're morally corruptible as well. You could be on the space, for all I know, saying all this stuff for some financial reason. You're money driven. You're all about following the money. Maybe you're in here for some financial reason to push this agenda as well. So, it applies to you as well.
It applies to everybody.
Simon, I can
I'm
answer
not
you
taking no
about
money from the space.
Iran-Contra.
I'm doing this.
Nor am I. But we don't know. I don't. That's what I'm saying. It applies to everybody.
So I can answer you about Iran-Contra.
Go for it.
So Iran-Contra was about Iran needing weapons to fight Iraq, and they had the hostages in Lebanon, which they traded for weapons from America, and they got all the spare parts for their F-14s and Phoenix missiles and everything that they need because their army was American gear, and they needed the American gear to fight Iraq. And they bought weapons at 3 times the price from America and Israel so they can fight Iraq. And America and Israel sold it because they wanted Iran and Iraq to fight each other and destroy each other. So I don't know.
And why did they traffic them back to the Contras for the CIA?
What are you saying? Iran trafficked weapons to the Contras for the CIA? Is that what you're saying?
That's my understanding. Have you got a different understanding?
No, I know the
Israeli,
truth, and the truth is, according to Oliver North himself, that the Americans used the money that the Iranians gave them to buy weapons, and they used that money to buy weapons for the Contras. Iran had nothing to do with running weapons into Nicaragua.
Yeah, it was the Israelis that trafficked the weapons to the Contras, not Iran. Iran had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And then you were talking something earlier about IRGC corruption or something, and that's why I actually requested the mic. What were you saying?
I'm just saying that it feels to me that this operation that we're witnessing right now is that a deal has been done with a version of Iran that China and the Gulf countries and everybody is in line with. And there are people that are not in line with that plan. Those people are being decapitated. And there were negotiations prior to this war, during this war, and after this war. And it feels more to me like a check in. And eventually, a version of Iran is going to exist. And the people that have been around all the negotiation tables are still alive today.
I mean, Israel loves to kill the negotiator and their families, and then new people come who are clearly going to be so happy about it and say, "Yes, we're going to bend to America now." Just total nonsense. It doesn't exist. This doesn't exist in anybody's minds except for yours. I don't even know how you come to this conclusion. When you kill people and you kill their families, it makes everybody angry. In case you didn't know, someone comes and kills you and kills your kids, kills your parents. You're not going to sit there and go negotiate with them and be all happy about it.
Why are they negotiating then?
For self-preservation.
Exactly.
If they negotiate, no, hold on a second. Then if they do negotiate, firstly they rejected negotiation multiple times because of what America and the blue entity had done. But if
that's the front end, right? But in the back end, there's been negotiations throughout.
So if they do, when they sit down with the people, they know these are people who murdered their girls, murdered their people. They're not going to approach them with this robotic mentality that you keep pushing. It's going to be a very different. Yes, they're rational. They want to preserve their life.
Pragmatism, and
they want to preserve the life. They want to preserve their life, but they know they're dealing with terrorists. They know they're dealing with child killers.
Exactly. That's what running a country means. You have to deal with terrorists.
Yeah. But like I said. So when it comes to it, it's not a robotic thing that you're going to sit there and rationally.
Geopolitics is pretty robotic.
You're dealing with Jewish supremacists and Zionists from other branches who will not abide by their agreements. This is what you're dealing with. So you're going to sit there and negotiate.
Then you should be blowing up Israel, right?
This is what we're going to come back to. This is why we're going to get back to that. But this is a long war of attrition. and it's going to keep going on. I said this before from the start, until either the end of the blue entity or the end of the Islamic Republic, but more likely it's the former. So that's what we're expecting to happen, but it's going to take a long time because liberation struggles have happened in history. They're happening now, and they'll happen again in the future. This is what liberation is. Liberation from colonizers, from Jewish colonizers, from Western colonizers. This is what it requires. Paying the blood. The Algerian war was 1 million. The Gazans have given maybe 400,000 or 500,000. The Lebanese are giving thousands. It's going to go on until the last drop of blood to
And
liberate
it
the
just
land.
so happens that military American elites benefit from all of this.
I don't
What do you
look.
mean?
People
Just so
benefit. People
happens.
benefit from everything, right, in the world. It doesn't matter. The cause is there. The cause is there, right? So the people are fighting for a cause. The Lebanese willingly gave their houses, gave their lives for this cause. The Palestinians did the same. Now the Iranians, the Yemenis did. They know the price of this cause. They won't submit to humiliation, and this is about human rights, dignity, and freedom, and that's what they're fighting for.
So let me ask you a question, Brother Hassan. You said this is going to go on and on. This ceasefire that's been announced, I think we're all in
But
agreement that
just
it's
before
not
you
going to
ask the
last.
question to him, I was one thing I wanted to add on that. I didn't want to hear what Ashton was going to say, but you asked your question, and maybe we can go back to that. The military industrial complex benefits from all wars. They benefited from the genocide in Gaza. Does that mean the Palestinians were colluding with the Israelis to be murdered? So you could have it where someone benefits, but it doesn't mean the other party is engaged in facilitating that benefit as well. But God, Beatrice, you got your question?
Yeah, I can ask it after because it's about the future and where this is going to go. If you want to go to Ashkan first, that's okay.
Yeah, Ashkan, you had a question for Simon or something you were speaking before.
Yeah, no. Simon was talking about the corruption of the IRGC, and I'd like him to elaborate a little bit. I mean, what is he talking about?
I'm not talking about the IGC. I'm talking about humans. Humans are corruptible, and we're led to believe that like Iran is this infallible country that has a superior and is superhuman and is infallible to and is on a holy mission and is infallible to any types of normal human incentives and corruption and all sorts of things that can happen. I'm not saying they're more corrupt. I'm not saying they're different. I'm saying they're like all other governments. And when analyzing them, I think I think we might be victims of propaganda if we believe that that this is an infallible government that is bound to a
Well,
higher sense of
well,
ethics than anyone else in the world.
there's completely different incentives that the IRGC and the Western model of military-industrial complex work. The
Correct. Yes.
military-industrial complex in the West just works for profit, and that's it. Whereas the IRGC, they don't work for profit. They make weapons, and the weapons that they make belong to the IRGC, and they don't sell them to the government. Something they make for 400 grand, they don't sell it for 40 million like the American military industrial complex does. In fact, the IRGC, they didn't even have a budget under the Rouhani administration. And rest in peace.
There's another thing, and that's when you sign up to IRGC or Hezbollah, or then you are signing your death warrant on that day. You know that your life is going to be subjected to. You're very, very likely to be killed, and you are putting your neck on the line, literally.
Literally, yeah.
So that's a key component here, that you are not signing up for worldly gain. It's really important to differentiate from those who sign up for worldly gain and those who sign up for martyrdom. They know, and that's something that's really important. Whether across all walks of life, Christian, Muslim, Shia, Sunni, it doesn't matter. When you sign up for a cause,
Yeah,
knowing
but
that you could be killed.
that doesn't even prove anything as well. That's not the conversation because
No, I think it's related to the corruption. Sorry, Suleiman.
you can have the
It's
foot, you can have the
related to the corruption.
you can have the foot soldiers who may, in their minds, think that they're doing something for moralistic reasons, but that's not what the conversation's about. Because, for example, people who join ISIS, some do it for money because they're paid mercenaries. Some believe ideologically they're going to be martyrs even though they're in bed with the enemy. So, ideology or foot soldiers isn't what the conversation's about. Simon kind of is hypothesizing the possibility that possibly someone in Iran, whoever it is, whether it's, I mean, he's never mentioned names, but maybe Arab, as an example, just so the audience understand what the conversation's about, like Arabchi or Galibaf may be in bed. This is, I'm not saying he's saying those people, but as an example, may be in bed with the Americans. And it doesn't mean the IRGC are, and actually, I think he actually says that maybe the IRGC are not involved. But there are some such as them who may be in bed with Americans, and all of this has been agreed, and everything that is being carried out is based on the agreement, is his position. So just so you understand, he's not talking about, so when you're talking about the individual IRGC member, it's not really relevant to his point. But let me read the super chat and I'll let Ashkan respond. Um, Muhammad says, why the doom and gloom? We should be hopeful, especially the Muslims in the space. They planned it, but Allah also planned, and Allah is the best of planners. We're not doom and gloom. We're just speaking, we're just having geopolitical conversation based on nuanced disagreements. AJ, thank you to the level 1 membership. Appreciate you joining the space and appreciate you becoming an important member of the community. Obsessors, I think Simon doesn't get how Americans now despise Israel. Gaza did a lot. War with Iran is doing even more. We don't think an end to Israel would solve all of our problems, but it would help Palestine. You underestimate Americans. I think that was from the conversation with Doc, right? Previously. Okay, so was it Ashkan or Simon, whoever it was? Do you want to get back into what you were saying? I just want to welcome Robert onto the stage as well. But go ahead. Or did you finish your conversation?
I made my point. I think if Simon has something to add.
Cool. Simon, did you enter add or did you kind of make your point as well?
Yeah, I've shared like my thoughts over the years, so I don't
Yeah.
want to go over
Yeah.
old ground.
Yeah. So, anybody want to add anything? If not, we'll go to the financial update.
I
Yeah,
would like to add.
go
Go
ahead,
ahead,
Resistance.
Resistance.
Go ahead, Resistance.
Yeah, if you look at, I mean, obviously, Time is right in the sense that any individual can be corrupted as in any government, and but Iran's foreign policy specifically mandates the supporting of all oppressed and defending the rights of all Muslims and any oppressed countries as well. It's in their constitution, and they believe so when they enact their foreign policy, it's often with in mind of applying that provision in their constitution of supporting the oppressed, and in particular, they hold Palestine as a key central tenet of oppressed countries, as well as countries like Cuba and even at the time South Africa. If you look at all through history, they have been very consistent in supporting oppressed countries. So
Bosnia as well.
born exactly, and so when you take that into account, it's like that doesn't this so Simon's viewpoint of, well, you know, if he's saying that a country is behaving in a way that's tied to sort of financial motives or sort of flexing their strategical or geopolitical strengths in any particular region. I don't think that really applies to Iran based on the history of how they've been operating through their foreign policy. It's more like they've been following that their doctrine of supporting the oppressed wherever it is, and that's been consistent. So I'm led
Is
to
that
believe,
is that in any of the negotiations that you're witnessing right now?
yeah, because if you look at we have to appreciate that we're dealing with a global superpower in the United States, and and all of its machinery, its infrastructure, its financial machinery that it's actually created for the last 100 years, and also the military might of Israel, whatever you like to think of it.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I agree with. I'm saying you are playing in the game of other people.
Yeah,
And so you have to pragmatically adjust to that reality of who
yeah,
you're playing the game with.
that's
Because
why.
it's do or
Yeah,
die. It's
yeah.
survival.
But again, let me just finish. That's why I'm not dismissing your point, Simon, at all. I'm actually saying that there's limitations in what Iran could do. It's not through a lack of wanting to do it, because if they were able to, they would fully exert their ideological capabilities, or the ideological sort of philosophy over their foreign policy. But in an arena where they're dealing with the United States, it's pretty hard. They have to rely upon countries like China and Russia and a few others, from a diplomacy point of view, and maybe somewhat quasi or pseudo military point of view. So it's not through a lack of trying or wanting, but that doesn't mean to say that just because they are playing in this arena, that somehow their motives are somewhat
Sinister.
somewhat very grey. They're not. Their motives are pretty clear. It's just
Which is my exact point. It's pragmatism. It's how geopolitics work. Most people would like to be interest free, but in reality, they have to have a bank account and they have to take out a mortgage. Most Muslims, but
yeah,
it's pragmatism. It's reality,
but
but then people are adding emotion on top. But I'm
yeah,
saying this is how the rules are.
but when you weigh it up, if you were to quantify that pragmatism, I think it's about 20%, and 80% is ideological. That's still, so it's way more than any other country. Other countries would be the other way around: 80% pragmatism and 20% ideological. And forget about the West. There's they exert no such ideology or benevolent ideology whatsoever. Whereas at least Iran does. I mean, I would say at least 60% benevolent ideology that they're sort of conducting in these negotiations. The rest of it maybe 30-40%, whatever it is, or 20%, maybe that's the limitations that they
I
they
think I think
really.
resistance. What proves your point is that the negotiators know that when they're going to negotiate, they could be assassinated. When you have a situation like that, you know you are dealing with the people who value their own dignity above sorry, they are willing to sacrifice their lives to preserve their dignity, and that's something that's missing in the world. The whole world should take note of that. The cost of sacrificing your dignity. Once you sacrifice it, it's not like that's done and you're going to succeed in life and you'll be fine, because they'll keep coming back to take more and more from you, and it never ends, and you'll never be able to live in freedom or honor and dignity, and you just live a life of misery. So
Yeah, you can look at
that's that.
you can look at MBS. Trump says he kissed my ass, and he's still kissing his ass. It's just ridiculous.
Well,
And interestingly, Trump, when he speaks of the Houthis, for example, Ansar Allah, he says these guys are warriors. They fought a hard battle. Like, these guys are in mountains, man, firing the odd drone and rocket, and they're just fighting with everything they've got on with their sandals. The enemy like that doesn't respect somebody who sacrifices their dignity. He'll keep humiliating them over and over and over again. And so the Islamic Republic, has shown the world that standing up for your dignity and your honor is actually
But
a good
Hassan, do you
transaction.
not agree, like, that the Houthis want to be integrated into the Yemenis government, and Yemen controls one of the most strategic choke points in the world, similar to the Strait of Hormuz, and the entire 95% of the global economy sends oil and natural gas through it. Like, do you not think that they have an aspiration to make Yemen a real player, which then puts them into their own goals? Or do you just think they're 100%?
I advise
They
everybody on
don't
the
have their own
space.
political goal, no?
I advise everybody on the space to go and read the history of the Yemenis from the Islamic era till now, and go and speak to Yemenis to understand how they think, and
Yeah, but
to listen.
look how
Hold
much
on, and
oppression and depression
listen to
and
their
like
chant where they
the
said,
Yemenis are going through. Like,
listen to
do
their
you not think
chant
someone might have a vision of trying to change that country and it would
listen
be
to
in a
their chant
different way?
where they said during the Gaza genocide, we don't care, make it a world war. We don't care, make it a world war. Come and kill us all. They are people not to be understood. You need to understand them, understand how they think. They are actually in Islamic history. They are one of the given a special status amongst all Muslim nations. If you go and look in history, and actually even Quranically and hadith wise, the Yemeni people are people of honor, dignity. They seek truth, justice, fairness, they sacrifice for
So
others,
they're not
and they are
they're not
actually
normal humans either.
and they are. Well, look,
So
this is
let
what.
me jump in on this. I think there's just like everyone's kind of talking past each other. So let's be clear on this. Of course, humans are humans, and each human acts differently. And so we see it, and I'm just giving individual examples so then you can purport it onto a kind of country example. So, hypothetically speaking, would the ideal situation for the Yemeni Houthis be that they have control of the entirety of Yemen, they're able to make the country prosper, and in addition to that, make sure that the Israeli entity is no longer harming the Palestinians and there's peace in the Middle East? Of course, that would be the ideal situation. And so you look at it from like the individualistic perspective. So is it agreed that not all human beings act in the exact same manner where it's for personal financial benefit? Yeah, we can give our own example, right? I'll give my own example. I was with Mario. I made him. He is what he is because of me. That being said, he chose money. He chose financial incentives. We chose that we didn't want financial incentives. Now, if someone asked, well, would Suleiman like a situation where he would be a millionaire? He wouldn't have to worry about money. He wouldn't have to be hoping that he gets a super chat every day just so he can continue keeping the lights on. Of course, that would be the ideal situation. But then, if it was, oh, guess what? Would Suleiman choose that over selling out to the Zionists? Then it's very easy. We would never sell out to the Zionists. So what's ideal is different to when it comes down to it, when you're choosing one thing or another, what decision you're gonna make. So yes, would a lot of people act in the same manner as Mario? Yeah, of course they would. But we demonstrated that actually we wouldn't. We would be willing to like open the stream up every day, hoping that we get enough super chats that we can basically keep the lights on for the next day. So, but then would there be an ideal situation? Let's say there was a rich guy who came in and said, look, Suleiman, we've got you. Like, we're going to give you X amount of money every month. Continue what you're doing. We're not going to change what you're saying. Brilliant. Or, for example, if we couldn't make millions doing this, we wouldn't be like, no, we don't want to make millions. Of course. But that being said, when the choice became between Zionist propaganda or speaking for the Palestinian cause, we chose that. But is the ideal situation that you want your own, let's say, country, your family to benefit, that we want them to be in a good financial situation, you want to pay the rent? Of course. But then now, when the choice became between the two, that's what the decision makes. So now with the Yemeni Houthis, yeah, ideally they would, or even with Iran or any of these countries, ideally you'd want a scenario where you wouldn't, you'd want a prosperous country, you'd want a strong country, you'd want to be part of the global network of trade and various other things. Um, but if that's a choice between selling out the Palestinian cause or selling out to the Zionists or allowing Israel to be in power, that's when now you got to make a decision that what are you going to choose. And it's very clear that the Houthis or Iran or even Hezbollah have chosen that over prospering within a situation where they would be accepted. Now, is there a scenario where Hezbollah would love to be in charge of Lebanon? Of course, because they believe that they can make the Lebanese prosperous. Is there a situation where the Houthis believe that they could control the entirety of Yemen and make the Yemenis prosper after the brutal death and destruction that's been caused by the Saudi Arabian regime? Yes, they would. But when it comes down to that specific thing, that's when the choice is made. So yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to say.
One thing I want to add to what you're saying, Sayed Nasrallah, he had a speech once where he was talking about the cost of resistance. They say that the cost of resistance is high. Yes, the cost of resistance is high. But what is the cost of not resisting? He asked to the Lebanese. And he told them if we didn't resist, then the Israeli embassy there would be an Israeli embassy here in Beirut, and this country would be run out of this Israeli embassy. And that would be the cost of not resisting. So there is a cost to resisting. But the cost of not resisting is much higher, Because if the Iranians don't resist, then what's going to happen? Then they're going to bring Pahlavi in, who's going to bow down to anything Israel says. Is that going to be good for the Iranian people or the Yemenis or anybody else? So Sayed Nasrallah, on that speech, I mean, he just nailed this point. It's like you resist. You resist because you don't want to bend over. You don't want to lose your dignity. You don't want to be run by foreigners. And that's all.
You know what, Ashkan? You're right. When Syed Hassan Nasrallah was killed, and then the very next day or the same evening, Israel started the most horrific onslaught on Lebanon, and Hezbollah had to go out there and fight. Honestly, my heart was breaking because I was thinking these people haven't even been allowed a chance to mourn, right? But the thing is that I just think that Ismail Hania, Yahya Sinwar, Hassan Nasrallah, the Supreme Leader Khamenei, you know, they did believe in all of these things, but to have that blanket belief that everybody else is going to as well, and the younger generation will have that kind of resistance belief because it was their life. They weren't rich men. They could have been. Ismail Hania still lived in a tiny little place. Well, he lived in Qatar because he was like sent out. This is one of the conditions that Israel had previously, that he had to be evicted from his homeland. So he lived in Qatar, but his family still lived in the tiniest of little place in Gaza. Tiny, tiny, right? Not even a lush apartment or anything like that. And these people, for them, their cause was their life. But I just don't have that blanket ban in my mind. They never lied. They never lied. One of the things is, look. So I don't know who made that statement earlier, or if it was insinuated that all of these people are the same. They're not, because in you know, like in Israel, they had right to rape protests. None of these resistance factions has ever been proven that they've so much as harmed a woman. Ever. But they've all been infiltrated massively. They've all had people working within them, right? Who work against them, who work against their interests. When I went to Gaza, one time Simon and I had a long conversation about my trip to Gaza, and I said, I've never had so much, just me. Like, I'm a normal person. I had so much security around me. And nobody explained this to me. And then the next day, so this was the first night, and the next day I was like, why have I got all these freaking armed bodyguards around me? Like, what is this? And they were like, because like they explained to me really nicely that they're infiltrated and they didn't want any harm to come to me because I'm a foreigner, because I'm British, and then for them to be labeled, you know, by that. So they're all infiltrated. Some of them have sold out, and we just can't deny that reality, is what I'm saying. So I agree that actual resistance, these people have a noble cause and they do fight for their cause. But I think you can't have a blanket ban, and I wouldn't even compare it to the West, by the way. I just wouldn't. There isn't a comparison to that.
But by
But
the
you
way,
can't have
Beatrix,
a blanket ban to say each.
yeah.
What? Go on.
So I was going to say that the blood of the martyrs is always. I mean, look, I was skeptical, but you see this now. When a leader is martyred, like Hassan Nasrallah, like Khamenei, it produces a lot more people who fight for the cause. And this has been the pattern in history. They think they can kill them off. They think they can destroy the cause by killing people. But the ideology, that blood, it's like water that fertilizes that kind of that allows a plant to grow the new martyrs, the new kind of fighters that rise. It doesn't produce less. You know, it's that's in Iran when we saw when Khamenei was killed, a lot of people switched from hating him to loving him when they realized that actually all these years everything he's saying was true about America and that he was willing to sacrifice himself and his family. Whether you agree with him or not, same with Yahya Sinwar. So I don't want to make sectarian. Same with Hania. They showed that they are true leaders. Yahya Sinwar probably died the most legendary death that I think anybody has died in modern history.
Oh my God, Brother Hassan, like literally Rishi Sunak was our prime minister and they made him come out of Downing Street and stand, and he's only pint-sized himself, and he had to stand on a podium outside Downing Street and say, please, can you not do these pictures glorifying Yahya Sinwar? Like, this is the British people. You know what I mean? This isn't a very good thing to do. We want you to stop. And I was like, you literally made our prime minister come out and address that? of all the frigging things going wrong in this country, because people did see him. Because remember, the build-up before he died was that he's living in luxury, he's doing this, he's doing that. But yet, when they did his post-mortem, he hadn't eaten for 3 days. And they were like, oh, Hamas are taking all the food, and he died on the front line. And you're right, but what I'm saying is, and I agree, the majority of the people who are resistance fighters in Gaza, because they were orphaned by Israel, they lost their entire family. So that cause became important to them. What I'm saying is, there are still infiltrators. I'm not taking anything away from those people. People will still be corruptible. People will be, infiltrate, and especially there. I mean, come on, they do it in
Absolutely,
England.
you're totally right.
They
I totally agree with you.
Hassan, brother, listen.
they pay
Even
people.
in Beatrice, I'm so sorry. Even in the U.S., Hassan, you have to understand. We hear you. We feel for you. We bleed for the cause, literally, and the whole. I could go on and on. And Beatrice will eloquently really lay out the case perfectly. We're not, for God forbid, we're not even insinuating in the least that Iran, they're not moral. They are have the higher moral road. They have the higher moral ground. This is the moral resistance. We understand that, but we're also saying, and not but, we're looking at the reality of the world and how this corrupt world operates. And you're going to say, no, Iran is not corrupt. Okay, they're not, but yes, the system that works in the systems, there is a corrupt aspect to it. And you can't say Iran is exempt from that, brother. You can't. I'm not talking about the great moral leaders. I'm talking about the political system that is working in these deals. There is a deal being worked.
But
We sold out.
yeah, I think yeah, I take everyone's point on board. But are we saying, which I don't agree with, are we saying that this compromise, some of these
Wait, there's no we in
individuals?
there, bro. Don't put no we's in there, bro. The moral resistance rejects this claim.
Yeah, yeah.
We are the moral
We reject your
resistance.
claim.
We
We
are
reject
all
your
part of the
claim.
moral
You have
resistance.
been rejected.
Yeah, because I think if look, there's a difference between individuals being corrupted and being compromised, and them being selling out locations of leaders or other party members of that particular government faction, negotiating party, whatever, and those compromised individuals actually negotiating nefarious policies on behalf of the party. That's the difference. We're not these
But you're taking it to an extreme. Okay, so the first thing, somebody did sell out their location. Now, I'm not saying it was somebody in IRGC, but it was definitely somebody who was in the know to know exactly where Ismail Hania was going for that
yeah,
negotiation in Tehran,
yeah.
right? Somebody's got to be in the inner circle to know that
I
level of
agree
Not
with that.
security.
necessarily.
That's
I
That
don't
what
agree
that's
with
that
that.
where
I
I don't
don't
agree
I
with
don't
that.
know
I
if
don't
you
agree with
can I
that.
don't know if you can
Because
say that.
what they found out was, and this is why, when it comes to Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei, they've kept him completely offline because they know that they're able to locate via technology, phones, other things they're able to locate. So this could have been not someone selling out, but actual and we know this was a problem when it comes to Hezbollah. Just the pager attack. The pager attack was done because Israelis had put software in there a while ago. So they could have found out everyone's location through, and I
I
do
heard,
believe that's how they
I
did
heard
it
it
when it came to
was security
Hezbollah.
guards. Sorry, I heard it was the security guards in the hotel that sold him out in Iran.
Who?
This is
Oh,
Ismail
Ismail Haniya you're talking
Hania,
about. I thought you were
when
talking
it's,
about Sayyid
yeah,
Hassan Nasrallah.
no,
no,
no, no.
I was talking about Ismail
Ismail.
Hania, and that's what I also read at the
Yeah, yeah.
time.
So I agree with you on that point, but I'm saying that that they have a limit. Those compromised individuals have a limit. They are not involved in negotiating actual deals and policies and agreements, and unfavorable ones at that with the enemies. They just don't. They're nowhere near that. They're always low level ranking individuals that have no sort of say in the trajectory of the agreement.
Okay, so let me ask you, why are these guys doing this? I'm not saying these guys are compromised, but why are they doing this then?
Blackmail also.
Doing what? Doing what?
These deals, this negotiation.
Well, what's so bad right now?
You have to do the negotiation. Can I read these two super chats and then I want to answer that question because I think it's a fair question. And it's an important question, and this is why we don't hide away from any question on this space.
You think I asked an important
No, I was trying to
question?
make
You
you
think
feel
I
better
asked a good
before I smash
question?
your point. I was trying to make you feel better. But I was about to make you feel better before the moral resistance debunk your claims. So,
We are the moral
so
resistance.
first of
We
all,
are
thanks
the
to
moral
Ali. Ali
resistance.
says, thank you for your great work, team. Side note, when Simon is co-host, I can't join spaces on Twitter. Ali, you might be literally the only person blocked by Simon. How is that even possible? I didn't even know Simon has the ability to block people. He's too nice. He's too nice to block. Simon, there's one person who you blocked who I'm surprised about. He's given AED though. Bro, what are you doing in Dubai, bro? Leave Dubai now. Leave Dubai, Ali. That's probably why Simon blocked you. And one from and a huge super chat from Hussein Shafi as well. Appreciate you. So for my brother Sully, appreciate you and appreciate your support of the space as well. Let's be clear on this. None of us are blind followers to any individual. Abbas Aragchi and Galibaf are not like basically there's no like we're not saying they're gonna be right no matter what. Both of them have fought. Abbas Aragchi fought for Iran as a soldier. Galibaf was a key member of the IRGC. So these are not like reformers. These guys are IRGC linked individuals. That being said, there is conversations. I know a lot of people don't like. I whenever I bring it up on the space, or if I ask people, like, no, it's not happening. But I do read a lot, and there is certain bits of pushback against them. Definitely based on this current situation, which is the fact that they felt like Abbas Araghchi's response to Trump this time was too soft, and people have been attacking them really badly. So there isn't this blind following of Abbas Araghchi and Galibaf. When people feel like they're doing wrong, especially people within Iran, they get pushed back on. That being said, what you've got is, and what we need to look at is, they're negotiating. You have to negotiate in these situations. Like, you cannot not negotiate because no war's going to end without negotiation unless you want it to be like jungle fever, Planet of the Apes type thing. That being said, what's going to be important is what's within those negotiations. If those negotiations result in something we disagree with, we will be calling it out. If hypothetically, if they end up giving the Strait back to US, we'll be like flipping hell, these guys flopped, and yeah, they probably sold out. If they were to give the Strait back to the US, I don't think that's gonna happen. But if they were, we would say, okay, this is a fair thing to have. Like, okay, why have they given the entire Strait back? If they say, look, we're gonna give all our nuclear enrichment, we would be like, wait, why have they given all the nuclear enrichment away? This is literally conceding. So it's not like we're saying these people are perfect human beings and they're never going to be wrong. Actually, right now people are being harsh. I would say maybe some would say it's overly harsh against them, but definitely harsh against them. I read many places where people are not happy with Abbas Araghchi's first response to Trump. They were like the response was too soft, and then it required Galibaf to come in and make a more harsher response. But he took too long in his response because his response came after Abbas Araghchi's response. So these conversations are happening. It's not like people are like blind following of the negotiators. But that being said, like, you can only base claims on reality. It's not what if, could be, should be. We need to look at something concrete. So right now, there were people on the space who said, guess what, Lebanon isn't, people said, oh, is Lebanon going to be part of it? We all said, look, there's no way Iran's going to sacrifice Lebanon. We end up being right. Lebanon were part of the deal. They didn't sacrifice the resistance. They didn't sacrifice Hezbollah. But if they had, we'd be like, wait a sec, why is Hezbollah being sacrificed? Why is there a deal being done and they're being left out in the cold? But they weren't. We had these conversations on the space, and the result of those negotiations were they used a pressure tactic, a pressure valve, and forced the United States of America forced Trump for the very first time in decades to force Israel not to basically for Israel to agree to a ceasefire and not bomb Lebanon. So of course, there's nothing wrong with having these conversations. This is why we always have these conversations. But that being said, when we're making these claims, there has to be based on reality rather than, but hypothetically, in the figment of our imagination, this may or may not be happening.
So what if Iran agreed to give the uranium but give it to China for holding instead of giving it to America
But the
instead?
whole
Would you
whole
agree with that?
if they agree to give up all the enriched uranium, I will be very unhappy with the deal. I think that would be a horrible decision. I don't care if they give it to China, Russia, Timbuktu. If
Look,
they go to 0%, that's a problem for me.
So for me, right now, this whole thing is becoming a problem, and I'll tell you why it's becoming a problem. Because you've got two freaking nuclear powers. One of them's just carried out a genocide funded by the other one over the last 3 years, coming to do tittle tattle with you about what uranium you can and cannot have. Tell them to get lost. But you're not. You're going to the negotiating
Yeah,
table. Like, what is
you
that
gotta
about?
negotiate. This makes no sense. It's like,
No, bish bash bosh.
no,
That's
look, we
it.
don't live in the jungle, right? This is just makes no sense. It's not like,
I don't
no,
either.
but this is what you're saying. You're basically saying, bro, like forget conversations. Let's just literally get our axes out and start fighting. Yeah, they're doing that, but as part of it, there is negotiations occurring. Like it makes sense to have negotiations. Hypothetically speaking, let's say there's negotiations and Trump ceded to everything, which is what he did, but he lied again. Then what's the reason to continue the war? If you get everything you want, why would you want war to continue? It makes no sense. It,
But who they're negotiating with, Suleiman? Somebody who lies to them, cheats them, says these. He was going to wipe out civilization. That
so
enough should
according to
have
your
been like,
position,
right,
then,
bring it on, bring
so,
it on.
so
You want to
according
wipe
to
out
your
our
position,
civilization?
there
Bring
should
it
be
on,
that.
bring it
So
on.
basically, what you're saying is there should be war forever in perpetual.
No,
No, because
I think they should bring the enemy to their knees and then say, right, this is what we're willing to. You ain't negotiating with us what we're
mm,
giving up. We're negotiating with you what you're going to do. You're going to lift those freaking sanctions. You're going to get off our case
so
until you
that's
give up your
negotiating.
nukes. You're going to get off our back,
That's
you know?
negotiating though.
Yeah, but that's their
Yeah,
demand list.
that's what they
At the
did this
moment, it
time. They
seems
had a
like
demand list. They said, "You want to negotiate with us? This is our demand list. You need to follow our demand list, and then we'll come to the conversation." And they said, "Look, we will follow your demand list." So what you're saying is what they did.
well, the U-turn.
Yeah, and
I
what's the U-turn in
I
the
need to
future? Like
take.
they'll
I need
always
to take the
U-turn.
phone away. I forgot. LA narrative. I'm so sorry. I forgot, but and I take the phone away. I'm gonna hold it at a distance because I'm getting a bit annoyed. Look, the thing is, right? It's not about that, Suleiman. It's the fact that like you cannot negotiate with somebody who says yes and then reneges and says yes and then reneges. These people have been reneging right
So
the way
you're saying
through. Do you know
perpetual
what I
war
mean?
then? You're saying perpetual war because they'll all, you're saying never negotiate with people who lie. They've always lied. They've always reneged on deals. It's not just Trump. If you look at after the um after the hostage situation in '79, they said part of the deal was removal of the sanctions. Within a couple of years, they put the sanctions back. So what you're basically saying, let's be clear on it, is you don't negotiate with liars. Well, these guys lie all the time. They renege on deals all the time. That means be in perpetual war for centuries.
Not necessarily.
Beatrix, I just got a message from my mom and sister. They all agree. They both agree with you. They shouldn't. Iran shouldn't be.
Oh my
Should be
God, it's
imposing
always
this.
chicks.
Do you
It's
know what?
always
You know what?
chicks.
You shouldn't have said that.
Listen,
You should have said I got a message from two family members because now Suleiman's going to be like, see, chicks,
yeah,
chicks.
I'm
That's what he's
literally
going to
saying that.
say.
It's always chicks who want to send men to war. They want war for centuries, and yet it's not blood. What's that all about? Well, let me look at my phone. My brother just said, Suleiman, you're right. And my uncle said the same thing.
Oh, that's hilarious, silly. It's hilarious. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's some truth in that. I don't know. But to be honest, I get what you point. But I agree with Sully. I mean, negotiations are especially with these conniving, treacherous, deceitful nation, entities. They're hard. I mean, you got to be on your wits all the time, and it's. I'm sure it's a lot harder than what we can imagine how they're negotiating with. But absolutely, if they give up any their nuclear rights and not keep it indigenous and not be able to enrich it, that's a huge loss for Iran. That's a huge loss, and that will be that. I don't know how the Iranians will be able to deal with that. To be honest.
I just got another super chat, and I can just see everybody saying Suleiman is right in the chat. Well done, guys. This is why you're the moral resistance. And a super chat says, the cause of the resistance as a whole comes from the Prophet Muhammad. Um, Prophet Muhammad's example, he faced many spies and treasonous acts amongst his ranks as well. They have contingencies, but more importantly, unwavering steadfastness. Exactly, exactly.
Hey, we also have.
Yeah, and shut up, underground prince. You ain't no freaking prince, and I'm not emotional either, all right? I'm talking logical underground prince. There ain't no emotion there. So you can put that back in your pipe and smoke that.
And also, on that one, resistance, you should say, "I got this text." Don't say the gender, please, because you've got to do that to give it to the strength it needs.
I would have known it was a trick anyway, Andrew. I would have known. It was so obvious. I was literally, you know, the funny thing was, I was just about to say that to Beatrix, and then I was about to say it, and then I thought, okay, let me have another spoon of food, and I'll say it after. And then he, perfect timing, he literally says it, and two more chicks say the exact same thing.
And
This
to
is
be honest, I know my dad. He'll say, "No, we have to negotiate." I'm sure that Iran's going to negotiate. It's just the way my, yeah. I shouldn't say anymore.
exactly.
You know what it is? They've got the patience of a saint, right? The Iranian side. I just think, like if there was an evil level playing field, fine. But you've got some uranium. You need it for everyday stuff. You need it for your own country, for use, whatever. And you've got these two nations that sponsor terrorism, that are nuclear powers, coming and dictating to you what level, what percentage enrichment you're allowed to have, and all of this, having tried to already steal it from you, by the way, just in the last month.
By the way,
Probably killed a ton of
So
your
we got two
people.
more super chats, and
but
again, it's linked to this conversation and very valid points. The best one is Suleiman is right. I agree with that completely. The other one says we can need this door all we want, but bottom line is you don't agree to a ceasefire if you're winning. There's sellouts among the ranks. I disagree. I thought the best time to negotiate is when you're in the position of power because now you're able to leverage more and get more from the person that you're negotiating with. If the war was to shift, and let's be clear on this, like Iran is winning, but and we have belief that Iran's going to win because they're in the right. But wars always shift. Look at Russia, Ukraine. There was points where Russia was dominating. There was points where Ukraine was dominating. I know I covered that war a lot, and domination, varied between the two in different times. Like different people were winning at different times. And so, if you have to go to the negotiation table when you're at the point of losing or weaker, you're probably not going to get as much demands to go your way than if you're stronger.
there's another thing, by the way, Beatrice, which I think you're missing. I think a lot of this is delaying tactics. They don't trust the Americans at all. They know that they're controlled by the blue entity. And so they're currently restocking their drones, their missiles, and they're like, you know what have we got to lose? Let's send our negotiators, but we know nothing's coming out of it. Have you seen when? I always remember the scene in Braveheart where you've got the English army and the Scottish army facing off, and they know that they're going to go to war, but they send a negotiator anyway, and they're like, we're gonna, this war is going to happen. So it's like they're using it as a tactic to try and get more information from the enemy, see how weak the enemy is. Look, it's kind of a game of chess, but also it's like weaving a very expensive Persian rug. I'm sure you've seen Persian rugs. They're nothing like them anywhere in the world. And that's what they're doing. This is a very long war, and they can use it to delay things. They can use it to string things out. And by the way, the Americans know that they know. It's like one of those things. They know. I know that you know that I know. Kind of that situation where they know that the Iranians have figured them out, and they're like really annoyed by it because they know the game and they're just like kind of using playing along with the game, knowing that they're taking advantage of the situation and using it to their advantage. So yeah, I think there's a lot of that in there as well.
There's also the aspect of PR, and it's not just it's PR for the world. It's so the world can see, hey, Iran is being reasonable. Iran is coming to the table. Iran is doing this. Iran is playing by the rules, and not only for the whole world, but for internal Iranian public. So the Iranian public can see, hey, our government.
No, see, that doesn't sit right with me. So what Brother Hassan said, I agree with, right? That if they're doing it, I mean, yeah, totally. They don't trust them. They don't trust the other side, and that's because they're smart. They have wiped the floor with Israel and America on the PR front, on the tactical front. So they don't trust them. All right. So the planning, yeah. But this PR, this what you're saying about optics to please people internally that look, we're doing it. No, absolutely not. I feel that people in Iran should be like dead set against giving up anything after the suffering they've done. I do believe they are actually within Iran, most people. And who cares what the world thinks? I'm sorry, but you've had decades of sanctions. You've had leadership figures, religious figures assassinated on your soil. You've suffered terrorism at the hands of Israel and America. Like, you don't have to do anything to prove anything to the rest of the
Yeah,
world. You know what I mean? That
But
just doesn't sit
it
right
does
with
have an
me.
someone
impact, though.
reasonable like you will see all that. But the whole world isn't reasonable people like you. The whole world, they're people who barely even read, people who don't even know anything about the and they don't even know what geopolitics means. It's like you're not dealing with people that are on the level that are on this space right now. Majority
There's
of
another thing as well.
majority of people don't know jack about jack.
There's another thing which is exemplary in this, which is that when they closed the Strait of Hormuz, Iran never used that card before. And if ever used that card before, people would have blamed Iran and there would have been a huge uproar around the world against it. And maybe there would be like some international coalition against them or something like that. But because they got attacked first, everyone now blames Trump and says, "Why do you drag us into this war?" And continuously the blame and directions put at him, and then the blue entity, obviously as well. So there is a component to that. I don't think we can completely discount it. And yeah, I think look, they know what they're doing. I think we've always questioned: Are they doing this right? Are they doing that right? They know the game. They know the game. They're ancient civilization. They've got some smart people there, and I think they know what they're doing. I'm not too worried.
Just some more breaking news, guys, and this is why I keep saying I believe the kinetic war is coming. I know I'm the minority and I sound a bit kooky or whatever, but I don't think this negotiation is going to remain. But let's see. But anyway, the reason I'm saying that is another US military cargo plane has landed in Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. The Qatarians, or the Khalij, let's say, are definitely complicit in this. I want to go to Hoz, and then I've got a question for Dark Side as well. But Hoz, thanks for joining us. What's your thoughts on? Is there anything you want to add?
So I've been listening for the last couple of hours. I didn't want to come up, and then I heard someone say, and unfortunately, I'm going to come across it a little bit late, but I get phone calls all the time, so I end up pausing your thing and the conversation. I carry on listening to it. I don't keep fast forwarding it. So I got a bit further behind. And I apologize, but I
No
just
problem.
wanted to say when you guys were talking about the IRDC and how they are just like normal people, and someone turned around and said Hassan Nasrallah was a special person, and he said Khamenei, these were noble people. And when you turn around and say things like that,
I said that. I said that, Hos.
good.
I
All
said
I
that.
want to say to you
I
I
think
is,
said
I
they
said
were
that as
they were
well. To be
noble
fair,
people.
and what I'm saying to you is this: I've been an agnostic atheist all of my life since the day, and I went to a Christian school. I was brought up in a boarding school in England, and I was brought up as a Protestant. And I've always, and you get it indoctrinated into your head that that religion is just it's for you to choose if you want it. What I say to you is the death of Sayyid Ali Khamenei made me go and take the Shahada and become a Muslim. I now read the Quran to find out the wisdom inside of that. That is a lesson that I've learnt from Imam. That's a lesson I learnt from him. I trust him and what his plan was from the beginning for all of this. I trust the fact that he was willing to martyr himself for the cause. And what I say to you is this: no war like this has ever been won in weeks. The Vietnam War lasted if you include the French, 27 years. If you include the Algerian War, it's like 7.5 to 8 years. If you look at, the Russian Civil War, 6 years. I'm sorry I'm going on, but I'm a historian as well as a a nerd and whatever else. Millions of people died. So I want you to just imagine the situation. This is a epoch-changing circumstance. This is where empires will fall, and when they fall, it's not going to be the same afterwards. This is where we're at. We're at a place where America is massively in debt. They want to keep printing money, they can do. And all that's going to happen is the fall will be harder for them. And I'm telling you now, there is no ceasefire that's going to last past the 10 days. And if it does, maybe another 2 weeks. After that, we are going to a kinetic war. And we're going to keep going into kinetic wars with America until America understands the concept of the sword and the shield. You are unable to defend your forces in this region. You're unable to defend these places. Iran has not leveled Tel Aviv yet because Iran has chosen not to attack civilian targets. Iran is a moral actor in this situation, and Iran needs to remain a moral actor in this situation. Because if Iran stops being the moral actor in this situation, the whole world will turn against Iran. Because how easy is it for the West? And by the West, I mean the collective media control of the Zionist entity across all of these regions to turn every civilian death into a drama where Iran is the evil entity and turn the whole world against us. It's very easy. We've seen how they are able to manipulate that. So we're constrained with what we can do. So when people turn and say, well, the Iron Dome is gone, why are they not destroying Tel Aviv? Because it's not time to do that yet. If they nuke us, which is a possibility, then expect the whole of Tel Aviv to be turned into glass. And don't think it won't be. It will be, as will Haifa, as will every desalination plant, as will every oil refinery that they've got. They'll have no functioning society left. And we are more than capable of doing that. The thing is, Iran can't become the bad guy here. The whole planet Earth is flying the flag of Iran at the moment. Everyone is on the side of Iran. There is no country other than Israel and America, and not even America, I apologize. Most Americans hate Israelis right now. And they hate the fact that their country is being dragged into another war that could cost them trillions of dollars, where their American troops are the ones who are going to suffer the consequences of Israel's cowardice to do anything. And the only people who are supporting them are the elites, who are the BlackRocks, who are the big money, State Street, Vanguard, and their servants, their absolute servants in government. Those are the people who are, patting Israel on the back and saying, yeah, you carry on, because we know if we don't do what you say, you'll pull the financial rug from under us. How easy do you think it is for the United States to have the rug pulled from under it, from all of the money that these people control? And please, no one tell me that BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street are not bigger than the American government, because they are.
But that's what Simon says, right? He says it's the fall of the American empire, and these guys
100%.
are pulling the
And it's
strings.
the only way we're going to get peace in this region is when America turns around and goes, you know what? We can't do this. And you can do it through the ballot box in November 28, 26. That's the start of the journey. Because if Americans actually turn around and say, you know what, Donald, you and MAGA can go and do one. If that happens, that's the start. And if people like Dan Bilzerian, Thomas Massie, and others like them who are completely against what the Epstein class are doing, completely against what's going on in these wars, forever wars, all on behalf of Israel, start winning seats. The brand that is toxic is AIPAC. The brand that's toxic is the Jewish supremacist brand. And that's how America can win itself back and come back from the precipice of actually destroying itself. But if it chooses to carry on down this road with Israel and becoming Israel's bitch, which is what it has been for the last God knows how many years, then America will die. And it will be born again with a newer, better group of human beings, rather than these monsters that are threatening civilizational death, meaning what? I'm going to use nuclear weapons. You're going to scare us with nuclear weapons? That's the kind of conversation these guys are having. We're sitting here fighting two nuclear powers, and we don't know if they are crazy enough to actually launch nuclear weapons against Iran. But you know what? That eventuality, even if that happens, we are still going to destroy Israel if that happens. There'll be nothing left of it because Iran is the same size, as I've said many times in this space, the same size as Western Europe. You don't have enough nuclear weapons to destroy all of our mountain ranges. There ain't enough of your stuff. And we will destroy all of your shit. There'll be nothing left of your shit, Israel. So it's not the time to level Israel. And I promise you one thing. Palestine is at the heart of everything that Iran is doing, as is Venezuela, as is Cuba, as was South Africa and the ANC, as is Hezbollah and Lebanon. Our nation, Iran, is built on standing up for the resistance, because when we went to war in Iran and Iraq, we had to stand up on our own and no one helped us. No one helped us. And that's the cauldron that built the state of Iran. And that is why we will always help others. But we know what we do? We don't turn around and turn them into slave nations to us. We just say to them, if you want our help, send your boys over here. We'll train you. If you want some equipment to use, here's how you build it. This is how you do it. We didn't send rockets to Hamas. They were taught how to build them themselves. How do they build those rifles? They were taught how to do that. And they've done everything themselves. They haven't had intercontinental ballistic missiles, but they have had a shit ton of missiles that were built from the explosives that have been dropped on them in Gaza. So please, I said it to you guys before, I think about a week or 10 days ago, when Turner said, oh, they're going to abandon Hezbollah. Hezbollah's going to get absorbed into the army. I said to you, there is no way on this planet Earth that Iran is ever going to abandon Hezbollah or abandon Lebanon. It is part of our resistance. And that is a fact also for Palestine. And Sully has told you guys, I think, about 3 or 4 different times, Gaza has got its own peace plan in place at the moment. As and when that breaks down, as and when that doesn't work, guess what? I promise you, Iran will not leave them. We will not leave Palestine. Palestine is the burning fire of every Muslim in the world. Palestine.
But Hawes, Gaza's literally being bombed. Like a few days ago, they killed an Al Jazeera journalist there. It's being bombed all the
But
time.
are they
They're-
destroying 500 people at a time? Are they bombing it relentlessly, killing?
No. It's not the
Okay,
genocide, but also I think it was the deadline. They're still bombing it though,
but
and they're still killing
it's
people,
not the
but in
same.
obviously in smaller
It's
numbers.
not the same.
But I think there was a deadline to I don't think they've done anything about that. I'm not sure, but there was the deadline for Hamas to disarm as well, which was, I don't know, last weekend or Saturday or something. It's past, isn't it? Yeah.
Hamas is not going to disarm. That's it. Forget about Hamas disarming. It's like saying to us, please give up your uranium. Please give up your missiles. There is no way. We'll keep our uranium. We'll blend it down to, whatever percentage levels we need to use in our electricity grid, in our medical labs. You're not going to take shit from us. We're going to come in there with American troops and take the dust, all the dust of the nuclear stuff. Donald Trump is a moron. He's an absolute retard of a human being, telling how he's going to send. Let him send his troops into Iran and see how long they fucking last for. They won't last 4 seconds, mate. Let them come in. And the thing is this, Abbas Araghchi turned around and said, we're waiting for your troops to come. Bring it. Don't keep talking shit to us. Come closer. Because all that's happening on your 17 bases will happen at any one of your landing points. And you know what? We haven't really started to fuck with their navy yet. We could do that anytime we want, and we haven't yet. So let them start.
So let me ask you a couple of questions. If Iran, hypothetically, agreed to hand over the uranium to whatever level to China instead of America, would you be happy with that?
I've got to be honest with you. If it goes to China, I don't have any problem with it. But the thing is this: if it goes there, it's not going to be going there to be handed to somebody else. It's Iran's uranium, and that uranium needs to be blended down. Do we have the technology to do that? I don't know if we do or don't. I don't know. If we do have the technology to do it ourselves,
Hossein,
then
I think that uranium is actually a deterrent. To be honest with you, I was saying this before the other day.
No, but Cam, do we have the technology to blend it down, Hassan?
No, we don't. We don't want to blend it down.
In that case,
Yeah,
it needs to stay in our.
But why do you wanna blend it down?
isotope thing.
By the way, Say it again.
Why do you want to
They
blend it
have the
down?
diamond blending technology. It's just changing the isotope ratio between 238 and 235. That's all it is. It's
I listen. I don't know the technicalities of it. I apologize. I don't want the uranium to go anywhere if Iran can do it themselves. I don't want
I'm
But
anything
just
why do
trying
to
you?
to
It
leave
But
shouldn't
our
be
why do you
blended
want the
down, bro.
uranium in diluted though?
We don't
I'm just
listen
surprised,
to me.
Bob,
We
that
don't.
you're willing to
Iran.
export
Listen.
your uranium, enriched uranium, to some other country. I'm really surprised by that.
Okay. Well, did I explain to you why? Because I said I don't know if we can blend it down ourselves.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
get it. What Hos is saying, I don't have all the answers to this, but in this circumstance, in this situation, if we couldn't, blah blah blah, and if it wasn't going to work for
If
me
we
to the
can't
end,
do it
so
ourselves, and
he's
we
put
do actually
caveats.
want to,
But
yeah. And the
yeah,
other thing I would
I
say to
get
you
it,
is
Hos.
this. I want to just add one last thing, okay, and
Yeah,
I'll
but the
shut up.
thing is, watering it
You're in
down
the.
for what though? This is like basically
I don't know.
capitulate into American demands.
The silly. We don't
He's
need
not looked into
60%.
it, Suleiman. Hos, I just asked him a question off the cuff. He's not looked into the detail of that. That's what he's saying. So he's just giving
But
hypothesis.
but what would he
He's
do? But
yeah.
what? But Sully's asking a fair point. Like, what percentage, if you could say you had the technology,
I don't
what
know.
percentage
What
of
do
your
we
gas
need to use it for our electricity? What do we need it to use
fine?
for our electricity grid? Perfect. That's what I'd like it to be then.
No, but Jose, I think there's an important point here. I think that 60% uranium now is more important than it's ever been because
For
I
what?
think look, this is my theory. I don't know. Just work with me on this. I think the reason that they've not used
Let
a
me
nuclear
finish one
weapon.
more point, Hassan.
Okay,
Hassan, let me
sure,
finish
sure.
one more point. That may put a bouquet around this thing, yeah? When we got attacked by chemical weapons by Iraq, yeah? We got attacked by chemical weapons, which were supplied, as Sayyid Mohammed Mirandi has said, from Germany and other countries that were used against Iran. Imam Khomeini turned around and said, "You are not allowed to do what they've done to us. You're not allowed to use these kind of weapons," which is why he put the fatwa in that you cannot have nuclear weapons as Iran. Because when a weapon is being used by you and it may indiscriminately kill one other person that's not involved in your issues or your problems, that is haram. That is haram in the understanding of Islam, which is why we have said we're not going to use nuclear weapons, which is why when these guys sit there every day, Iran is not going to be allowed to have nuclear weapons. Motherfucker, we don't want nuclear weapons. It's against our religion. We're not interested in nuclear weapons. The only reason you have 60% uranium is because you want to turn it into 90% uranium, which means you're now going to go and break the fatwa and the religious leadership that started with Imam Khomeini that said, I don't want our nation, as the father of this nation, as the founder of the Islamic Republic, to have nuclear weapons because of it's haram. That's for me means we don't need 60% uranium. What for? There is nothing that can be done with 60% uranium other than to convert it into 90% uranium and then start using it as a nuclear weapon. If we had not been able to defend our nation with the missile systems we've got in place, if I felt embarrassed about our inability to answer tit for tat, full reciprocity to everything that was done to us, then I turn around and say, right, go and build that nuclear weapon. We don't need a nuclear weapon. They hit one of our bridges, we hit 5 of theirs. They hit one of our gas plants, we hit 4 of theirs. And we hit them with precision.
Yeah, but you need a nuclear weapon because what you just said now,
Yar,
they hit one of your places, you hit 5. But the whole reason for a nuclear weapon isn't to use it, is to stop them hitting one of your places or murdering 200 girls or killing 3,000 Iranians or causing hundreds of billions of dollars in infrastructure. Like North Korea doesn't have to deal with this because of a nuclear weapon. Like I'm a big believer they should. I know they're saying because of fatwa, but actually the reason a nuclear weapon there now is because of deterrent. You don't need to use it, but it's just a deterrent to make sure that these evil people don't continue bombing your country and your people can actually breathe and build a very strong, stable society. And to be honest, if they had a nuclear bomb, they don't have to ever use it, and they'll become, without a doubt, one of the top economies in the world, maybe even top 3.
that's why we're an Islamic republic and we're not a Western republic. That's the difference. We have certain rules and regulations that tie our hands up to doing things the right way. And that is something that has stood us in good stead. And you know what? We can look at the world with our heads held up high forever, that we've always done the right thing. We've never bombed a hospital. We've never
Yeah,
bombed
yeah, but that's not
what's
what
it
I'm
called, a
saying.
school.
I'm saying you get a nuclear
No,
bomb not
that's
to
what
use
I'm
it.
saying. It's the moral. It's the
No, but
moral
you get a
compass
nuclear bomb
of
not
our
to use it, so
warriors.
you don't even have to use a missile against another country. That isn't that better? Isn't it better not to
It's
use a missile
haram.
against another country?
It's haram.
Haram to use a
It's
missile
haram,
against another
Habibi.
country.
Your
It's
boys
haram
who
to
are
even have it.
mediating your agreement, Hoz. Your boys who are mediating your
So
agreement are a nuclear power, Hoz. Your boys in Pakistan, Muslim nation Pakistan.
Yep,
Hussein,
they're
what's
not the
I
haram? I
same
think
don't
as,
get you.
us.
Hussein,
he's
what's
saying
haram?
sorry, Salama. He's
Wait,
saying that possessing a nuclear weapon in itself is haram. That's what he's saying.
how
But
is
but
possessing a nuclear weapon in
he-
itself
because
haram, brother?
this is the fatwa of Sayyid
It's
Khamenei.
using it what's haram.
Yeah, no, but Sayyid Khamenei, he says
No,
even
no, no,
possessing it.
no. Having it is possession of it is haram itself. Because
According
one day
because
we
of
may
the
decide to
specific
use it.
fatwa of Sayyid Ali al Khamenei, right? But the point is,
No, Imam Khomeini. Imam
oh, sorry,
Khomeini was
Imam
the one who
Khomeini, yeah,
started
yeah,
it.
Imam Khomeini's fatwa.
And Imam Khomeini started it with no weapons of mass destruction. You're
Yeah, but
not
the
allowed
thing
to use
is, I
chemical
get it.
weapons.
Look, I get what your point is. You're trying to say this is what you're saying. You're saying Khomeini, Sayyid Ali al sorry, Imam Khomeini did a fatwa saying you're not allowed a nuclear weapon, and therefore that's the reason why it's specifically haram. I'm
No,
saying,
he said you're not allowed to have chemical weapons. And the chemical weapons was the first thing which was in the
okay, that's
Iran-Iraq
fine,
war
that's fine.
over 8 years.
Begin.
That's where it
Yeah,
started.
okay, that's fine, that's fine. So it's a
Yeah.
specific ruling by a religious leader. That ruling can be superseded by another ruling of another religious leader. And what I'm trying to say is the reason why I think it's worth having a nuclear bomb is not to use it, it's a
I get
deterrent.
what you're saying.
Huh?
I hear what you're saying, but it still means breaking the orders of the person that started the
No, it's
nation
not. A
state.
fatwa, you have fatwas, and then you have other fatwas that overrule those fatwas. You have, because he's not a prophet, so it's like it's not a good judgment from the Quran. So a fatwa is a legalistic ruling, and a legalistic ruling
I
is
know what
based
it
on a
is.
time
It
and
can be
situation,
changed.
and you
It
can
can be
have
changed.
other
Oh, sorry.
legalistic. Huh?
It can be
I
changed. It can be changed.
Yeah, exactly. I know it
The
can.
new, it can
It's
be
just a
changed.
legalistic ruling. It's not like it's
I
the
know
Quran.
I know it can be changed. I agree it can be
So,
changed. What I'm saying to you is Iranians don't want to change it. That's it. If we wanted to change it,
well,
you don't think we'd have changed it by now?
Well, again, I don't know about that because we need to have a. There's
Yeah, I
no
don't know
polling.
about that
There's
because
no
I
polling on
still
that. But the point is, because look, the issue is this: it's not like Iran's not using hypersonic missiles. It's using hypersonic missiles. It's using drones. They understand that there is such thing as kinetic warfare. It's not like it's a pacifist state, right? So I'm saying, isn't it even better a situation where you don't need to get into a fight, where you don't need 3,000 Iranians to be killed or whatever number of hypersonic missiles and drones that Iran has used itself, where if you have a nuclear weapon, none of that happens and you can flourish. That's the only argument I'm making is nuclear weapons shouldn't be seen as a thing that is used, but is seen as a deterrent.
Silly, I got you. And all I'm saying to you is, as an Iranian, I'm going to go with the leadership of the country, and the leadership of the country has said we don't want to have a nuclear weapon. We're not going to have a nuclear weapon. You're not allowed to have a nuclear weapon, and that's it. It's not up to me to question the wisdom of these people. That's it. If they don't want to, if we could have built a nuclear weapon, as Divi McMuppet McNetanyahu has said 10 years ago, if we wanted to. We've got the technology. We could actually build it in about 2 weeks if we wanted to. It'll be a lower yield one. We don't have a system to deliver it, but we can do one of those as well. But the point is, we as a nation don't want to do that.
And that's fine.
That's
That's the
it. There's nothing else.
well. Look, people agree and disagree. I don't think there's a uniformed agreement on that. But that being said, that's fine. But it's not like it's a moral like that's a position. But it's not like Iran is a pacifist country. They're using hypersonic missiles. We look at they absolutely devastated Iran because of what the Zionist regime is doing. So these weapons, it's not like there's some little.
But why? Why, silly? Did we attack someone first?
That's the point. But you agree with me. So it's not pacifism, is it? It's not pacifist.
That's
It's self
but
defense,
no,
right?
no, no, no. It's called reciprocity.
Yeah, it's called
And people
it's
turn
called
around and
self
call it.
defense. It's called self defense, right?
It's called. But listen to me. It's not just self defense. It's a matter
Yeah.
of. And people keep calling it the escalation ladder. I keep calling it the defensive escalation ladder. You hit us, we
If it's
absorb. We're going to do the same back to you.
reciprocity, then if they use a nuclear bomb, then you use a nuclear bomb. But it's not reciprocity because
No,
you're
we.
yourself saying that
What
there's a
is
limit even to that. It's
no
not completely
the thing?
reciprocal,
The other
right?
thing is the other thing is this. Yeah, we will never ever hit anywhere with a nuclear weapon where there's a Palestinian. That's never going to happen because that land belongs to Palestinians, not to those people from Ukraine
Yeah,
and
no
from
one's saying
Poland or
use a
wherever they
nuclear
come from.
bomb. It's the opposite of that. It's saying have a nuclear bomb so you don't have to use ballistic missiles and even hypersonic missiles, and you'll have peace in the region. North Korea is a prime example of having it, and therefore you don't have to use it. When you don't have it, that's when you're now in war, perpetual war all the time, because these people will never leave you alone. They will always come and try and murder. You're always going to have to respond with missiles, ballistic missiles, and drones. You're always going to have to fight them. They're going to kill your people. You'll kill less of theirs because you don't murder innocent civilians, but people will be killed irrespective. And so the better scenario is that there's actual peace. And what is the best scenario to get to peace with these people? It is have an actual real deterrent in order to get there. And I've been thinking about this a lot the last few days. That is the Strait of Hormuz a good enough deterrent? I don't think for these people it is. For them, they use that, and Trump at the moment, since the strait's been closed, has probably made more money than even when it was because he's been playing the market both ways. So I don't even think that's
Run for office in Iran. Become the religious leader of the country. Convince the 84 members of the council that this is what we're going to do. A referendum will take place on it, and then we can do it. Go for it,
I will do it. I'll be the leader of the Persian Empire.
inshallah.
Inshallah, indeed. But while I'm
How's you know?
go ahead,
It
Yusuf.
would make
Yeah.
me it would make me happy if you were, because you are a good human being. You've got the right moral compass, and everything I've seen of you over the last few years. I told you a long time ago, run for parliament. You remember? Run for parliament. We need people like you in parliament. But you said, no, I want to do my thing here. Okay, do your thing here. That's what I said.
Yeah, I don't. I think this is more important. I think MPs. Sorry.
Yeah, so just really quickly, Hoz, I got a question. I got something to say, and then a quick question, very quick one, because I know somebody wanted to jump in. But the quick question is, actually, the point is what you said. Trump also says the same thing about the fact that we can build a nuke in 2 weeks if we want to. You said that. Trump also says that they can have a nuke in 2 weeks. But you agree that these corporations, these Vanguard and all of these military corporations and stuff that are propping up the American government, which is a dying empire, I agree, right? They're benefiting from this financially, Lockheed Martin and stuff, right?
Although I don't think that America's dying. Yeah, I think what's dying, what's going to die, is the political class and the financial class. What I'm hoping will happen, America will actually become a stronger nation once these people are thrown out on their ear. And I would like to see
But the
America become.
corporations are making money, though, right? Is all I wanted to ask you. You agree on that, right?
I agree that they are making money, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, same.
But the American people are not making that money, and the American people.
No. The working class and people, half the people don't even know what's going on, even in England. You
Exactly.
know that, Hoss.
Yeah.
You live in London, right?
Yeah. Exactly. So
Definitely
it's
people
one,
in England.
and I'm sure Americans. Once the American public keeps waking up, and you got to bear in mind, Gaza started the waking up of humanity, especially in America, and the things that they've done to Gaza is the thing that's changed American minds, and that's what we need to carry on doing. Because what they're doing in Lebanon now is strengthening the fact that people turn around and say, you know what? Why are we on the same side as these people? And that is an ongoing journey. It's like a slow moving glacier that's going downhill. It will just annihilate and erode all of them. And American public sentiment is the thing that will, in the end, destroy all of these things, because they've got nowhere to take their money. They have to, these money that these Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, they all belong into an ecosystem that needs to stay where it is. And in the end, if they don't do it, what did they do to the Russian oligarchs? Do you remember what they did to them? Just blocked them, sanctioned them, took all their shit off them in Britain. Vanguard will have the same. So will State Street. They have to become responsible economic adults that look after what's right on planet Earth, what's right for the American public, what's right for the average person in their country. They can't keep putting people at wars in these forever wars. And if they do, when the American people turn on them and come out with their pitchforks, politically, not kinetically, there'll be no room for any of their people. None of them will be in power. They'll all get put to sword. That's why I want these independents to win, because I know the Republican Party and the Democrat Party, as George says, two cheeks of the same backside, and they need to go. We need to have people that care about
Yeah,
humanity.
thanks. Thanks, Halsey. I just wanted that because I wasn't sure if I misunderstood you earlier, so I wanted to clarify that, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
My pleasure.
And I know somebody wanted to jump in earlier. Was it you, Resistance, or Brother Hassan? I can't even see half the panel.
I have my hand up.
On you, but you've just come up. I'm talking about before.
Yeah,
On nukes.
thanks, Beatrix. I can't see Hassan on the panel now, but I did want to say that I heard Professor Morandi today speaking with Nima, and he said that, as Hoz has just said, that Gaza is definitely part of any sort of negotiation plans, but they've got their own peace plan. But if it was a genocide, then yeah, they'll be safeguarded by Iran, apparently.
1 billion percent. 1 billion percent. We're not going to be allowing, now that we've got what we've got in place with them completely naked, that we're going to allow them to just go and start doing genocide again and bombing the living daylights out of civilians and everything. No way. No way. Just like we didn't allow Lebanon to just be left to it and we made them part of the deal. I swear to God, you need to understand the mindset of Iranians. We love Palestine. We love Lebanon. We love Yemen. We love Iraq. We love all the people that want to be free from the yoke of empire, that want to be free from Israel. And Israel is the one that's attacking 8 countries at a time, murdering people, dropping tactical nuclear weapons on Syria.
Definitely, definitely. Let me read this super chat. I think Hos cut off or he finished. And it's from Frank Jabbo, who says, we need to make Sully rich before he runs for public office. For reals, bruv. It's not about rich. We need to make sure we change the narrative. We just have such an impact on changing the narrative. It's unbelievable. But I appreciate that. And luckily, you may have come on the right side. You're not simping for these chicks anymore. W. Frank. Oh, guys, can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah. Oh,
We can hear you, Silly.
Oh, sweet.
good news, Sully. Good news, Sully. I go onto my homepage on YouTube and I can see your space live. So it's great now, the last few days. So
Awesome.
yeah. Good.
On
And unfortunately, we could hear you as
is that
well.
on X or in YouTube?
YouTube.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I don't know what this chick's saying. Okay, Turing. Apologies,
Sorry, I just want to apologize. Was that Turin who said you had her hand up, or was it
Turing.
Logical? Was it you,
I
Turing,
think
Turin?
yeah.
logical.
Yeah,
I
you
think
attacked her really
logical.
badly, and that's why I wanted to go to her. I felt sorry
I
for her.
think logical had the
No,
hand up before I did. So logical.
no. Logical was just brought up. That's why I said you've just been brought up, but I thought it was Logical talking. I didn't realize it was you, Turin. My bad. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. Thank you, Beatrix. Thank you, Suleiman, and thank you, Hussein. I was just thinking of that photograph of the when the Iranian party went to Islamabad to for those talks. On the plane, they had photographs on the chairs, on the seats. They had pictures of the girls, the children who were mass murdered in the Minab school. You could see the pain in Arachi, you could, and the Ghalibaf, just through the static pictures, you could feel their pain. And I think they are really conscious that they do not want to see more mass murders of children, pregnant women, hospitals bombed. I think they are not, it's not that I think, what I'm saying is they are not talking directly with those idiots, Netanyahu and the baby butcher Netanyahu and the idiot moron Trump. they are talking through Pakistan. That's another issue, because I don't think, and I was born in Karachi, Pakistan. I'm Pakistani. I wouldn't trust them. But what's their choice? Because Trump lies. Netanyahu, he just wants mass murder to stay out of jail because he's corrupt. I think their conscience is driving them, because at the end of the day, Iran is not a rich country like US and Israel, but they have a hell of a lot more morals and conscience. So I think this is why they're trying to negotiate, because they want to see less damage. That's just what I think. And because I study human intelligence, being an AI scientist, what we're actually witnessing is a hell of a lot of natural stupidity and ego driving this world. So I'll just shut up now and just say thank you to the YouTube community. Thank you.
Our YouTube community, our moral
Yeah.
resistance. Thank you,
Sorry.
Turin.
Can I just say one thing to her, and I'll keep it very short. And I promise you, I'll be very short. Please don't put down the Pakistani delegation. They're doing the word of God. That's it. Please don't, because really,
They're passing papers. They're passing papers
well,
through
no,
rooms,
but you know what?
They're literally the
But
messenger.
they're putting themselves in the line of fire. And when
They nominated Trump for a
They
peace
don't
award
have
like
any
way
choice,
before this even
Hussein.
listen,
started.
when
Hussein,
Netanyahu,
they don't
darling,
have
let me
any
finish.
choice. Really, they don't have.
Okay.
I mean, I'm Pakistani, so I'm seeing it from the Pakistani perspective. We don't have any respect of Shahbaz Sharif. He
Okay.
nominated Trump for
I'm not
Nobel
talking
No, but
about
Prize.
look,
him.
like Turin. On a serious note, Hoz is right, because look, Pakistan is allied with China. They've got the
Yeah,
demonic India on the other
true.
side, and I think
It's not
strategically
even
they're
that.
playing it well.
It's when Netanyahu turned around and said that Lebanon is not part of the deal. The Pakistani delegation turned around and said, yes, they effing
True.
were.
Well, they didn't say
That's the
effing.
difference.
They
Yeah,
didn't say effing, but they did. They did
that,
concede
that
that.
that's Hoz's little touch to it. That's just Hoz's little touch to it.
I agree.
Let me go to just some news, breaking news, really quickly, which is to topic of what we're talking about. Um, Well, actually, it was, but I've seen something else. I'll just give you some menial news. Trump, obviously, America's not at war or anything like that, because Trump's just unveiled a massive portrait of himself in a powerful stance with a massive microphone in front of him. So that's what he's doing. Galibaf has made a ton of statements, right? Just now, he's doing some sort of interview or something. They're all coming out on Suleiman's page. I'll read through some of them. He says, "We have not destroyed the enemy. They still possess money and weapons, but strategically they have been defeated in comparison to us." He says, "The enemy failed in the various plans it had, destroying the air force and missile capabilities, destroying the navy, launching a ground attack, and opening the Strait of Hormuz. In all of these, they were unsuccessful." He says, "We are not militarily stronger than America. It is clear that they have more money, more equipment, and resources. And because they have carried out so many aggressions around the world, they've also more experience than us. The Zionist regime, which is America's servant and agent in the region, also possesses high power." That's what Simon says, actually, that Israel is the servant of America. So he says also possesses high power. He says, "We fought in an asymmetric war in such a way that with our own designs and preparedness, we pushed the enemy back." They did do that strategically. They did really well. He says the enemy had money and resources, but did not act correctly in design. They make mistakes in strategic decisions. They are wrong about our people, just as they are wrong in their military design. The US government claims that America first is important to it, but in practice, it has shown that Israel is first for it because it makes decisions based on false information from Israel. Bang on the money, this guy is. And then he said, "We are definitely a head and shoulders above the past in offensive capabilities and design in the third imposed war. And we saw this one on the battlefield. In the technical field, we hit about 180 drones, a capability we did not have in the defensive domain during the previous war. All of these events happened in just a few months. Hitting the F-35 is not a coincidence. It is an operation in various technical and design dimensions. With the missile that exploded near that aircraft, F-35, the enemy understood what capabilities we have and in which direction we are moving." Also, I think Suleiman just posted a breakdown of this. There's a bit of other bit of news. So Trump has convened in the White House Situation Room. That's after he unveiled his portrait, due to the close of Strait of Hormuz. So he's in the Situation Room, which is not a good sign. The US military officials have told US media that Iran now retains nearly 40% of its stockpile of attack drones. That's hilarious. Literally, like the military officials are telling American media that Iran has got 40% of their drones now. That's Al Jazeera reporting that, by the way. Let's have a look what else there was. Iran says fiction of unconditional transit passage in Hormuz sailed after US-Israeli aggression brought US military assets into the Strait's backyard. And where was Suleiman's one? Oh, this one. Yeah, actually, I have read this. 180 drones. Yeah, that's fine. Back to you.
Yeah, I would just in the New York Times. This is hilarious. They say Iran has about 40% of its pre-war arsenal of drones and has been digging out missile launchers and missiles during the ceasefire. It now has 60% of its pre-war level of launchers and could reclaim as much as 70%. So if the New York Post is literally saying that they have 70% of what they already had before the start of the war, you know the real percentage is actually in the high 90s. Just
150%.
yeah, exactly. Just to let you know. So once again, more evidence that every single thing we've been saying on this space has been on point, accurate, real information and real news. What happened to that Irish chick? She wanted to come back the next day and wanted real news, but she never turned up. And maybe the Zayas got to her. Logical, you want to jump in and then we'll go ahead.
I appreciate it. Hey, Haz, I've been listening to you and stating that, that Iran is not having nukes because of our religion, it's haram. But I have a question for you. What is the biggest sin in Islam?
I don't know what is the biggest religion. What is the biggest haram?
You don't know what the biggest sin in Islam is?
No, I
Well,
don't.
Logical, why don't you just tell
No,
him
no,
what
no,
it
no,
is
no,
and
no,
tell us
no.
all?
Let me
I don't want to
tell you.
make this a religious
I'll
I
do that.
debate.
have
I'll do
I
that.
have
It's very
just come
simple.
back to this religion on the 13th of March. I'm still reading the Quran. Why don't you teach me, my teacher?
Oh, I'm not going to be your teacher. I'm just stating that it's clearly stated in the Quran that the biggest sin that Allah does not forgive is shirk. Right?
Is what?
So now, shirk, associating partners to Allah. Allah will forgive murders. Allah will forgive as long as you have sincere repentance. Allah will forgive all that.
What's the
But if
point?
you are committing shirk,
What's the point you're making?
I don't
the
know.
point
I
I'm
don't.
making is like he's kind of making it seem like the nuke we're doing it, is because of the Islam, but they don't really obey because
Okay,
majority of
Logical.
the Muslim.
Wait, I want to hear what you're saying.
Logical. Can you hear me? Right. Firstly, this isn't a religious space. Number two, he clarified that he was saying it because the supreme leader of Iran had said it, and that was the authority, not because it was religious from the Quran. And this is not a religious space. Like literally,
Yeah,
dude, is
I
this what you
understand.
waited for and came up for?
What was he saying anyway? I didn't get his point. What was the point
No,
really?
I was trying to get to my point, but I was saying that in Iran, majority of the sect is Shias, and they don't really follow and obey the Hadith. So
Oh,
why is it that this
whatever.
specific
Okay.
that
Yeah, Logical. We're not doing
It's
sectarianism on this space
it's
either.
like a
Freaking hell,
Wahhabist
man.
extremist ISIS follower. Okay, cool. The guys are off their rockers, bro. You always see them in it. They're mental. You come up in the space, you could talk about geopolitics, you could talk about Israel, you could talk about Zionism, but these extremists, these ISIS followers, these Saudi-funded people, why do they always have to go into extremism?
And they're so
I'm not sure.
misogynistic. He wouldn't even shut up when I was talking to him
Well,
because I'm a chick.
that's now you're praising him, but what was it?
Silly, you are so horrible. You're so horrible.
Yeah, it's just these guys annoy me,
So
man. They're so
funny.
weird. Like they don't realize we're not one of these dawa bros. Like we're not one of these weirdos. They're just not normal. These people are just not normal. He calls himself logical mind, and he has no form of logical thinking whatsoever.
Are you for real, Suleiman? Like I'm not even a Saudi or anything like that.
I
That
didn't
was
say
just
you were Saudi. I said
honestly a
your
simple,
sect was
a
created
simple
from there.
question. Yeah,
Yeah,
because no, I agree. Like
Saudi
in Islam,
financed
you're
your
not
sect.
supposed to have weapons of mass destruction. I'm completely in agreement with Haas. But the question comes, the logical question is, okay, well, the fundamentals of Islam have been somewhat
Bro, this
corrupted,
is
and this is why
stupidity.
people.
Like, listen. This is you. What you're not understanding is again you're illogical. Your sect was created by Jewish Zionists. So I don't think you need to talk about any kind of, and I can prove that, but I never do because I don't want to go into sectarianism. So you follow Judaism, let's be clear on that. So I don't know what you're talking about in terms of any other sect or religion, and we don't get into that in this space. We don't care about different sects, we don't care about different religions. If I want to lay out, I can literally prove your sect was created by Jews. But I don't want to. You don't want me to go down that road. I'm trying my best not to get into sectarianism. So why
You
not
know my
keep it?
sect?
Why not keep it to geopolitics and have geopolitical information? And yeah, don't attack my Shia brothers. I'm a Sunni, but I don't like the sectarianism. You guys can believe in your extremism and your beheading people and all this other stuff that you guys believe in, and all this other weird like floating head business and deformed
You're a
gods.
Sunni, I'm a Sunni, and you're saying
We're not the
I'm
same
Jewish?
Sunni.
What?
I'm not the same as you, bro. You're an extremist. You're like
I'm not an extremist. I don't even pray, bro. I'm
you
just
don't pray, so
I've studied a
you're
lot.
preaching to house and talking about his sect, and you don't even pray. You don't even know the basics. So why don't you go learn it and go and learn some geopolitics, because this is a geopolitical space. God, these
Sully,
guys.
read his tagline. Read his profile tagline. That tells you everything.
What does it say? What is it?
It says you don't have to be good all the time. You just have to be in control all the time. And he's coming out with this,
Bro,
like
these people are
antithetical.
off their rockers, bro. They're so special.
Andrew, why are you and Maze following that weirdo?
Andrew follows everyone, bro. So let's get back into the conversation. Dark side. Let's go to dark side. Dark side.
Just before we go to dark side, can I just read out some more things that
Hold on, I'm not
have been said?
yeah, I'm not following that guy. I just checked. What? I'm not following him.
Oh, she making
Yeah,
false
yeah, you are,
accusations on
Andrew.
you.
It says it.
What?
No, no, it does. It does. It says you're following him. But listen,
What?
Galibaf said the
I'm
enemy
not.
sought regime change and to Venezuelanize Iran in order to auction off our oil, but it failed. He said, we are fully prepared. If they even make the slightest mistake, we will respond with force. He's still talking, by the way, guys. So as more clips come up, we'll go to it. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you, Andrew. Dark side, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, Sully, did you have a question?
Yeah, bro. The chicks they're like, what? Just pass the mic to you. Ask him a question, innit, Beatrix. Run the space properly, isn't it, Beatrix? Okay.
Okay. So dark side, let me ask you something. Do you think we're going to go back to like proper kinetic warfare in the coming days now with what's happening with oil prices?
I don't think oil prices have anything to do with it. I think we're going to go back to kinetic warfare because everything else is failing. Look, it's all about the Strait, right? I was just watching some reports earlier on South Korea and Japan, and they're running out of oil, like literally running out, right? Like where the streets will be empty because there's no oil, there's no fuel. Air Canada canceled all flights this summer from Montreal and Toronto to New York because they don't have enough fuel. So the problem is becoming fuel, right? And oil related products. So price doesn't matter. What matters is, do we have the fuel to run the global economy? And we don't. We don't have enough. Robert's done an incredible job of continuing pounding on the fact that you can't cut out even 15% of the world's fuel and expect everything to work fine. It's not going to. So we're going to run into real trouble, economic trouble. Of course, it's going to be more focused on those countries that rely on fuel out of the Middle East. So that's Australia, um, Japan, South Korea, Indonesia, Philippines, and then of course the global South is going to get absolutely devastated. But no, I look, it's going to be fascinating to see from a markets perspective, do we have a crash or do we just go straight up because you're going to have to print money, a lot of it. It'll be a COVID style situation, maybe times 10. And the money printing may not start here in the United States, but it will end here in the United States because none of these countries are going to have the funds to buy our debt. So it spreads here. And Paulson, funny enough, Gary mentioned this, what, a week or two ago on this space. Where's Hank Paulson? Where's the adults in the room? And then all out of nowhere, he shows up Hank Paulson and says, "Look, we better get ready for a debt crisis." So I think Robert's right, Gary's right. We're going straight down the road of a major sovereign debt crisis that'll spread around the globe.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm just reading something now about the fact that Trump's convened in the White House Situation Room, and he's being told the situation with Iran is at critical point. No final date has been set for a new meeting. And US officials say if there's no breakthrough soon, the war could resume in days. The renewed crisis in the Strait of Hormuz arose amid discussions. Trump says he will know by the end of today if a deal is going to happen. And he says Iran can't blackmail us. That's what he's saying. Iran can't blackmail us. What a moron. Also, what you were just saying there, I just read it somewhere else here. Let me find it if I can find it. About the markets. I literally just saw it. Here it is. Okay. This is the largest energy supply disruption in modern history. Since the start of the Iran war on February the 28th, more than 500 million barrels of crude and condensate have been removed from the global market. And that, Dark, is what you're talking about, the impact, especially in the Far East. And it says, in other words, global suppliers now lost $50 billion worth of crude oil production since the Iran war began nearly 50 days ago. This is the same amount of fuel it takes to run the world's international shipping industry for 4 months. The world hasn't seen anything like this before. And I think it's only a matter of time before it comes to the West, right, Dark? In the Agenda 2030.
Yeah, well, it's going to start in Japan, it looks like, and South Korea, and then it's going to spread to Europe. And by default, remember, those markets are all directly tied to our market through the Western financial system, the SWIFT system. Um, we print money. We talk about printing money, but that's sort of a myth. What we do is we create more debt, right? The way we create money is by creating a piece of debt. And the last thing this world needs right now is more debt. So it's just an absolute mess. And yeah, I'm trying to figure out whether markets are going to crash or whether they're going to crash up. But one way or another, we're going to see some incredible volatility.
Dark, can I ask you a question, please? And I'm not an expert of any sort. When you say crash up, what does that mean?
So think of a crack up boom, right? So there's two ways to get to a depression. One is through a deflationary spiral, and one is through hyperinflation. They both land your economy basically in the same exact spot in complete and utter depression. Are we going to go through a deflationary spiral? I don't think so. Now it's possible, but I think the policy reaction will be similar to what we saw in COVID and what we saw in 08, 09, obviously at a much larger scale, which is massive money creation. And what that does is it takes you into a potential hyperinflation. So again,
Does that not destroy? Does that not actually destroy the life of American people?
yeah, both do. Right, you're in a
Okay.
box. Whether you go into a deflationary spiral a la 1929, that lands you into a massive depression, or whether you go into a hyperinflation, that lands you in a massive depression. So there's
And when is that going to start?
oh, put me on this.
Will it start before August?
I would argue it's already started, right? I've looked.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, I mean, look at the markets; they've been going straight vertical. Now we could turn around and crash. That's certainly a possibility. Or we could go straight up, and you could just see gold start to rocket, silver start to rocket, assets start to rocket when nobody wants cash, right? Because what's going to happen here is that the bond market, this is going to start as a sovereign debt crisis, where rates go through the roof in Japan, Europe, and then eventually spread here. And the only policy response that the Western financial system has to such a problem is to buy their own bonds, to monetize the debt. And when you monetize the debt, it's the same as creating currency, right? So that forces prices to go through the roof.
It's not. But the point is, all you're doing is because, like, we call it, when you send a rocket up, it's going to have to come down. And that is the end of American civil society, is the way I'm looking at it. Because this is going to be the biggest thing of all time. This is going to be bigger than 1928. Okay? Because that was a stock market crash that caused it. This is going to be a destruction of assets. And the American people are going to revolt. Anyway, let's see what happens.
Well, that's right. You will see societal instability if you see either any type of depression in the United States. We have such normalcy bias here and have become so soft and accustomed to wealth that I just can't I can't imagine what our cities look like if we go into some type of depression. It's hard for me to fathom. Now there
Well,
are
that's what's tragic. Yeah, that's what's tragic about all this. The average American, Westerner in general, they couldn't care less about all. Oh, there's genocide going on in Gaza. So what? What's for who's playing in the Final Four? Of sports, or hey, let's go for a barbecue. But man, when you start hitting them with this crisis we see on the horizon and the making now, that's when, like, I think we're all on the same page here. That's when people start waking up, going, "Hey, wait a minute, what's going on here?" It's sick, but that's reality.
Yeah, that's true. And again, remember the United States is an absolutely gigantic country. So there are parts of this country that will be okay, and there are other parts of this country that will be an absolute mess. And it really depends on where you are. A lot of times we speak about the United States as, one sort of monolithic country, and that's just anything but the truth, right? It's extremely disparate in the way it's made up, in the way the people are kind of carry themselves, in the ability to be self-sustaining, right? There are vast parts of this country that can be self-sustaining, but in our inner cities, they're brought, essentially broken down between a welfare state on one side and extreme wealth on the other, and that's a bad combination when things go wrong.
Whether they're wealthy, they're running the bunkers there, brother. At that point,
Yeah.
I'm going to go down, guys. Thank you very much for letting me come up, Studio. Appreciate that. Resistance, can I say how much you sound like an Iranian one more time and how much I appreciate you? And your breakdown with Robert yesterday, off the charts, mate. Absolutely fucking spot on. And I didn't realize that you were so technically an expert, an absolute expert. Sully, thanks for the space. Beatrix, I love you, darling. Take care. I'm going to go back to YouTube and listen to you guys there.
Thank,
Have a good night, guys.
thank you, Hoz.
Bye, Hawes.
thank you, Hus.
Yeah, I agree. Resistance is awesome. Love having him on the space. Um,
He's part of our
he's part of.
moral
Well, actually, I was
resistance
about to say he's
team.
part of my moral resistance, but then I remembered he has kind of flailed a little bit. He was going towards your guys' side a little bit, but I think we brought him back. I think we'll see. We'll see. Um,
We're all on the same side,
No,
Suleiman.
no,
We're all on the
we're
same
we're
side.
not. We're not. There's a red line. It's very deep. It's very dark. It's very bloody. You're on one side. I'm on the other. We have totally different geopolitical opinions on this. We are the resistance. We are the moral resistance.
We are the moral resistance.
You are the opposite of the moral resistance. Opposite. So what I was gonna say was.
We are the moral resistance. Kick through.
That's funny. Okay. The okay, just to let you know, we've got loads of interviews lined up this week. We've got a couple of Iranians, an Iranian journal, two Iranian journalists. So one is Fawad Izadi. I think you guys know who he is, right? One is Fereshteh Sadeghi, again Iranian journalist, and Trita Parsi. That's tomorrow. Monday we got Pepe Escobar, Tim Anderson, Ryan Dawson. Tuesday we got Ethan Levens. Wednesday we got Larry Johnson and Matthew Ho. That's up to now, and we've got one big name. It's really annoying because he replied to me and he was like, "Okay, yeah, cool. Tomorrow, just give me a time." And I gave him a time and he not replied back, and it's a huge person. And it's like, really annoying. Like, I'm like, Blood, just reply back to me, Blood. I want you on tomorrow. I don't want to jinx it as well. I don't want to let everybody know what the name is because, like, people might kind of mess it up. But it's a good name. It's like really good guy, really good analysis. But anyway, I forgot. I'm getting distracted now. What were we talking about again, Beatrix?
You were telling everybody how we are the moral resistance.
Okay. So I was what, perpetuating fake
There's
news?
a lot of news coming out as well,
What's the
isn't
news? Let
there?
everybody know the news.
I did. I will.
It's silly,
I
but
mean,
I don't think silly was listening.
What?
yeah, he
What? You gave
wasn't.
people the news? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
Beatrice, you have to tell him again.
I read it all out as well. You know that.
I don't know. You're saying that,
I,
but where's the evidence?
Andrew, I said to him, "I'm not well. Be nice." This is about as nice as it gets, really, on the level. So I don't even know. You know how I say Keir Starmer? I don't know why he bothers speaking because it's pointless. Whatever statement he makes is pointless. That's the same with this UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Over the last 4 years, there's not one statement he's made that adds any value. He just speaks for the sake of it. So now he said, all parties, he never calls out Israel, by the way, all parties must respect the cessation of hostilities and the ceasefire. And he urged every party to uphold the halt in fighting and avoid any steps that risk reigniting violence. He didn't mention the Strait of Hormuz. He didn't mention Israel. He didn't mention Hezbollah, Lebanon, nothing. What's the point? So the Pakistani delegation was in Tehran until this evening, and trying to secure a clear Iranian response to American demands, but it's not clear at the moment what the outcome has been. That's probably why Trump said he'll know by this evening. But apparently I'm reading that the kind of feeling was optimistic. There seems to be insistence in Tehran on sticking to the original red lines regarding enrichment and the HEU stockpiles. The status of the Strait also depends on the US decision to lift the blockade. Pakistan's still exerting efforts to find any possible breakthrough to prevent the resumption of hostilities. The fragile truce in Lebanon is casting its shadows on the scene, with clear insistence from the leadership to tie all the files together. So yeah, let's see. Also, there was an announced visit of the Quds Force commander Ismail Khani to Baghdad to discuss the selection of a prime minister, which shows that Iranians signal they're not giving up their influence in Iraq. So it all depends what the next steps are from Washington. We'll see. J.D. Vance made a statement in some interview he was doing, and he said people don't have any idea how bad the corruption is in Washington, D.C. That's interesting that he's actually making that claim. Galibaf said the US naval blockade of Iran's ports is a clumsy and ignorant decision. And what else? Professor Morandi said that Iran has announced new rules for the Strait of Hormuz. Vessels that pay faster for security services and comply with the protocols will get priority crossing. Others will be forced to face delays. That's hilarious. They're doubling down. They're like, Strait is ours. We change the rules as and when we want. You pay up quickly. We'll get you through quickly. You take your time. You'll be hanging on.
Is that why those Indian ships were attacked? Because they said, please, sir, we're on
I
the
don't
list.
know. I want to say that hopefully they were just attacked for the fact that they were from India, but I don't know. Maybe. I mean, Modi needs to be taught a lesson. I did say this earlier, but I'll say it again. US intelligence assessment is that Iran retains around 40% of its pre-war stockpile of drones. New York Times is saying that. And Galibaf said, I'm ready for martyrdom. We are ready both to shed blood and endure deep hardship. See, I'm really suspicious of him making this statement at this time. I think he's trying to convince his own base, to be honest, by making statements like that. He said there are differences with America over the nuclear file and the Strait of Hormuz. That's what Galibaf is saying the differences are with America. But then they're the two biggest stumbling blocks anyway, aren't they? He says Lebanon's Hezbollah has been fighting with the Zionist regime for years, but Hezbollah fought the recent war for the sake of Iran, and the resistance front came to help Iran, so the ceasefire should have included them. Okay. That's the news update for now, guys. Let's go to... I can't see any hands. I don't know who came up. Freedom Surfer, go ahead.
Andy's up there with his hands up.
Yeah.
Andy, Anita.
Yeah, I'm
Andy.
here.
Okay, well, let me just go to Freedom, and if he doesn't speak, I'm going to drop him, and I'll go to Andy. Freedom? Okay, we can't hear you, so I'm going to remove you. If you were speaking, you need to request again. If you weren't speaking, I'll remove you from the space.
I've
Or you
got
left
some
it too
news,
long now.
by the way, for you, Beatrix.
Oh, go ahead, Manko, and then we'll go to Andy.
So according to the Wall Street Journal, I don't know if you guys have said this yet, but the U.S. Navy is preparing to board Iranian-linked sanctioned crude oil tankers and commercial ships in international waters around the globe, according to U.S. officials, expanding the naval crackdown beyond the current blockade in the Middle East. So it's not just going to be turning things around the Strait of Hormuz, it'll be boarding ships worldwide.
Yes, I have seen that, and we'll see how that goes. Because if it's an Iranian ship linked to China, that is not going to go over well. That China's just not going to take the U.S. boarding a ship that has their oil linked to it. That would cause China to arm Iran with more weapons. China is. This is not a Venezuela. This is not Venezuela. This is a whole different animal here. This is not a Venezuelan ship going to Cuba. This is an Iranian ship
But
going to China. So China's not just gonna,
just one second, Andy. What was the news that who's going to board the Iranian
the
ships?
U.S.
Where? In the Persian Gulf?
In
Well, I
international
don't think
waters.
It's probably very few of them are actually Iranian owned. It's probably just sanctioned ships that have ties to Iran in some way.
Apparently, there's over 100 that are sanctioned, or 120.
Oh, there's hundreds of sanctioned ships, like many hundreds.
I'm talking about that sort of belong to Iran.
Yeah, I don't know about
That's
Iran specifically.
crazy. They're even suggesting that. I mean, they're not going to do it. They haven't got a death wish. They cannot do. That's crazy. I mean, I won't go into what you were saying, Andy, and I'll give the mic right back to you. The international waters and illegal under international law. Like, let's not even pretend anybody cares about international law here. That's not going to be a reason for them to stop. But go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, exactly. If any of those are linked to China, at that point, that's a declaration of war against China if they do that. So they're not going to board any ship linked to China.
Wait, so did Iran do a declaration of war against China? Because it's been blocking their ships for like 6 weeks.
There's a difference between blocking and actually taking the ships. The U.S. is blocking, but they're not taking. If they're actually physically seizing the ships and commandeering it, that's a different animal. And China has seen this war as a benefit for them long term because they're seeing this war as weakening the U.S. Don't forget, our military relies on the Chinese rare earths. If they wanted to, at any moment, China could cut off the rare earths and we'd be out of those supplies in a month. The only reason China is
So why don't they do it?
because China wants us to fight this war to weaken us. China's looking at this and is watching and studying us and realizing, wait a minute, if some Iranian missiles can get through, imagine what our missiles could do. China is letting us drain all of our interceptors. So if they ever decide to move on Taiwan, there'll be virtually no interceptors to protect bases in South Korea and Japan. So we're pretty much defenseless.
Wait, but you said they have us completely at their mercy. So why doesn't China just cut us off right now? I mean, they want us to suffer and have bad things happen to us. So if they can do that, why not just do it?
They want this war to drag out. They want us to suffer economically. It's going to hurt us more than it
Yeah,
hurts
I
them
mean, nothing would make us suffer economically more than cutting off all the rare earths, right? So why not just do that to us?
because they still
I don't understand the point you're making. I understand what Andy's saying. What he's saying is, look, China not bothered about their ships, and they've had a few through anyway, right? I don't think they're that concerned about them because they've not been making a lot of noise about them. And the longer this holds on, the worse the kind of the decline of America. This is like I agree with Simon. It's between China and America. Um, it's regime change in America, Manco. It's regime
China's
change.
trying to
That's what's going
No, I
down.
China's
think you're
trying to
right, Beatrice,
destroy the
and that's the
petrodollar.
thing.
China's trying to destroy the petrodollar, and they're playing the long game. And China's hoping for is a protracted war, and that is what they are getting. What China wants to bog us down there in the same way that Russia has gotten bogged down in Ukraine. So if China gets a boots on the ground invasion, that is a huge win. If China can get us to waste trillions of dollars in some prolonged quagmire in Iran that drags out into the end of 2027, 2028, 2029, that is a huge win for them. I don't know if it will go that long, but if they can get us into that, that is a huge win, where then they're supplying Iran with some weaponry in the same way that NATO is supplying Ukraine with weaponry. That is ultimately, I think, their endgame. Whether they will succeed with that, we don't know, and that would be a complete disaster, and that would completely collapse the US dollar if we have to print trillions and trillions of dollars out of thin air and fire up the money printer again to fund that war. Because when we've had to print money during COVID, our interest rates were already down near zero because of COVID. We can't print money when our interest rates are already higher. We cannot, because the interest on the debt would be too high. It would completely break everything. Simon has been over that in depth. And going over this, it was just really funny when you had last night, you had Mike Huckabee send out a post talking about how, oh, it's too late. We don't need NATO. The strait's open. And then Iran literally right after that said the strait's closed again. So it's just really funny to see the disconnect between what you have Trump administration officials putting out and what's actually happening. It's like, yeah, like Iran isn't gonna freaking open the strait while there's still a blockade trying to block some of their stuff. It's just completely delusional, and we're gonna see what happens. I mean, Trump's either gonna try to punt this can down the road, but even Trump said if there isn't a deal on Wednesday, I might have to start dropping bombs again. Like, I don't think it's gonna immediately go to okay, war's back on. I'm gonna end Iran's civilization and destroy all of their infrastructure, but I think the war very likely is going to resume this Wednesday, with it just going back and forth to kind of what we saw before the ceasefire, with a little infrastructure and military targets and a little civilian targets get hits in Iran. Iran fires back at some infrastructure in the Gulf and Israel, and kind of basically what we saw pre-ceasefire. I think that's kind of the state that it returns to. I don't think it's going to be an immediate escalation and okay, Wednesday ground invasion. I don't think it just jumps to a ground invasion immediately. I think it's going to go back to the pre-ceasefire state where it's the back and forth bombing and missile attacks, kind of what we saw right before.
Yeah, so there's 2 points on before we get too far afield from China. First, I agree with Beatrix, and what she said was that China doesn't seem to really care about what's going on with Hormuz very much. And I agree. And you can't say that on the one hand, China can turn a blind eye to the much, much greater disruption of shipping that happens, that is being inflicted on it by Iran. But then the moment that a US Navy ship decides to board a ship that has some kind of, because China doesn't actually physically own the ships. They might have ties to China or something, or it might be owned by a private company in China or something. But the idea that America better be afraid to touch any Chinese ship or there's going to be overwhelming Chinese retaliation when China does nothing about the extreme disruption that has been brought by Iran, that just doesn't make sense. It's completely inconsistent. So the truth is that China doesn't have the power to challenge the US Navy throughout the world. The only area that China has the ability to project power in right now is the area close to China's shores. It doesn't have the ability to mount any kind of serious fight far away from China, unlike the US Navy, which is designed to operate all over the entire world. The other thing is that China has been waiting patiently for its moment to strike for many decades, and its moment to strike is not here yet. And they're not going to pick a war with the United States right now. They're going to do what they've always done, which is to back down and not try to escalate.
What, Manco? Wait,
I said
technically,
China
they
might
are
arm
doing
Iran
war.
with some more
They're
advanced
just,
weapons.
well, just Andy, 1 second. Andy, 1 second. I'm just speaking. They are technically doing war with America. They're just not doing it through the conventional military perspective. And if it were the case, which I don't think it will be, I think this is just hyperbole, but if America did try to board an Iranian ship, they won't even need China. Iran's navy will deal with that. I do think that.
Wait,
I
what?
mean, the amount of times they said we are ready, I
Where?
think it was going to. What?
So, like, they said this would be happening all over the world, meaning not around Iran, not near the Strait of Hormuz. Iran doesn't have any ships that are capable of going. I mean, they don't have any ships at all. But to the extent that they have ships, it's just speedboats in the Strait of Hormuz. They can't, for example, do anything about a ship that gets intercepted off of Madagascar or South America or in Europe or something like that.
So if a ship got onboarded at Madagascar, an Iranian-linked ship with Americans, do you think that there would be any reaction from Iran to any American ship anywhere near the Strait of Hormuz? Because there are plenty there.
I mean, there aren't any there, are they?
Oh yeah, there are
Aren't they just in the
linked
Arabian
to
Gulf in the
America.
general region? But they're not actually at the strait.
Of course. I mean, what I'm saying is there's going to be a reaction. It's going to be an escalation. Iran will deal with that. I don't think China's going to get involved in strikes or military or anything like that. But make no mistake about it, this is warfare between China and America. It's just not a military one. It's an economic one.
Yeah, I mean, China always tries to hurt America in like sneaky ways that it thinks it can get away with. But when it comes to anything overt, they're very careful not to do anything that will cause any kind of a like backlash. Because again, they're biding their time. They're waiting for their moment to strike, which they're not ready yet. So when they do, they know they're going to get one chance. They're going to get one chance to do a big surprise attack on America. And then once that is done, they're not
Oh
going
my
to have
God,
any
that's
more
just
surprise attacks.
MAGA propaganda. They ain't going to attack America. They're doing it now.
No, they
They're doing it
definitely will.
economic warfare.
When it comes time for them, for Xi Jinping to decide that they're ready to invade Taiwan, they're going to do a big war at that time, but they're not going to do
They're
anything
not going to
until then.
invade Taiwan. They're going to make friends with Taiwan, and Taiwan's going to say, we're going to be part of you. We're all going to work together. That's what they're going to do. Like okay, your kind of benchmark of foreign policy is right up there with how America does its foreign policy, right? Or the UK, the West. That's not how China does foreign policy. That's not how the world works, Manco. That's just how, like,
Well,
it's only
the
like
idea of
Trump that'll walk into
reunifying,
Venezuela and say, I'll put a new leader in and I'll have a bit of your oil as well. Thank you very much. You know, Venezuela's ours now. We can take all their oil. It's only America that does that.
well, because we're the
The
only
world
ones with
doesn't
the
function
power
with that
to.
same moral standard.
The thing is that the popularity of reunification with China has gone nothing but down in Taiwan, and it's like less than 10% of Taiwanese are interested in that. So that's never going to happen, and China knows it, which is why it only like plays along with the KMT propaganda. It really doesn't have any like serious hopes that Taiwan is ever going to voluntarily submit itself to China, especially after what they did to Hong Kong.
Wait until they run out of energy, Manko. I mean, that's the play that I think you're missing. Is China's just sitting back, letting their natural
Yeah,
enemies.
Taiwan has no
ju-
energy production. So right now, Taiwan is in an energy crisis from this conflict. So China views this as weakening Taiwan, war as weakening Taiwan's position, and Taiwan is going to could come begging to China and say, "Please, we need energy."
Let
I
let
mean, they're
let
not going
just
to give
Doc
up their
finish his point,
sovereignty
Andy, and then
over
I'm going to
gas
give the
prices.
mic. Well, Michael, 1 second. I want Doc to finish his point, and then I'm going to give the mic right to Andy because I did interject Andy. But Doc, do complete what you were saying.
Yeah, look, I think the natural enemies of China, Japan, I guess South Korea to some lesser extent, and Taiwan, are all right now in the square, the the the, the crosshairs of this energy crisis. So I think they're just sitting back saying, "Yeah, just get it, let it go." I mean, from their perspective, they have 1 billion barrels of oil in reserve. They could actually supply oil to the eastern countries. They're more or less in control of this. So I think I'm not thinking there's anything kinetic going on between China and the U.S. Right? This is a proxy war from their perspective, and they just sit back and watch the pieces fall apart in the Far East.
Agree, Doc, agree. Andy, jump in. And then
Exactly,
Manko, you
because
go next.
Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, they do not have energy in production. They actually get most of their oil from the Strait. So without that, that is strengthening China. China gets some of their oil from the Strait, and some of that's still flowing. A little bit is disrupted, but China still can get oil from Russia, and they have heading into this a $1.2 billion reserve, which is the entire reserve of the G7 combined. The U.S. had a 4 million barrel reserve. Obviously, the US produces a lot more oil than China, but think about it. Taiwan's not producing oil, Japan's not producing oil, South Korea's not producing oil. So they are going to have a huge economic crisis there. So China is viewing this as okay, our immediate adversaries, to the extent that their adversaries are getting weakened economically from this. So China can wait this out. Is China going to take a little bit of a hit economically? Sure. But it's going to absolutely cripple Europe to the point where Europe is going to have to beg for Russian oil and gas at some point, because if this war drags on, regardless of what Trump says, the US produces 13 million barrels of oil a day. Venezuela's producing 1 million. We consume about 20 million. So, no, we can't supply Europe with all of the oil it needs, despite what Trump is saying. So, that puts Russia in a stronger position as well. And that's
So
what
one thing that people aren't really remembering here with all the Hormuz disruption is 40% of all the trade that goes through Hormuz is associated with China. So that's not just oil. It's not even just LNG. It's everything. And most of it is not with Iran. The vast majority of it is between China and the various GCC countries. So all of that is being disrupted, not just the oil, not just the energy. That means China's exports into the Middle East, as well as China's imports of all sorts of natural resources from the Middle East. So that's going to have a major negative impact on China economically. It's the biggest loser is the GCC countries, because they're getting blockaded and they're not getting any of their exports out except for Saudi Arabia to a degree, and maybe a little bit from the UAE. But the other problem is, the other side of that, the second biggest loser is China, because China is the one that does most of that trade with those countries.
the biggest loser, right? I'd say the
So
biggest
then,
loser is actually Europe, but because they're getting none of their energy and their gas prices have absolutely skyrocketed. In Saudi Arabia, I saw about a third of still getting 2/3 of their oil out, but with how much through the Red Sea, but with how much oil prices have gone up, they're actually making more money right now from oil than pre-war because of the increase in oil prices. So it's actually ridiculous. Saudi Arabia is making more money on oil. Obviously, they're losing other exports out, but because of the East-West pipeline, until the Houthis block the Red Sea, they're making more money from oil, which is absolutely insane.
Yeah,
so
China,
so
I
I have
mean,
a
Europe
question,
doesn't.
Manko.
Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, so question for you. 40% you're saying, I haven't checked this, I'm taking it at face value, but 40% of China's exports go through the Strait of Hormuz. They're going to
No,
be
I'm just
impacted the most.
40%. It's not 40% of all of China's trade. It's 40% of what does go through Hormuz goes
The
to and
Strait of
from
Hormuz,
China.
got it. So 40% of the passage through the Strait of Hormuz is related to China. So GCC are impacted, but China's massively impacted. Then why is it that China's not actually jumped up and down? Xi Jinping has hardly said anything about this. Look at Trump. 50 days we've heard Trump go on and on and on about the Strait of Hormuz in interviews and tweets. They better open it. I'll end their civilization. It better be open. I don't care. NATO better help me. NATO's useless. I don't like NATO. We're going to get it open. Like, and compare that narrative to China. And you're telling me China's more impacted than America? Seriously?
Yeah, so we don't know what statements or what things China has done with Iran privately, because they don't publish those in the media. And Xi Jinping has very famously said many times when he's talked to various Western leaders and they've leaked things to the press, how much that pisses him off and he doesn't like it. So whatever is being said, we don't know what's being said. What we do know is that it hasn't worked. China certainly does want the Strait of Hormuz to be open. It has made some statements publicly that it is calling for, peace and the strait to be open and for Iran and the GCC countries to stop fighting, etc., stuff like that. Pretty generic statements. But whatever China has said to Iran to try to get the strait open clearly hasn't worked. And I think the reason for that is that the IRGC doesn't care, and the political leadership in Iran doesn't have the ability to make the IRGC care. So whatever they want to do, it doesn't matter.
Could be. Could be that China, Trump, I wouldn't say America, but I would say Trump, which is why he always sends Kushner and Witkoff and nobody else from the administration. But China, Trump, a couple of people in Iran, are all on the same page of this. Who knows? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Andy,
typically
jump
you
in.
send the Secretary of State for a negotiation. That's typically you send him and you send some seasoned experts and other people in the State Department for negotiations. You don't send your son-in-law and then another special envoy, but we know why, because of their Israeli ties. In no scenario would you say Witkoff and Jared Kushner are the most ties. I don't, experts. Don't have an issue with Vance as the vice president, but you should send Rubio there. He's the Secretary of State. That's literally his job to be doing negotiations.
Rubio doesn't know what he's doing, though. He doesn't know how to do that job. He only knows how to be a senator.
Yeah, that's a fair point, but certainly you can do better than Witkoff and Kushner. Like, come on. There's someone in the State Department who's worked on Middle East negotiations before that can work on this. Like, there's better to send than them. And if that's the best we have, then we're cooked as a country anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't think Kushner is necessarily good at doing diplomacy. Witkoff might be. I mean, he at least is a very experienced person, and I'm sure he's done lots and lots of negotiations in his life, and he's probably someone that Trump trusts. That's probably why Kushner's there too, just because he's in Trump's family. But I don't think the only reason that I think Kushner is probably there is because the Israelis probably like him. So Trump figures that whatever deal comes out from Kushner that he can sell the Israelis on it.
Exactly. Yeah, that's not a good idea. If we had a Biden family member, like a Biden brother, negotiating between Russia and Ukraine, the entire country would rightfully be up in arms. And I'm not even going to suggest Hunter because, like, come on, that would be even more ridiculous than Jared Kushner. But just let's say a Biden nephew or something was negotiating for the Russia Ukraine conflict. Everyone would be like, this is nepotism. There's no qualifications here. So it's completely right and justified that we're all calling this out. Like, I'm just trying to think who in the State Department, like, there's actual diplomats. Like, who normally does these negotiations historically?
Well, the problem is that the State Department is generally very liberal. And during the Biden administration, the diplomacy and everything else having to do with the Middle East was an absolute mess. So whoever the team was beforehand wasn't any good either.
I mean, yeah, that's a fair point, but there has to be some people in there that aren't Obama holdovers. Like, did Trump not put people in during his first? I mean, Biden probably installed his people, but then did Trump not install competent people this time? Like, that's
No, not in the first Trump administration. They basically left the career bureaucracy alone and got completely defeated by it. That's why it was the deep state and stuff. When you look at who the career bureaucratic diplomats are in the United States, it's people like Victoria Nuland. These are not people who are good diplomats. These are not people who care about the United States. They're there to push a particular political agenda, and that's all they care about. And it's completely antithetical to what Trump wants as far as his foreign policy. So he had to kind of start over from scratch, and that's why he's using like people from his own circle.
Yeah, and that's the issue. He needed to be a lot stronger during his first term, and I think he needed to clean house his first term, and that's where he made the mistake his first term. And that's why
Yeah, it was a huge missed opportunity.
and I think that's part of the issue heading into his second term. Like he had 4 years heading into his second term, and I think the fact that he didn't have a better team around him this time, I think was a bit of a mistake. Like he was preparing for this for 4 years. This wasn't like you can cut like he was preparing for this for 4 years. He knew he was going to run for president. He should have had a bit of a better team around him. I feel like that's just unacceptable.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the first Trump administration, this Trump administration we have now is what we should have had and what people voted for in the first Trump administration. And had we had an actual competent first Trump administration, so many of the problems that we have now never would have existed. If we had cracked down on the illegals in the first Trump administration, which even though he says he did, he didn't really do, then we never would have had it get this bad to the point where we have such a big problem now. Had Trump had actually taken foreign policy seriously in the first Trump administration as far as resolving various issues with Israel, we probably wouldn't have had October 7th and then all the escalation and everything that's happened from then. I think one of the problems is because the Biden administration projected so much weakness out into the world, it basically rang the dinner bell for everyone to escalate everything everywhere because they knew Biden wasn't going to do anything about it. And that's how we got October 7th. And that's how we got Israel completely unleashed. And now we're at this point. Unfortunately, this is the problem when you have a weak America.
Yeah. I want to bring in Gary. Gary, I hope you're doing well. How are you? What's your thoughts generally about the war?
Well, we lasted a whole day and a half. So
What lasted a day and a half?
uh the peace, the agreement. I mean, a day maybe. So anyway, quite expected. I don't know what else to say really. I think everybody wants to go to war.
Yeah, I mean, you've
Think
been
they're in
saying
too
it,
deep.
right?
Think they're in too deep. You don't send. I just think they're in too deep. So whole thing's falling apart. They need a bigger problem. They'll blame other people.
Why?
I'm
No
just one of the.
problem.
Go ahead, man.
No, just ignore him. I don't even know this guy. What you were saying? Sorry.
Well, the same thing I've been saying, right? I don't. I just don't see people that are wanting to do this aren't just going to back out. They want it. So we can talk about voting and people, like how many times are we going to be on off, on off, on off? Um, so be interesting. And I think the markets are probably going to assume that okay, well, just another you know sideshow. Let's just assume everything's going to be okay. So
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing. I mean, in terms of markets, it's just a joke. Like, I think Dark Side hit the nail on the head a long time ago. Like, they're just fake.
Well, the markets have definitely priced in a far more optimistic scenario. Like, I don't normally do shorts and puts, but I definitely have money in cash waiting for a buying opportunity because I think we are going to see a lot of escalation and it is going to go lower. And I'm going to wait until that happens and I'm going to buy in.
So you think it's going to go lower over the next few days, and then there's going to be escalation, right?
I
Yeah, I
think,
mean,
well, no, what I'm saying is the markets are going to go lower in response to the escalation. I think the escalation we're going to be
Ah, I get
seeing.
you.
Yeah.
You talk about the stock market because the stock market's really high.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
head's so much in oil. I'm like, oh, what do you mean? But I get you know.
yeah, I wouldn't be so sure that things are going to go down. And I think that you have to understand the markets are a discounting mechanism and they see what's coming. They see what's coming out of Japan. They see what's coming out of Korea. And they know that the policy response can only be one thing, which is to print massive amounts of money. Now, we may get a big dip. I have no idea. I can't predict short term, but I know what the policy response is going to be, which is going to be massive. And to that, markets are going to go straight up just because you're printing. You're just going to debase the currency. So, look,
We're up
my get
15% off of the war low. Like, don't you
yeah,
think
no,
that's like really optimistic?
well, it depends, right? So you're basing your assumptions on where we stand today. But if the policy response is to print a mega shit ton of money, then it's not that the asset prices are necessarily going up, it's that the currency gets debased, right? This is, I said it earlier, Mancos, there's two ways to get to a depression, right? You can have a deflationary spiral, you can let everything crash, or you can just print the living daylights out of money and have hyperinflation. But they both land you in the exact same spot. And given that the way our system is built, that it's a debt-based Ponzi scheme, you have to add more money. If you let this thing go into a deflationary spiral, it's checkmate, like for everybody.
But that's a
So
longer term, like those are longer term things. I'm talking about just the next month.
yeah, I hear you. I know. I'm just saying the market's a discounting mechanism. So, my guess is that this move in the market, and by the way, to your point, I kind of looked back in history. The only other time in history we had such a fast move up, 15% move up after a 10% decline was 1928. So that'll give you the argument for your crash thesis, which is certainly possible. I mean, I don't rule anything out when it comes to markets because it really depends on what the policy response is, right? If they go ahead and just start, buying 10-year and they announce, QE infinity, then markets aren't going to go down, they're going to go up. If they just sit back and let everything crash, which is where we're headed, right? Like it's obvious. It's obvious that if you do nothing, there's going to be an economic crash. There's the Strait needed to be open a month ago to avoid an economic crash. So that's coming.
My financial guy is telling me that they think in the next month or two is going to be the biggest crash of the market that's ever been.
Yeah, and that's what everybody thinks. I mean, that's the obvious answer.
Is that? I thought that was a unique position. Also,
No,
everyone thinks
no.
that.
I mean, it's the obvious
Well, if
answer is that,
everyone thought that, the market wouldn't be up right now.
well, but this is my point, right? Like smart money, maybe, and I don't know, right? Because it is up on some decreasing volume. So you can make good arguments that this has just been a gigantic short squeeze. This past Friday was options expiration. Everybody bought puts when the war broke out. So maybe you've just seen a big gamma squeeze, short squeeze to the up. That's certainly one possibility. The other possibility is that the market is discounting what's coming, which is money printing on a grand scale. So remember what happened in COVID, right? Once they announced the money printing, you're off to the races. So I just don't know. I mean,
I think
I wouldn't take a position on either side of it, right? Like again, it seems like an easy bet to just buy a ton of puts and let this thing crash. It's just I'm not sure that the policymakers will do that.
I think this is a frequent thing people use just sort of as a basis for analysis, especially economists. Like assuming everyone's a rational actor. Isaac Newton probably had the highest IQ in history. One of the most impactful people in history. He got caught up in the South Sea bubble and lost all of his money. He died broke and a virgin. But so it's not about what the market thinks, like you said, Mancos. It's just euphoria. People are riding it, and of course, you want to pump it high and then ride it down, right? The people that are in charge that are manipulating the markets. And so, I meant it's funny because you mentioned the theory, for lack of a better word, that the market's going to crash in a month. It's going to be the biggest crash ever seen. It reminds me of just like if you've ever seen the footage of the 2004 Christmas tsunami. People saw the water go out and they started going out and they didn't know it was coming. It was so calm, and then all of a sudden the water comes in and just kills so many people. I think it's apt metaphor here.
Only thing is, apparently everyone can see the tsunami coming and they're just still in the sea. Seems like.
Hold on real quick.
Yeah, jump in.
Yeah, there's what tends to happen with markets is that people start seeing patterns where they think they can make easy money. and it will happen several times in a row. And then eventually it doesn't happen and people get cleaned out. And I think that's partially what's going on here, which is that there's high volatility events that happen. And what happens is the market will go down. This is a buying opportunity. And then as soon as the volatility reduces, as soon as the event is like not so big, this happened last year when Trump did Liberation Day, then you see a pretty sharp recovery and a climb back up because everyone's piling in trying to ride it back up. I think people were way too quick to get back in this time. Trump did manipulate it. Trump did everything he could as far as saying things and trying to talk in ways to make it seem like a deal is practically already done. I think that's complete BS. I think Trump was grossly exaggerating that. I don't think they're close to a deal. But if you're someone who doesn't understand how full of BS Trump is, which there's a lot of people out there who they haven't learned that in like over 10 years, then he was saying some really strong things. So I think everyone crowded into a buy trade to make some easy money. And I think the market makers are letting it go up and it's going to come crash. I don't think it's necessarily going to be the biggest crash or anything like that, but I do think all of these gains that we have seen since the ceasefire are going to get wiped out and we're going to go below the previous low of around 6,400 on SPX. I thought we were going to get closer to 6,000. That's where I'm waiting to buy in, is somewhere like around that level. That's where I'm thinking we're going to go.
What is it at the moment, Emanco?
It's like over 7,000 now.
And what was it before the war?
Yeah, 7,126. So if you look at February 27th,
Yeah,
it
it's
was
about 7,000.
6,878.
Yeah, it's right here, right around, just a couple percentage points below where we are now. So we
So
just
was that 7,000 before the war?
It's like
6,900.
6,900 before the war, and
Okay.
then now we're at 7,126. So I think we're seeing
What was
some
its lowest?
exuberance.
What was its lowest during the war?
6,400 about.
Interesting. And Dark Side, what would you consider like a major crash? When you says the biggest crash, like what do they mean by that? Like,
Oh man, I mean, if we get into a deflationary spiral, we can go down, 5,000. Sure, why not? I mean, yeah, anything's possible. I just don't think it happens. I think that the policy response is going to be massive. I think that we're going to start to see some supply disruptions from the Far East, from even China to the US, right? I think you're going to see shipping disruptions, every kind of disruption you can imagine, which is a supply shock side. And I think the policy response, remember, it'll be inflationary, but it's not really inflation from money. It's inflation because the goods there's not enough goods. Remember what happened to like used cars during COVID because there were no parts to build new cars. Now, you could call it inflationary, but the classical definition of inflation is too much money chasing too few goods, right? So you're going to have to add money to the system. And, my bet is on some massive print, massive response. And we'll see. I mean, again, I would not be surprised if we crashed. I would not be surprised if we just kept ripping higher into, a second stage of a crack up boom. Because I do think this ends in hyperinflation. I do not think this ends in a deflationary spiral.
I think one thing that gets overlooked for some reason over and over again, if people like to mention China, talk about China's effect if there's a crash, the oil crisis. People talk about Russia, people talk about Germany, UK, but there are countries that are in a lot worse positions than China, than Australia, and all of these countries that are far away from uh, oil-rich countries that rely on shipping from the Hormuz. Like, for example, Thailand, which has a population of over 70 million, Indonesia, which has a population of almost 300 million. These countries are not in a position in terms of oil reserves to survive for much longer. And I don't know, but having 300 million people, 400 million people very upset that their mopeds don't work anymore because there's no gasoline. I don't think that's going to do the world any favors, right? There are a lot of other countries
You've
that
been listening to
like that.
Dark in the tunnels, haven't you? You're literally repeating what Dark says on the space, but it's okay. We'll let you go ahead. Go on.
I didn't hear him say at all. That's
Yeah, listen
like,
to you, Dark. See that, Dark? I pay attention. Like Suleiman tries to
are
make
you
out that
kidding
I'm just
me?
window dressing, but I listen.
Hey, stand for him harder. It's like cheerleading Dark. He's Dark, not Dark
Go
Side of the Moon.
tell
It's
us
not
what
Pink
Dark said.
Floyd.
Tell us what
It's
Dark
not Pink
said.
Floyd.
Tell us.
What did Dark say? Hmm. Did I hear correctly, Mankos? Did Mankos wake up? He was like, Trump's full of shit. He's lying.
No, I mean,
I
listen, you
couldn't
can
believe my
agree with
ears.
Trump's policies, but I mean, you can't take what he says too literally.
He did
Um,
say 25 times in the last 3 weeks that we've won the war. 25 times. That not only that, but that Iran is surrendering.
It only gets more true every time he says it.
He said within 24 hours their navy was destroyed, their army was destroyed, their regime had been changed. There was nothing left. They've got no missiles left. Nothing. And you know what, Manko, I hear you, right, about the fact that that's his nature, that's his personality, but that's not what you want in a leader, especially in a wartime situation. You need to be able to rely on your leaders, you know what I mean? And the same applies for Keir Starmer. I don't believe anything he says. I don't believe any of these guys, which is where, when you look around, you just think, what a mess.
It's not
People
even the
who
first time we've
support
seen
Trump,
this from Trump. If you remember the border wall, he's like, Mexico's going to pay for it. He did the same thing. He was like, well, they technically paid from it from the surplus and all the money flowing back, and they paid for it indirectly. It's the same thing with the war.
but
Oh, well, the
he
regime
did
change.
tariff
He was
them
like,
and stuff, so he did get money out of them.
he didn't. They didn't pay, like he said. They're gonna. He said they're gonna pay for it and they're gonna enjoy it. That's what he said. Like same thing with the regime change.
One of
Well,
the
it's
things
basically regime change. You can work with the new people.
One of the things that makes Trump very popular, though, is that he's very good at trolling the libs, and the supporters love that because we're so sick of the libs, bro. Like we want them
He's
to be
underwater
trolled.
with blue collar young men. He's underwater with blue collar men. What are you talking about? Popular. He's
he,
like the
Yeah,
most
well,
unpopular
he's been well. First
president
of
ever.
all, that yeah, I saw that. I don't really believe it. There's some demographics that have been eroded by the constant barrage of propaganda about essentially about the Jews and stuff. That's what's doing that. But once we get past this war, that's all going to go away and it's going to bounce back.
I love your cope, Manco. I love your cope.
Well, it's just
Someone please
something that
challenge him.
people, politics changes all the time. And if you take a snapshot, there are times where certain politicians are up very big and where they're down very big. And this is sort of something that I don't see this as being a deep systemic change. This is more of a reaction to a particular event.
Bro, it's not like a blunder at a press conference or like the normal ebbs and flows of a popularity approval rating. Dude, this guy started a war with Iran for Israel unprovoked after running on ending wars. What are you talking about?
Yeah, people have
So
been
let's say we
noticing.
get a resolution of the war one way or another, like the war is over in a month or two. Like politics is going to move on very quickly for that. We're not going to still be talking about this in October.
We already won it. What are you talking about? I was assured by my president we won the war.
60% of Americans have an unfavorable view of Israel. That is up from 52% last year. That's a Pew Research poll. People aren't going to unnotice this. This has been bubbling up for years. It's been ticking up. People are not going to unnotice all of a sudden and be like, okay, yeah, we're fine with Israel. People are going to just stop talking about it. It will tamper down a bit. It will be less discussed, maybe, but people aren't just going to forget. Young voters aren't just going to forget about it and be like, yay, Zionism is cool again. Whereas it's not an issue.
I think it's easy. I think it's easy to make people forget.
Did you see, by the way, Suleiman, that Rahm
100% Sully.
Emanuel came out against giving any money to Israel? And he's like I think he's a Jew and he's a major Democrat operatives. I think it's going to be a major bipartisan issue, and we are going to see legislation on it in the next 2 years that you're going to see formally Israel getting cut off.
If you think Obama or Barack Obama's former chief of staff is an honest actor acting in good faith, I have a bridge to
No,
sell
he's
you, bro.
definitely
This
not, but
guy
he's
is
responding to the polls.
reading the tea leaves, checking which direction the wind is going in. He's very smart, just like Obama.
I agree with you.
80%
He's
of
not
Democrats have an unfavorable view of Israel, so he's reading that to try to run in the primary.
Yeah, but that's ultimately how our politics works, because we have a democracy. When the polls go a certain way strongly enough, the politicians do begin to respond to it.
Respond by lying in the correct way.
But at the end of the day, who do you trust more to actually cut off Israel? A President Tucker Carlson or a President Rahm Emanuel? I certainly trust Tucker more to actually cut them off than frickin' Rahm Emanuel.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Rahm Emanuel is a snake, but I'm saying when the snakes are talking a certain way, that kind of shows you that they understand that this is a major shift and it's not going away, and they have to kind of go along with it.
You just said it's going away after the war is over in 2-3 months.
No, I'm
you
saying
just said
Trump's unpopularity is going away after the war is over. Once the war is over, Trump can announce
You said it was
that the
because of
U.S. is pulling
Jewish
troops
propaganda.
out of the Middle East. Hold on, Trump is
Manko,
going
do
to
you think,
do something like
Manko, quick
announce.
question.
Yeah.
Manko, let me ask you a question on that. And by the way, I agree you can easily turn people's heads. People are
100%.
easily manipulated. But in terms of specifically Donald Trump, do you think it's going to be that easy? And the reason I'm asking the question is because actually before this war, he was already becoming deeply unpopular because of the Epstein files. And if somebody wants to ensure his unpopularity remains, and for a lot of people, if the war's over, if there's no real topic to talk about, everyone will go back on the Epstein Charlie Kirk thing. You think you don't think that that's going to be brought up to weaken his popularity, and he's going to be able to overcome all of those things, and people are going to not start go back to those issues?
I think the main thing that Trump is dealing with right now is that his policies are pissing off a lot of very rich people, in particular on immigration, and they're deploying a massive amount of money to get all of the influencers to just completely smash Trump on everything. If you look at all of the not the institutional ones, all of the influencers, whether you be Tucker Candace, everyone on the outside, they're all just 24/7 going against Trump right now. I guarantee you there is a significant amount of money pushing that, and that's going to be something that stays with us. However, once we get past the war, I think a lot of first of all, I do think that the war will resolve. It's not going to resolve very quickly though, because there's too many fundamental differences. There's going to have to be some kind of significant escalation, and once you have that happen, it's going to take some time. I think probably May or June we'll see some sort of resolution, and we'll see some sort of peace deal, whichever way that's going to look. I think that is going to be followed by Trump announcing the U.S. troops leaving the Middle East. I think it's going to be also coupled with future policy where we announced that we're not going to give any more aid to Israel, things like that. And I think a lot of those people are going to be able to be brought back over and around, to the point where it's okay, well, these are the things you said we wanted. The war's over. All this stuff is happening, and it's moving in the direction you want to move it now. And I think a lot of those people are going to be okay, fine, I'm more satisfied by this.
Trump's not
Sue
going
him
to
on
stand
Emma.
up
It's
Mankos,
to
a
the
fat
problem,
Israel.
the
peck and he's
problem,
fucked. Sue him on Emma. It's fucked. He's a fat peck and he's gonna get killed. Stay safe, you fat peck. You fuck. You're.
Who is that?
Remove the post.
Who is it? Oh, it's this guy.
Oh, some Jew.
I thought it was that journalist from Iran, but they just got his picture out and brought him up. Okay, anyway, continue. This is what these Jewish Zionists do.
Clear the nest, please,
Yeah,
Suleiman.
yeah,
I
no
thought it
problem.
was
Just clear space. Go
just
ahead, guys.
pretending it doesn't happen.
yeah.
Um, yeah, I think Mankos, the problem with what you're saying, dude, I think is that you're talking out of both sides of your mouth, which I feel like you do some kind of frequently. I'm not. It's not even a diss or anything. Like you say Rahm Emanuel, if you didn't say Rahm Emanuel is being pushed to be anti-Israel based on moneyed interests, because you know that wouldn't make any sense because political donations are tracked. You could see all that kind of stuff, and there's no real money on the side of getting against Israel, right? So you say he's reading the polls. Now with the influencers, where it's more opaque, the balance sheets are Patrick Bet David just challenged Tucker Carlson to do an audit. um, in those cases, you go ahead and say, well, it's all money interests pushing it to push propaganda, and those two just don't square, right? Like,
No way. If you're not a political candidate and you're not running for office and someone wants to pay you money, there's absolutely nothing requiring you to disclose that in any way. So we
of
don't
course,
know
but it's
like who's
very
giving them money.
convenient. Of course, but it's very convenient to be able to say that, right? You can't say it about the politician, so you say he's reading the polls, but why can't the people that are grassroots that are in touch with the audience that's that's watching or listening to independent media in the first place, they're more grassroots and in touch with the sentiment, right? It's
Well,
not.
I mean, I just read something the other day that Tucker has lost a massive amount of support that he previously had as recently as last year among Republicans. So clearly he's trying to find a different audience, but it's not the traditional audience that he's had for many years up until now.
I don't know. I think that's a non sequitur, but
No, I mean, look, so I do think that there's a lot of money against Trump right now, and this is usually something that does happen when you have a lot of powerful people that are in the opposition who are seeing things happen they don't like. They tend to get more motivated and open their wallets. And I think you're seeing a lot of that right now. And it's not just in the big influencers, it's in everything all over X. All of the like a lot of the X influencers as well are much more against Trump than they were, even if you go back like 6 months, 8 months, whatever. And they'll use whatever weapon they have at hand, whether that be the Epstein files at a particular time, whether that be stuff about ICE, whether that be stuff about, oh, him posting a picture of him in some robes, like healing someone. And then all these supposedly right wingers, supposedly Trump supporting people were like, oh my God, you're being sacrilegious. Like, I don't believe that at all. It's ridiculous. Like, no one who's actually like loyal to Trump would take that
can you
position,
name can you
but it was
name
convenient for them to.
can you name one like anti-Israel billionaire or really rich guy that's pushing people against Israel? Like, I could tell you, Larry Ellison had $400 billion. Oh, he's down to 200 billion now. He can drown out all of the guys combined. Just this one Zionist billionaire that's
Oh no,
influencing
I don't think.
politics.
No,
Name
when I
one.
say
Name just
money's
just
going
name
against
one.
Trump, I
Which
think the
what
money's
who's
not
paying
going
money
against Trump
to
because of
Candace
Israel.
and
They're
talk?
going against Trump because of, hold on, they're going against Trump primarily because of immigration, and they're just using whatever weapon they can find in order to hit him. But the real issue is immigration because a lot of very, very rich people are using access to losing access to their cheap labor and stuff, and they don't want that to happen. But when it comes to the Israel stuff, I think that's mostly driven by the fact that there is a huge audience out there, global audience that these people are trying to appeal to, not just the American audience, and that's what's driving this and like accelerating it.
No, you don't, the
You
attacks
know
from
what?
the
You know what's
right on
funny?
Trump on
Suleiman,
immigration are that
Suleiman,
he's not
hold
deporting enough
on.
people.
No, Andy, hold on. Suleiman, if you were to tell Mankos what the audience breakdown in your statistics is, would you say that there's a large proportion coming from these third countries, or it's mostly US and UK, right?
What? My stats in terms of my followers.
Or just like likes, views, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
It's
I'll tell you
mostly
now what
US.
it
Yeah,
is. YouTube. I've got it here.
perfect.
It's basically largely America, but I'll give you the exact data. Um,
Yeah, yeah, Mankos. There's no
so
real
so
other part of the world. Yeah.
US is 51.3%. UK is 14.6, Canada 8.7, Australia 4.6.
So
Yeah, I would say that
73%
on
is the first
average,
three.
Yeah, I think on average, people are usually more around 70% for America. So I do think Suleiman has a more international audience.
So
Exactly.
my
So how are they comp?
so my YouTube audience is 51.3% America, and then if you add Canada in, then obviously I know Canada's not really America. That's like 10% more. So I'll get to like 60%. Let me just check my X audience because X is a bit different, isn't it?
Those are big numbers from Canada.
Yeah, it is quite a lot, isn't it, from Canada? The Canadians like me. It's because of my softness. It's my nice and soft. They love the soft guy people. Um.
I, actually, I
Okay.
think it's in line. If US is 50 and they're 10%, it's 1/5, just like the population.
Okay. So on X, it's 64% America, 10% UK, and 6% Canada. Canadians are not much into the tweets.
All that crap you chat about Canada, and they still follow you.
I don't know. I protect them, bro. Everyone knows.
Cucks,
I, everyone
cucks.
loves. Everyone loves that. Everyone knows I love Canada, bro. I flip and love it. What are you talking about? I went to Calgary. I loved it. Banff, loved it. Lake
Always
Louise.
bashing
I'm always
Canada. You
praising
made
them.
you
Don't
made
be
Roxa
putting no
move.
propaganda. Me love the Canadians. Yeah, 60. So 60. I'm just looking at it now because the impressions. I'd say my American audience on X is about 65%, and then Canada is about 6%. So both add together 70%. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
YouTube
if
that
you
is
is,
much
lost, just
closer to the average.
huh?
yeah. If you lost, he said it's much closer to the average.
Yeah, but YouTube's a
So
bit
I
lower, so it's
meant,
interesting with YouTube. It was 51.3%. But anyway, sorry, go ahead.
so if you like, Mankos was saying, if you lost like a ton of your US audience, do you think that there's a lot of room to make up for that drop
I
in
don't think
other
so, because
countries?
I'm a big believer that, like, because I don't get into all this like religious drama and this kind of people, like, I always feel like a lot of these middle, like these non what's the way to say it, like the non-US UK or non-Western audience are more into like this religious drama more than anything else. They're not into geopolitics as much, or if they are into geopolitics, it's specifically in their own language. So so anyway, but what was your question? If my US audience dropped off, what would happen?
Would there be room to make up for that
No, I don't. For
through
me,
from other
for
countries?
other people, yeah, but not for me, because I don't get into religious drama. You see, I'm like all about unity and love, and like I'm a geopolitics guy, right? So
So what about for Carlson? Because that's Mankos' argument basically.
took
And I said
what
you're the perfect example here for.
of Tucker Carlson, what whether his audience would be largely foreign.
No, he said
No,
that
that
he's
basically
lost
is
a lot
Tucker
of
able to
U.S.
grow his
people, so now
audience
he's kissing ass
outside
to
the
get
US?
the.
I think the
Yeah, he
reason
said
he's
he's getting
kissed.
kissing.
No, I don't think it's for audience. I think his audience is still largely Western. But I think I do think Tucker Carlson's shift is probably because of like the Qatarians, because of Qatar.
I think there's also
That's fair.
not just Qatar, but also a lot of the GCC countries are seeing
What the
how important it
Yeah.
is to have influence in the United States, and they are deploying like a lot more different things to get influence here.
I mean, I think they're not. They're just. I mean, I don't disagree. Look, let's be logical. I've never denied that, right? All I've said is the difference between them and Israel is Israel's miles better at it, and they do it in a multifaceted way. So they do it not just based on money. They do it on extortion, blackmail, and various other things, and they've done it over a very long period of time. But like, I
Well,
don't want to
and
start.
they already have a huge Jewish population here that does the work for them, so they don't even have to like do it from Israel.
And they've got a network of people, and you have to remember, like, for example, the Muslims in America are less than the Jews in America, but in addition to that, they're so diverse in the sense of, I think you guys have a very big mixture of people from different Muslim nations. Like, you've got Pakistanis, you've got Arabs, you've got Lebanese, you've got Palestinian, you've got a wide
And
range.
we have the black Muslims that are indigenous to the
Exactly.
U.S. and
And you have the
converted.
well, you'll have some converts, and then you've got people from Africa. So you got a huge number. You got a big divert. It's very diverse, and so you couldn't be like, oh, these people are now working for the GCC. Whereas with the like Jewish Americans, not all of them, but if they're working for a foreign country, it's always going to be Israel, and so there's that element of it. The third thing is, look, my view on this. Like, I think the Gulf states are very low IQ and very what's the right word to say it? Like very dumb in the way they do things. So even though they may spend more, they do it so badly that
That
I
they're
mean,
not well organized.
then, well, not just well organized, they're just stupid. So they'll spend the money in the wrong places. Like
Incompetent.
incompetent. Yeah, like as an example, you saw the Israelis, they have multi-layered impact on social media. So they have like the very cheap one, which is influenceables, where they'll pay or PragerU, where they'll go to, like, for example, obviously I would never join, but let's say hypothetically I wanted to join. There's a campaign, it says, look, you're gonna get $2,000 here. You need to just attack Tucker Carlson, and then you'll get your $2,000. You put the tweet out the way they want it, and you'll get your $2,000 or $7,000 or whatever it is now. And then you'll have like bigger campaigns where you'll be on put on a monthly retainer. Then there'll be bigger ones like somewhat like a big influencer like Brandon Tatum, and do you get there's like multifaceted, and then you have the politicians who are completely controlled by them. Uh, just to show you the psychology of the people from Qatar who have unlimited amount of wealth, they don't think let's create this network. They're like, oh, guess what? Who do the Israelis play? Or the Israelis play Emily Saves America. Let's pay her some money now, even though she's not respected, has no impact. Who else did they play? That Xavier thingy, that black gay guy. Oh, they pay him. Let's get him. Let's pay him. So that's their mentality. They're very low IQ. This is why I say they're not. They're just people who just fell onto some wealth and they really don't know how to do anything else. And so, whenever people talk about the Qatari impact on the US, it's so minuscule because of their incompetence and their lack of ability to get it right in comparison to the Israelis who've not just done it based on finances, but have done it on multifaceted ways.
Well, you see this in their countries too, because for example, with the UAE, they have those big palms projects that they do out in the ocean where they do all these landfills for luxury houses, and then a lot of them ended up being financial failures. And then with the Saudis, they did this whole the line thing, which was a silly
Oh
idea
my
to
God, I
begin
watched a
with,
YouTube
but they
video on
started
that. It's
working
so
on that.
embarrassing.
And
Yeah,
I
they
heard with the
started.
Saudis, Manco, just to continue what you're saying, and then do continue. It's not just that. Apparently, like every single one of these projects they're doing, a large proportion of them are just completely failing. Like the infrastructure just collapses. They like all these projects they've got just completely fail, and they say the reason is that they're so bad at even hiring. So even for example, the UAE, everybody knows I'm very harsh critic of the UAE, but what the UAE realizes we're incompetent, we don't know what day it is. Let's just give people money and maybe we'll get the right people. And they can hire people and they'll get the right people. So let's get like Manco. He's an American and we'll give him some money and then he'll hire people. Whereas the Saudis still want their own people to be in like these project manager positions. And so that's why they continue failing. But sorry, to go ahead.
The
Yeah, I
Bin
was just
Laden
saying it
group.
goes to show that they get this idea in their head, they get sold on things by foreigners who pitch these ideas, and then they just throw a lot of money at it and it totally fails because they don't know how to do the management side.
It reminds me of like a celebrity, like a musician or something that gets rich and famous quickly, and then all his friends, his posse's giant, and they're using him. And once the tables kind of turn, like right now, it's kind of down. Everyone's kind of like, it's not like the place to go anymore. We don't care. When everyone was there, basically to use them for for their money and their it, extravagant spending,
But
right?
anyway, to
Like the
bring the
way they
conversation
just
back to Tucker Carlson, what was the whole point that you were talking about in terms of Tucker?
Well, he was saying that if he lost, he's losing the audience because he's going against
Is
Trump,
he losing the
but he's
audience? Like
going
we
His
don't
against
clips
them.
know.
are
Like I
everywhere.
know.
His clips are everywhere. I see them all over my
I mean,
timeline.
again, that's not evidence, right? You can easily manipulate social media.
No, but they do when they do polling, he doesn't
Again, I
have
don't
as
believe
much
those
support as
polling.
he
Like, have
used
you
to.
seen some of these like MAGA Zayo polling? They just do it to manipulate. So I'm not sure if he is more popular or less popular. From social media, it seems like he is, but again, this is not a good. Is not a good way of ascertaining how popular he is. It would be interesting to see if he
It,
was to run for office, how well he would do.
I think if he runs, he's
he's but
winning the
Mangos is
nomination
saying
if he
that
wins.
if he
Go ahead, Abundance.
Mangos is saying that he is losing his audience because he's attacking Trump and being in favor of or against Israel, and he's saying that's driven by Qatar paying him, right, paying him off. That's what's driving that view, and then it's being
Well, wait,
reinforced
stop.
by
Can
the
we do
fact
each
that
element at a time?
according
So,
to
Qatar, there's no way that Qatar would be paying Tucker Carlson to attack Trump. because Qatar is also paying Trump, and Qatar is paying Trump a lot more than they're paying Tucker Carlson. So that doesn't make sense. But do continue.
Yeah, and then he said because he's losing support, he then has to go to the other countries of the world, like the third world or whatever, and kiss
Which
their
third
ass, like,
world?
or I don't know. He was just saying other parts of the world,
Oh,
No, I was
right,
saying,
Nikos?
I mean, you don't need to like rephrase what I said. I'm saying, look,
I'm
I
asking
think a
you.
lot of what Tucker's trying to do is to grow his audience outside of America instead of just being tied to like the Republican base, which is what he was before.
Correct, to
okay. So
compensate for the drop in the audience, right?
breaking news. North Korea has launched a ballistic missile. Manko, you better check on your peeps, bro. They might have been hit. You better check. But North Korea has launched a ballistic missile. We don't know any more information at the moment, but North Korea has launched a ballistic missile. We'll have to see what's happened with that. Might just be to the sea.
Where's Ryan Dawson?
Oh my
It's
god,
8
yeah. What
a.m.
about Ryan as well? Better watch out for
8
Ryan as
a.m.
well.
there.
Um, he's meant to be jumping on the show in the next day or two, so not that I'm saying that that's the only reason I'd want him to survive. The So you're saying that, yeah, I mean, look, I don't think he's losing. I mean, in terms of him losing support in America, again, I'm saying I'm not sure about that. On the face of it, it looks like his support is bigger than Trump's, or not bigger, actually, that's not the right way to say it. But on the face of it, it looks like his support has grown in the United States of America. But it's going to be interesting to see whether that's true in reality or if it's just a social media phenomenon. In terms of Tucker growing his audience outside of the United States of America, then I do think that he's trying to do it. I don't know how much he's penetrating these Gulf states. I'm not within them, so I don't know like how these Arabs are like, oh, Tucker Carlson, like, you know, whatever. But it'd be interesting. But yeah, I mean, in terms of him growing his support, of course, yeah, he's trying to grow it. But same with Trump,
Yeah, I
right?
actually have
Like
a
all these
question.
countries you're talking about, Trump's like doing the exact same thing. He went to Saudi, he's praising them all the time. He's praising Dubai all the time, UAE all the time. He's praising Qatar all the time. What was he given? The Saudi Arabia. All those countries have financially given Trump so much money, incentivized them so much that's why he's always never saying negative things about them, generally speaking, other than when he accidentally let slip that the king of Saudi Arabia was going to kiss his butt.
But the craziest thing that you said, Manco, is that you think Tucker and Candace and these guys, whoever, you named a bunch of these people, the real issue they've got is immigration. But because they don't want to speak out about it or they can't speak about it, that's why they're going after the foreign policy.
No, I don't
Like
think their
that.
issue is. I think the people who really want to go against Trump right now, like where the money is coming from, the rich people in the US in the donor class that are throwing money at people to like go and be oppositional to Trump, I think they care about the immigration issue. They're not, that's not like what the talking heads are going to care about.
Oh my god, Silver Sailor, are you alright? He said he's alright. Are you sure, bro? Because the ballistic missile might not have reached. Get into your bunker, bruv.
So I actually have a question. So
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson, we're talking about the popularity of Tucker Carlson versus Trump, that kind of thing. I, I'm curious what you think that you know in politics in American presidential race, name recognition is huge. The only reason Bernie Sanders was able to close the 60 or 70 point gap with Hillary Clinton, she was so unpopular. Where do you think Tucker's name recognition stands relative to Trump's in 2015 when he started running?
No idea. Oh, sorry. I think no, no. I
Really?
think Trump. You know, but I think Trump was a lot more. Oh, in US or in the world?
In the U.S. because it's the voters.
Okay, yeah. So in the US, I'd say Trump was more known than Tucker. But I'm not the best person to ask that. You're best to ask some Americans that question.
It would have
It
been much closer though because Tucker was on TV every day at that point.
Okay. In the world, like
No, no, I'm not
it
saying.
was Trump was very well known. You know, through his very shows like Apprentice and the other bits and bobs.
To be fair, I didn't know who Tucker Carlson was in 2014.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure who was more.
No, no, I'm saying Tucker right now versus Trump in 2015.
Oh, Tucker now
Who
to
has
Trump.
better?
Yeah, Tucker now. Yeah.
You think
Yeah,
so?
Tucker
Yeah.
now
So like, you think
definitely.
he would be able to pull off the same kind of thing?
It's possible. I
I
mean,
think Tucker could beat Vance or Rubio head to head. I think he already has the platform. I think if like he's already shown he can fill up arenas. He went to do a Turning Point event at
I mean
University of
that's not
Indiana in
that's a
October
turning
and got
point.
thousands of
I
people to
mean, he
show
can
up for him.
definitely fill up arenas. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I think a turning point event isn't proof because turning point fill up arenas, not always, but generally speaking. The I mean, I think he'll give them good run for their money, but it's going to be interesting. This is what I'm trying to say. We have no way of knowing because there is a lot of things where some people's fames are just so online that it never translates to reality. Now, I'm not saying that's the case with Tucker, but it'll be interesting to see. Like, I'll give you examples. Someone like Tommy Robinson, his support is online, and it was all manufactured by Musk. If Tommy Robinson ever stood for election anywhere, even in the most easiest districts, he would not win. So that's an example of where someone's entire fame is online and it doesn't translate to reality. Now, I'm not saying Tucker Carlson's won. I'm just saying I'm not one of those as like ardent either way. I'm very interested in seeing if it will translate or not. Hypothetically, though, based on what you're saying, it should. But again, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
think the
even
best
sure
chance he would
Tommy
have is if,
Robinson.
the same as Trump, if in the Republican Party there's a big contingent of people standing, then that'll dilute everybody else's vote and he's got a chance. But if they are smart and they just make sure he goes one on one against someone or two on one or someone, then I think it might be a bit more harder for him. So it all depends on the way the race comes out as well and who's standing. Like for Trump, he was what, like 16 against 16 other people. If he was one on one, I don't think he would have won as easy. I don't think he would have won. I think all the things lined up perfectly for him to win.
Yeah, you get like the attention, or like people see that 15 people are ganging up on one. That must mean he's on to something, right? It
Well,
catches
that
attention. Where if it's just
and the
one
vote
guy.
gets diluted, isn't it? Because you got like loads of like establishment Republicans, and they'll share the vote, and then he's the outsider vote. So people are like, oh wow, this outside is interesting. We'll vote for him, and you can get away with having less percentage of the vote, and you gain in momentum. But imagine you had to just go one on one with someone, and you were kind of unknown. It'd be a lot more difficult. But I think someone said we don't want the Palantir president. Yeah, I mean, the way this war's going, if they want to go back into Iran again, then obviously Rubio is going to be the guy. I think Vance, although he would do it for them, I think they're going to think that Rubio is going to be the best sell for that. So it all depends on what they want. Do they want to put the Palantir state in 2028, or do they want to hold off till 2032 and get the Iran thing sorted out? It just depends. It depends on what the how. It depends on the way this war goes. But I want to welcome Hussein onto the stage. Hussein, how you doing?
Doing good, Silly. You hear me?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you, brother. What's your thoughts on what's going on?
Yeah, no, no initial thoughts right now. I just getting caught up with the news. I see that Israel's still violating the ceasefire. I saw that the resistance as well has responded back by saying that they're going to obviously retaliate for, and they have already, for the violations of the ceasefire. Um, but yeah, I mean, they announced an IOF diaper force death who got ensnared in a trap in a house that got detonated. Whether is it? Well, it wasn't even detonation. It was more of like he walked into a booby trap that was already set up. Um, and so he's. I think they recovered all 60 or 70 pieces of him somewhere in the rubble. But yeah, I mean, things are like I said, things are not going to be good because I don't see the ceasefire holding, if you even want to call it a ceasefire. Um, they failed in Bint Jbeil, they failed in Khiam, most of these cities that they wanted from Lebanon, the resistance. So they're not going to want to take that L, and they're going to try again. But yeah, that's my initial thoughts. And about Iran reclosing the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, you hear Trump talking about, oh, we won, the war is over, the war is over. But the reality on the ground is completely different. So yeah, that's just my initial thoughts for now, Silly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go. I know Beatrix went through this, but Galibaf obviously made extensive statements, and I think it's worth.
Did you just say, I know what's her name? Is that what you were going to
I just
say?
said that. So what's her name? Who are you? Do we even know you?
I'm the moral
Mm,
resistance.
Who? Who?
exactly.
Listen, I swear to God, whenever you
Exactly.
come up, you are a hair's thickness away from being dropped. Like
You're
one
doing
hair's
great. You're doing
thickness.
great. You're doing great this space. Okay, so Galibaf said the following. He said, "We are not stronger than the." Well, okay, this is already a point of weakness, but anyway, we are not stronger than the United States in military power. That is basic math. It is clear they have more money, equipment, and resources because they have invaded many countries and committed crimes around the world. They have more experience than us. The Zionist regime, which is also the servant and agent of the United States of America in the region, also possesses a great power. Sometimes we hear our dear people say that we should destroy them. What we did not destroy them. But we are the winners on this battlefield in this war. Certainly, equipment, resources, and money are effective in war and victory. But it is not always the case. We fought an asymmetric war in such a way that through our own planning and preparedness, we repelled the enemy. The enemy had money and resources but did not act with proper planning. They make strategic mistakes. They err in understanding our people just. Sorry, the enemy had money and resources but did not act with proper planning. They make strategic mistakes. They err in understanding our people just as they do in their military planning. The US government claims that America comes first, but in practice, it has shown that Israel comes first because it makes decisions based on Israel's misinformation. Sometimes I hear from our dearest citizens and even national media that we have destroyed all their military power, so we should advance and destroy the rest and not negotiate. Here we need to pay attention. We have an advantage on the battlefield, and that's why Trump is requesting a ceasefire. He continues. Dear people of Iran, the Strait of Hormuz is under the control of the Islamic Republic. We responded decisively to the US attempt at mine clearing and considered it a violation of the ceasefire. The situation escalated to the point of conflict, but the enemy retreated. In Islamabad, I told the American delegation that if their mine clearer moved even a bit forward from its position, we would definitely fire upon it. They requested 15 minutes to get the orders and then retreated. If there is traffic in the strait today, control of the strait is in our hands. The Americans have declared a blockade for several days. This is a reckless and ignorant decision. It is possible for others to pass through the Strait of Hormuz while we cannot. If the US does not lift the blockade, traffic in the Strait of Hormuz will definitely be restricted. Uh, Galibaf also said that he has a right to he said the public has a right to transparency, while acknowledging delays in communication. Says officials should have addressed people sooner. He also says Iran responded immediately in latest war despite leadership losses. He also said that third imposed war began with the US defeat during negotiations and the killing of senior Iranian figures. He said earlier conflicts saw delays in Iran's response, including a 14-hour lag in the previous 12-day war. In contrast, the latest response was immediate, despite the death of commanders and the IRGC chief and the chief of staff. He said, our great Imam and our martyred Imam always said, do not think the revolution depends on us. This revolution depends on God and the people, and even in our absence, affairs will continue. A few days before his martyrdom, our martyred Imam said that God would mobilize the people. Today, after 49 days of war, we understand this. His word became reality. The people themselves were mobilized. They became the Imam, the nation, and God guided them. He said Iran is head and shoulders above the past in offensive capabilities and operational design and proved it on the battlefield in this war. Iran struck approximately 180 drones during the conflict, a capability it did not possess in the previous war. All of this happened in just a few months. Hitting an F-35 is not a coincidence, it's an operation with multiple technical and design dimensions. When the missile detonated near the F-35, the enemy understood what the capabilities we have and where we are headed. Nearly 50 nights of daily street gatherings by Iranians, which Galibaf said reflects a more politically aware and engaged population than during previous wars. He laid out Iran's case for what's that? The enemy was forced into a ceasefire within 40 days on Iran's terms. The goal was regime change and turning Iran into another Venezuela to auction off its oil, and it failed. Iran's rate of fire never changed. In Isfahan, Ghalibaf said the enemy faced an even worse than Tabas, a reference to the 1980 failed US rescue mission that ended in disaster in Iran's desert. Attempts to infiltrate counter-revolutionaries through Iran's western and eastern borders to create internal conflict was also defeated. The Strait of Hormuz was never fully opened on the enemy's terms, and no country came to help Washington force it open. It is clear that the enemy was defeated, but this is different from saying we destroyed their entire army. That's kind of what he. Okay, we got some more here. Okay, he says Iran's military gains must now be locked in through diplomacy, and that public pressure in the streets is what made battlefield strength possible. Today we have strength in the battlefield, the streets, and diplomacy, and there must be no separation between these three arenas. They are all one arena, and they are together. Galibaf said it now requires the right maneuver in each arena. Street mobilization, he argued, is what allowed Iran to stand with power in the field. Today, the enemy cannot impose its will on us. We have skewed our rights militarily. Now we must consolidate them legally and politically. This is where diplomacy of strength must enter and take up the flag. I mean, it sounds like resistance. Are you there?
I'm here.
It sounds like he's trying to convince the public why they should do a deal.
Yeah.
He listened to me yesterday. I said that yesterday. I said they're not being transparent. They're not told us anything honestly. Where's their statements? And look what he said today in the statement. Yeah, we know we should have come out sooner and communicated and been more transparent. He was listening to us, resistance. He was listening to
Well, it's
us.
because Zero Hedge, they put an article out because the Iranian news agency was claiming that they were very critical of Kalibaf and Araghchi for Araghchi for not clearly stating what the conditions of the Strait of Hormuz being open are. He was very vague, and that opened up ambiguities. And then Kalibaf for being, I think, not 100% being slow as well himself. And so that's why they criticized them. And it's basically they were translating what the IRGC was saying. So they were representing the IRGC being frustrated with the government on this occasion for being slightly incompetent. So now they're saying that they say they're going to tighten up, they're going to clean up, and now they're looking to make a deal. So surprise, surprise.
So resistance. What's your thoughts on it though? Do you think that he is trying to convince the public to take a deal?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I think, like I said, I mean, I'm in the camp with Simon and Beatrix, in the sense that they are looking to make a deal and they're just trying to justify. And I think the markets are saying that. I think a lot of people, maybe they're being persuaded by China as well, and to make a deal. And
He
Zayo
dropped.
attack. I mean, it sounds like he's trying to say to everybody, look, we won the battlefield, and now we need to do a political solution. Did anybody else read it like that?
Yeah, look, they're also saying, look, they were bigger than us, they're stronger than us, they've got more experience than us, but we still did really well, and we were smarter, we were clever, and the negotiations are part of the battle, all of these three things, especially that last bit you read out. It's like all of these things, the negotiations, the military, the battlefield, they're all tied together, they're all part of the same, i.e., what we negotiate is still part of the war.
I don't like that first part, that how he was basically just saying that, okay, yeah, militarily America is better than us. I mean, on paper you can say that, but they have, America has the most complex military. It's high the first of the like their American military is the most advanced weaponry, basically. Okay, fine. But I mean, they did lose like the last three wars. So I mean, what what difference does it make if they have the most advanced military? They lost in Korea, they lost in Vietnam, they lost in Afghanistan. They didn't really win in Iraq. So I mean, what does it matter? That him saying that, it just sounds really weak, honestly.
Yeah, they're annoyingly soft at times, and it's just frustrating. I think they need to. I don't know. They need to show a bit more toughness. That's I mean, the epitome for me is Pezeshkian, who epitomizes weakness, not just by me but by a lot of Iranians, who constantly complain about him being weak, and now it's sort of transcending into, or it's spreading to Arakshi and Galibaf as well. They don't need to show that they are up against a military superpower, because they've just displayed how dominant they've been in the region, that how much they've destroyed all those bases. And okay, if you're going to make a deal, okay, fine, but there's no need to be so um, position yourself in a soft way, because it doesn't help you when you're negotiating.
It's also kind of like this dual personality. In one sentence, they're like, okay, they're a lot stronger than us. They have a lot more experience. It's because of colonization. And then the next one is like, we duly responded to the enemy with ferocity, and they back down. Like, dude, pick one.
You
Exactly.
know what I didn't like? The part where he said that they have tremendously improved their capabilities since the last time, and it's only been a few months. Because before he said that, I was under the impression that they've been doing this for 40 years. Like, there's probably so much more that we don't even know about. But it kind of made it seem like they just began improving it. You know, did anybody else catch that? Like, it was weird. Like, why would they give that away? You know?
Yeah, I caught that as well. Yeah, I agree. They don't need to show that this that they don't need to show how much they improved or their struggles. I get it. There needs to be some sort of degree of propaganda that need to impose, if that's the case, because you don't want to give any sort of weakness when you're negotiating with the enemy. You do not want to show that you are you're suffering any sort of weakness. So that way, you give the impression that you give your enemy the impression that they're up against a formidable foe, and that they're the ones that need to back down or concede. It's like in any boxing match. No one, when you're being hit, they don't show that they're in pain until they're absolutely in pain, and then they crumble. But generally, they don't. So they hide the pain. It's the same thing. Iran shouldn't be admitting these sorts of things, in my opinion, especially when they're negotiating.
But not only that, like, I mean, let's not forget, like, we're just saying like his wording sounded weak, but the actions that the Iranians took against, especially like against the GCC and Israel, they did a great job. I mean, and that's what makes me a little bit upset. Like, why would you go and say something so so weak when your actions prior the ceasefire, you guys had them on the ropes. It just doesn't make sense. But
Well, that's the problem with the wording, because it opens it up to interpretation of them. Actually, are they strong as they claim, or are they weak? But now they're showing that they are, just from the choice of words that they're using, and so maybe
Yeah, the
they
way they're
should be
phrasing
negotiating.
it is like, I don't agree with this. I don't think this happened, but this is why. This is what I'm telling you. Like, I know people, that's why I hope that when you come on this space, you really get a holistic position. I know people live in their kind of warped echo chamber or whatever, but I know I've been rereading a lot. There is quite a lot of Iranian pushback against the two negotiators, quite a bit, and and it's like the way it's that statement was presented is like, imagine you get into a fight against, like, I don't know, like, let's say you get into a fight with Floyd Mayweather, like you got, going against the best, and you kind of hit one lucky punch, and then you're like, look, let's negotiate, and you're like, oh, guess what, I got a lucky punch in. The way he's presenting it is like, oh, we got a lucky punch in, and now we need to negotiate and take advantage of that lucky punch because we bruised him.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're also saying, oh, and the last time I had a fight with her, I'd done no training, as May said when she came up. But this time I've been training for 2 days. I've only got about 2 days worth of strength to do it. It's like crazy.
Exactly. I mean, look at this is just their choice of words. It's exactly how we got myself, Beatrix, yourself, and Sully got into
The moral resistance.
got into confusion between whether the Strait of Hormuz was there at all, was there not at all. This is what they criticized Arakshi for on his post. They said he was being very vague, and there's a lot of ambiguities because of his post. He didn't clearly define it, and they should, being an expert negotiator, he should be clearly defining that. So this is what they complained about. I'll put it in the purple pill and for you to have a read. This is from the IRGC news agency.
So apparently, I just got a message from somebody, Avi, and he's right. He says he's using past tense.
I was thinking that too, Beatrix.
Yeah, he's using past tense. What he's saying is, we fought. It's past tense. We're not fighting. We fought. Someone's tagged me in. Aunt A has tagged me in and said, Beatrix, someone was one hair thickness away from being removed. Indeed, indeed. It is like that. I'm getting very suspicious of our space. Why have China and Russia come up together? Neither of them came up yesterday, and they both came up together now. What's that about?
I sent them
The
both the
stars have
mic at the same
aligned, I
time.
suppose.
But by the way, I blame China for all this anyway, so.
Well, look, Galiapov, that statement. Yeah, I do think he could have worded the first line.
Did you script that for him? But do continue.
I did. I wrote it
No, I'm
myself
talking
by
about
hand,
China.
and I
I'm talking
sent it
about
through
China.
carrier pigeon. Oh no, I don't think so. But no, I think honestly he's been for the most part. I think that first line could have done some. It could have been a little bit better, but I think it was a pretty accurate, transparent, and also pretty. I think it was also. I would hope that people gain confidence from the entire process from it, and I think the reason why is because I love that he said the battlefield and the negotiation table are, I guess, like two sides of the same coin, because it's true. And there have been wars in the past where, look, like Vietnam negotiated with the US for like 5 years off and on. And I think he needed to say this to get people, especially the Iranian citizens, to help them kind of like stomach negotiations and see it as not a signal of weakness, but a indicator of maybe just like the full picture of the situation. Because it's true, like the performance that Iran had was splendid. They really kicked the US's ass, and for all intents and purposes at least. And yeah, they don't have like the same B-2 fleets and the blue water navy. They don't have that, but they have what they need for their situation, as we've all commented on this and pretty much said the same thing throughout the last few months. And so despite that, that's been like the key. And I think it should give Iranian citizens some confidence that, yeah, like not only are they able to defend the homeland, defend the Strait, dominate the Strait, assert the emphasis of control over the navigation of the Strait and really of the regional affairs, but also that yeah, like when they go to the negotiation table, they're going to it from a position of strength due to the strategic failure of the U.S. So that's kind of like my kind of first take on it so far, but it was a long statement, so I would probably have to go back over it and see more parts of it.
The only thing I heard there was we made them write it, and that's why I like it. David, thanks for joining us. You've been telling me the opposite. You've been telling me, Suleiman, there's going to be a huge war. It's going to be bigger than Russia and Ukraine. It's looking like it's over, David. And the Chinaman's telling you it's over.
It's only starting. It's only starting. I'll give you the opinion that I'm reading. The opinion is by all analysts in Russia. And by the way, it's even worse in the Telegram channels. I mean, Ukraine is not even a blip in the news in Russia. I know it's still there. We all know it's still there. I post the figures of the mortalities every day on the Ukrainian side.
Well,
Still over
that's because
1,000 a
winning
day.
and they don't want the people to know.
I mean, it's crazy. All the Telegram channels are 80-90% news on Iran. The reason for that is they all believe that this is going to be the war where America is going to get its bloody nose on. Look, the guys that are sitting in Iran are all on DEFCON 1. They're all ready that in the expectation that this is going to drag into a full conventional war. However, what is America? America at this moment in time is completely depleted. 100% depleted. If they could not do in the last 8 weeks, what are they going to be able to do? There's no leverage with Iran anymore. Zero. Nothing. 90% plus of Iranian military assets has not been touched. If even that, some are saying it's 95%. They hit decoys, they hit balloons and these cheap imitation military assets or vehicles that were just positioned next to empty hangars or murals on a runway. But the belief is that this is going all in, and it's going all in for two particular reasons. Number one is that America needs a war because it's financially bankrupt, and the only exit mechanism has ever been in history, in our history, is that when you're in distress, you pick a war. Ask the Germans, ask the French, ask the Italians. This is what you need. You need a war, and they're going for it. However, conventionally wise, they have nothing. The Ukraine situation has depleted NATO of everything, literally everything. There's nothing left. There's echo chambers in their warehouses. America, the meeting last week where Trump brought in the main heads of industry, including car manufacturers, and said, look, guys, if we retool you, what can you do? I mean, this is 1941 again. This is war economy mode. What we are seeing and hearing is not what is happening behind the scenes. And I'm wholeheartedly in the belief that the Russians are not wrong. They believe that this is going war. And, get the popcorn, caviar and blini. Get the vodka out. We're about to watch America get a real bloody nose, and we are delighted to see it because of what you did, and I'm saying third party, what you did against us in Ukraine. You masterminded this war. I mean, Trump was the guy that started the Ukraine war in his first presidency. He's the guy that signed the checks and allowed NATO to have its exercises in and around Ukraine, and the delivery and augmentation of the war after Newland got her hand at it in 2014 was his to do. And was it not for Trump, Biden would not have been in the ready to have allowed the full war in Ukraine. So it was Trump that started it. I think we need to put that ink on paper and stop listening to him saying it was Biden's war. No. It was Trump's war. Even when Biden got in, there was deliveries happening into Ukraine 12 months afterwards. But what's happening here now is an approach whereby they believe that they're going to be able to do something against Iran, but they can't. They absolutely cannot. They're not even in the same league as what they were at the height of the Vietnam War, when they had 500,000 troops stuck in Vietnam. They were lobbing 1 million tons a year of munitions in on top. They put more munitions in on Laos and Vietnam and Cambodia than they did in all of World War II, Pacific and European theatre combined. And they still lost and ran out of the place. And they're not even at a percentile, a low percentile actually, of what's after happening already in Iran. And they've hit nothing. So if I was Iran tonight and you were looking across the sea and witnessing what was happening, I mean, all the economies in the Persian Gulf are dead, completely dead. And the first contracts are now failing in Europe. There's no ships arriving. The ones that left 7 to 8 weeks ago have just, emptied their tanks, provided them into the refineries in Europe, but there's nobody coming in behind them. So only now you're going to see the pain. I was just discussing it actually in Irish Space. Only now we're going to see the pain in my country, where there's going to be down about 40% on energy delivery. 40%. I mean, that's catastrophic. And if that's anything like the way Europe is going to go, Europe won't be as bad because we're just a little island stuck out here on the western shores of the Atlantic. But there'll be more preferential treatment in the continent. But still, they're expecting a down 25%. Now, that's catastrophic. So, if you were in Iran's place and your enemies were depleted and like facing financial ruin, would you not keep your, as I'm going to use this one now, use on Ritter, would you not keep your boot on the neck of your enemy's military?
Oh,
I
that was
certainly would, and this is
awesome.
what the
That
Russians
was
saying.
awesome. That
I
pissed him
know.
off.
Yeah, it pissed him off. He almost stood up in his chair when you said that to him, Suleiman. I was waiting for him to go. I mean, he knew what he was saying. I mean, he had to say it. I mean, if he didn't, he would have been deemed a total traitor. He'd be running to Russia on an overnight fishing boat. But he had to say it. Well, he's right. Like, I mean, he was 99% right. If America really got pissed in the morning, yes, they would level and cause damage to 1 million civilians in Iran. That's without doubt. But I just advise something here, a little bit of information. Again, I can absolutely 100% verify it because I went around it last couple of days. There's over 900 missiles that are pointing towards the sky in Iran, and they are completely 100% available and designed to take down any jet fighters and bombers that will fly within 100 kilometers of the airspace of Iran. And not one of them has been used to date. Not one. So these will be the S-300s, the S-400s, the upgraded Chinese, and indeed the upgraded integrated Iranian anti-defense missiles that have been augmented with Russian and Chinese tech and supplemented with the best radar systems that money can buy. Where the talk of what's available is that, they are the quintessential tiger waiting in the long grass for the meal to pass by, and they have not been used yet. So this is something that Russia did as well, by the way, in Ukraine that I spoke about earlier, to appear weak, bring your enemy in close, bring them into a set fire point, a cauldron, the Russians call it, and then unleash Armageddon on them. And this is exactly the same. So if you're 47 years up against your enemy and you have them on the rocks and you have them making military decisions that you would not normally do if you were in the top standing, then you just go for it. And we've heard Iran say this. I mean, Miranda, you said it. This is the fight of a generation. Why would you give it up now and not have a demilitarization of the Middle East where these people would come again after your children? It's the exact same terminology and verbiage as what's being said in Russia. Russia has now moved away from the Ukrainians being Slavic brothers and now to the point that they must be decimated. They must have the real boot on neck and they must be driven into dust and the lamentations of their women, as Colin said. And it seems Iran is doing exactly the same. Exactly the same. So leave them off. Again, I would say it as I started. The Russians are in the belief that this is going to war and the people that are there in Iran are instructed to do so. So this is.
But David, NATO's going to do it. NATO, we said we're going to go and we're going to open the Strait of Hormuz now. Keir Starmer said he's going to work with the French and we're all going to go do it.
Yeah, the Starmer boys are going to arrive and they're going to kick Iranian ass. It's a bloody circus, isn't it? I mean, it really is just ridiculous. They try that in the Houthis. I mean, I use that go-to line every time. Guys, do you not remember what happened last year or with the Houthis?
Operation Rough Rider. Yeah, the U.S. got their asses kicked against the Houthis.
Operation bitch slap my ass. Yeah, they were decimated by a military that's a singular digit percentile of Iran. And wholly exposed, by the way, in comparison to what the geographical element of Iran is. So it is what it is. But I mean, to say that. I'm laughing, and the Russians laugh. To say that anyone can touch Iran at this point in time is nonsensical. And if I was in Tehran, I'd be sitting there on my chair, rubbing my hands, waiting, bring it on, bring it on, bring it on. We're going to teach you a lesson the likes you've never, ever, ever seen before. So
I have a question for you, David.
But that's not what they're doing right now, though.
So is it a common thing to try to maybe or I don't know if it's playing chess or whatever, but to appear maybe weaker than you are? I just feel what did you think of the last, were you in here when Suleiman read the statement from Iran?
And I wouldn't believe anything that's been said at the moment because Russia has done exactly the same for 4 years. They've issued weakness narrative that has pissed off the population, but they won the war. And this is the same. It's a decoy narrative. It's diplomacy by weakness. And they're not giving up. I mean, why would they Why would they surrender when they're in the stronger position? You know, we
Yeah.
hear it even today from NATO. Look at what Zelensky and co have even said at the moment. They're still in the belief that Russia is going to accommodate them with some sort of a ceasefire and hold the battle lines as they are, and not ask for an election and not ask for this, that, and the other. I mean, it's ridiculous. It is the same. And I have to say, like, there was a guy that did a post. Don't ask me what his name was now. I saw it last week, and he listed out 1 to 10 of the similarities between what Iran is doing and what Russia has done over 4 years. And the only thing that's pissing off the Russia is that Iran has done it in 2 months, what Russia took 3.5 years to do. But then again, there's caveats in relation to the restrictions that Russia had, because if they'd gone bombing and conventional war, they would have killed hundreds of thousands of their own civilians. But here we have a situation whereby Iran is on the top foot. Let them roll. I mean, why would you?
David,
Why would you not?
what about your thought about the Chinamen forcing Iran into a deal? You know, the Chinamen love a deal. They ain't no Russians. They're not warriors. The Chinamen. What about the fact that they might force a conversation? They like
They're
talk
warriors
about the
at the
conversation.
factories.
It's just
Well,
negotiation, not a deal. But I hear your point.
Yeah,
He has it.
negotiations. What's your thoughts on that?
I think the Chinese are playing the long run, and the long run game is that Russia and China take control physically of the Middle East. And therefore, between Russia and China, they will have 45% of the world's oil and gas at their feet. Why would you give it away? You're gone 90. You're gone 90%, and the last 10% are going to be the toughest. But do it. Take them all down. The vassal states of America, which are Saudi and the other 4, are now going to become the vassal states of Russia. And as you just heard there recently, you know, they're already starting to talk about Iran within 2 years being a multi-trillion-dollar economy and most likely number 4 in the world in terms of real asset value and the ability to monetize that value over the next 30 to 50 years in the extraction of oil and gas. Very, very, very similar to what Russia is projecting currently at the moment with their own oil and gas and the extension of the Siberian minefield or oil fields. So, you know, it's the same thing. There's a lot of similarities going on here. So why would you give that all away? I mean, why would Russia in the morning stop and say, right, ceasefire and let's not bother anymore? It's not going to happen.
Well, inevitable. 2 questions to you. Like, would you guys share? Are you guys gonna share it with Russia? I thought you guys in control. Firstly,
Oh no, there was never any in terms of like this Chinese hegemony over the West Asian sphere. I don't think that's been the goal at all. But in terms of the cooperation and the interconnectedness of it, I think we've seen a lot of will. I think that, for example, Foreign Minister Wang Yi, pretty much he's like dedicated every second of his life to dealing with the GCC countries and talks that like I can't get anybody to even disclose. That's how like high level it is. I don't know anybody that knows any any bit of the nature of these conversations, other than things that kind of spill out from like Pepe Escobar and stuff like that. But in terms of like as far as Pakistan's role as well, I think Pakistan has actually been put up to this role that they're playing. Really, you can say the U.S., but really China. And this is actually documented too, that Pakistan is a nuclear. Look, it has to play a role of a nuclear powered guarantor in the region, and to really step up and elevate its position, in not just in the region but in the world stage. That's been like, look, you're not getting all these weapons from China for their health, right? They have to kind of like back that up too with the ability to host
They put a
diplomacy.
nail in the coffin. Just one thing,
Oh, no
sorry,
problem.
then you continue. Pakistan put a nail in its international reputation coffin the day it nominated Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize. End of. They ain't ever coming back from
That was pretty
that.
crazy. Yeah, that
Ever.
was bad. But look, you also, you don't want to just like, look, if you expect the U.S. to come to your territory and negotiate, you don't want to give them the finger all the time. You kind of got to, butter their biscuits a little bit. At least Pakistan does. And look, at the end of the day, we saw some really good solidarity with Iran, but I stretch that out too. I don't want to just harp on Pakistan. I think just overall, we're seeing quite a bit of, really quite a bit of just like synchronicity with the efforts from China and Russia to get the region on the same page. And obviously, there are great forces on the other side at work, and you're not going to get like the UAE and Saudi Arabia to, just immediately tell the US to like go screw themselves and then join, new peace pacts with Iran. But there are checks and balances in the region. I think Simon probably even talks about that a lot better than I could in terms of the minutia. But yeah, I do agree that like that there is definitely going to be,
Yeah,
after
but
all of
Simon's
this, a stronger
position.
region.
No, but Simon's position is China controls all of the countries, so it controls the Gulf, Iran, all of them, and not Russia, China.
Oh yeah, so I think China, that's maybe where I separate from Simon, is just because there is a very strong, stern core identity of non-imperialism or aversion to imperialism and non-interventionism that I think we have to take into account as well. And I think that's just been, it would be for China to engage specifically for the purposes of like becoming the sovereign over the entire region. It just contradicts like the entire modus operandi of the People's Republic of China, even down to the constitution in and of itself. And we're really not big on
So helping your allies,
historical
and your
nihilism.
helping your allies in the most dire times is against
Not
your whatever it
Oh,
may
not at
be.
all. That's why the Korean War was won, right? By again the resistance against imperialism and against U.S. interference. The U.S. Tried to interfere, and the People's Volunteer Army just chimed in for this reason. But in terms of Iran, Ghalibaf actually made a great point when he said, "Look, compared to the 12-Day War, Iran's capabilities exploded." And I think Mays asked about that as well. I'm going to say a huge part of that, probably the biggest, is not just the missiles that are built. The biggest part of that is the ability to to land those missiles accurately at your target. And the Chinese satellite, the Beidou satellite, as well as the Luditanz, for
Trump
4.1, I
claimed.
think it's called.
Trump
Those have
claimed that.
sure.
Yeah, Trump claimed. You're right about that, by the way. I'm totally in agreement. So I'm not trying to cut you off, so you don't finish the point. You're
Oh no,
right
you're good.
about
You're
the
good.
Bedu satellite did definitely do that. Trump claimed that Xi agreed with him and said, "Look, we're not going to give Iran any more weapons. Just please don't be mean to us."
Well, I think Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Look, you're good at these curveballs, and I appreciate that. That's actually important to context too. Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Actually, no, I believe it was a press secretary who said that. Well, for one, that no, there's not like assembled weapons from China just
I
being
brought your
shipped
cousin up
per
as well.
se.
Oh, I
Mhm.
brought your cousin up, but he glitched out.
Oh, sure. No, well, but in
Larry,
terms of
Chinese
like
fella, he glitched out.
oh no, but well, like in terms of smaller components, for example, um, that's been kind of ongoing for a while, and frankly, there have been Chinese banks, for example,
Wait,
and
I
look,
agree
I
with
don't.
this. You
Okay,
didn't answer my
uh,
question. I said that Donald J. Trump, the president of the free world, said that he told China, "Do not send Iran any more weapons," and G said, "Yes, sir. We not want war." That's what he said. He said. What's your thoughts?
oh no, yeah, that's just you look. It's a dog and pony show with Trump. It's one thing after another. The same day that and maybe just plain word here is like yeah. Look, if China wants to send fully assembled weapons to Iran tomorrow, there's nothing that Trump's going to do or say to stop it. Like that's not. There's no like negotiation here. You're not going to tell China what it can and can't do with its allies and how it can and can't support them, especially an ally like Iran that has a 25-year comprehensive
So you're
mutual deal
saying it doesn't take
that
into
signed in
account
2021.
any consequences from the U.S. to send weapons. Right now, it's just comfortably sitting back and saying, "No, I'm not going to send Iran weapons right now. I don't feel like it."
Iran has what it needs for one, and two, Iran has had this, and David could even speak to it as well. Iran has this really like strict resistance economy in which they don't just like ask for handouts. They don't. There have been times where even they've gotten into bits of tension with China and Russia in the past, specifically because they wanted to kind of do their own thing and not just simply buy like the S-300s, for example, back in like 2010, right? And it took a few years to even get Iran to purchase S-300s, and now I think they just got their first S-400 delivered in January of last year. So Iran is one of they're like look, we're not talking about Saudi Arabia here, right? Where like, hey, just please send me F-35s, daddy. They're not doing that. Like, they want to actually do things on their own. Yeah, they'll receive parts and components, and obviously sodium perchlorate and sodium ammonium perchlorate as well, and other key components for ballistic launchers, ballistic missiles. Yeah, sure. Solid fuel missiles. Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course they need that from China. And but in terms of like, yeah, I think
You
that's
didn't
pretty
answer the
much.
question, Blood. You did not answer the
I thought I did.
question. Oh, you said they're going to still send the weapons.
Well, well, it's not confirmed that they will be sent, but like the
They're
idea
gonna
that
send it.
Trump
Hey,
can tell Xi
Suleiman, they're
no.
gonna send it after the war.
Interesting. Oh, they're gonna send it after the war. Okay. David, question to you. Someone sent a question to you about you, whichever you want to look at it, and he said China will own Russia after they've been defeated by Ukraine. David Z is wrong.
I'll just say this in the best tone I can. We got 7,000 nuclear missiles. Come, try us.
Your Russian
Well,
accent isn't great. Can you speak Russian, David?
I know I'm tired. Jeez, I'm down in Africa and it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Do you want me to sound like, are you gay?
Why are you gay? Is how you meant to say it, David. Come on. So it's what? Wait a second, I brought someone. Who did I just bring up? Oh, that girl. That girl. Thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts. What's going on?
Hey, thank you for the mic. What is up, everybody? So happy to see everybody. Suleiman and Beatrix, thank you so much for the space. Beatrix, the cornerstone of the space. And look, I've been listening to you guys all day. For the most part, all day. The conversations were great, guys. Please,
So she's the corner of the space, or she's not like the main part.
cornerstone. No, she holds
Corner,
up the whole space. What
like
do you
right
mean?
in the corner.
Corner
It would
store.
Yeah, that's
collapse.
what she should be.
Cornerstone, stop playing. Like, it would collapse without Beatrix. And yeah, listen, I've been listening to y'all all day. The YouTube is definitely a necessary thing. So guys, please make sure you subscribe to both of the YouTube channels, okay? And hit the like button on the stream, hit your notification bells. Y'all know what to do, all right? And earlier, I just want to draw back really quickly to early. Obviously, I'm listening to everything. Earlier, the conversation was getting extremely deep, of course, about Iran's position, why are they negotiating and, things like that. And I could feel it. Like, it was a really good conversation. You guys were pulling out, like, just saying everything out there, straightforward. I want to shout out to Beatrix, who was like, why are they negotiating? Just go ahead and hit the button and bish, bash, bosh. Because I felt the same way too. And I just want to say I agree. This is earlier. You guys were saying like, oh, chicks. I don't care. I know what you mean. I get it. But when I heard that, I was like, gosh, like if I felt like I was saying it. I totally get it because we're just ready to see
Casey, you
that.
know what it is? I'm asking the difficult questions up here. You know what I mean? I'm saying, why are they negotiating? Oh, these are demons. They kill their children. And I was like, then why are they negotiating? Like, if they've been tormented for 4 decades, why are they negotiating? Like, if they want to do it, why don't they just bish bash bosh it then? If that's the case, like, it doesn't make sense. I'm asking the tough questions here, Casey, for the
Yeah,
moral
exactly. You're
resistance.
asking the moral resistance, your tough mainstream media questions. But the difference is we are destroying, decimating, and demolishing your propaganda questions. That is the difference. Um,
Shoot. Yeah, I'm sorry, my bad, real quick. But I do like the way you explained it, though, Suleiman, of course, and you did help me calm down because it's not like, oh, we're saying
oh,
like,
whoa. So
yeah, go
basically,
ahead.
what you're telling me is all the chicks got hysterical. Is that what you're saying? Basically.
For a sec. I think so a little bit. That was the part of me was like, women do not play. We're just like, what? Forget all this. We're just gonna hit the button and just nuke them and get them out the way. But like, that's how you feel because it's like they've just been doing so much. But so it's not saying that about Iran, like, oh, they must be in on it because they're not doing X, Y, Z. No, it's just certain things, you feel like it should be done by now. But I understand the point that you were making, of course. And so it was a very good conversation that happened. I was listening deeply. It was a really good conversation.
Of course, it was a good conversation. I was running the conversation. Um, David, what's happening in the Russia-Ukraine war? I heard that the Russia's losing.
I'm definitely calling you Pyotr from here on in. That's it. You're no longer Suleiman. You keep asking that question, but we know where it's going.
You know what's funny? I remember like 2 years ago, Jackson was on the space, right? And a guy called Mickey, I don't know if you ever heard of him. He's like a pro-Ukraine guy. And he was on the space, and he was like, I'll bet you one Bitcoin that Russia will have more, Ukraine will have more, will gain more territory from now. And Russia, and then obviously Jackson was like, wait a sec, how much is a Bitcoin though? And I think at that time it was like 50K, and he was like, okay, cool. And then the guy disappeared. He's never paid my boy Jackson up, so it wasn't. Uh, yeah, it was interesting. Let's say it that way.
Well, those were the good old days when you worked with Mario, your boss, correct? You were actually, I have to say, in your favor, Suleiman, you're the only guy that absolutely gave an impartial co-host on that space. The rest of them, the vast majority of them, I mean, none of them today are doing it. Absolutely none of them. They're just. And I actually
had. The only thing that's bad, doesn't it show the weakness of Russia? Doesn't it show the cooks? Like, I was on the space giving you Russian guys a voice just to make it balanced. Mario's like pro-Ukraine as they get. Like full on shilling their propaganda. Like, you don't know how much I used to get attacked for even letting pro-Russian people up, right? To give them a voice. And like, you guys, pulled out the red carpet, let him interview Lavrov, all of the different Russian ministers. It just shows blood. You guys are like cooks, bruv.
I only said that. I said, look, myself and Colonel Davis have been having a friendly disagreement over the last week or so. I've been telling him, what are you doing, Daniel, going on Mario? But he's a good guy. He's no reach. And then I used what you sent to me. Yeah. Look at his likes. He's got all bot driven. And then I showed him that Ritter refuses to go back on Mario again. Did you know? Like, he's told him to go stick it. And Stanislav, I believe, has said the same, and several others. Like, they refuse it. And I brought up the exact point. I said, there you go. That son of a bitch Mario, and if he's listening, good luck to you. That son of a bitch Mario went with Judge Knapp and Larry Johnson and met with Lavrov. And within 2 days of him leaving Moscow, his team were posting disingenuous remarks about Russia. I mean, what the hell is... And by the way, he'll never be invited back. I mean, what is this? He's a muppet.
I mean, did they have good hospitality?
I mean, he's But look, I don't. He just pisses me off. But Colonel Davis, he said to me, "But Dave, I get my viewpoint across. This is why I go on." And I said, "No, it's wrong." And then I told him about Lavrov, and he said, "Oh, I didn't know that." And I'm not making him not go. I mean, I do believe there's some merit to his point that just going into a place and having a go. But Larry goes in there, and so does Colonel McGregor still. And Colonel McGregor tore him a fresh one day, and he said, "Mario, stop telling bullshit." But they still go in there.
That doesn't matter though, innit? No one cares about that. Everyone just cares about views and all his views. Yeah, that's true. But then but then look, McGregor does bring the real numbers in, right? And so so anyone who's against this war help boost the pro-war person, which is weird. But anyway, coming back to the specific thing about Russia, what is happening with that? Do you think there's any negotiations happening or anything like that, or what?
Well, basically, Russia are sticking to the point that they're going to demand demilitarization, denazification, and elections. The elections will utterly destroy Ukraine, because once you have free elections now in Ukraine, the demographics have swung in the majority towards the ethnic Russians. Before, when Yanukovych got in 2014, and just before that, Maidan, 45% of the populace voted for the pro-Russian entity, Yanukovych. Now the estimations, and I did a breakdown with a guy on the demographics, I thought it was August of last year, and it's now about 62 to 65% overall are ethnic Russians, because about 9 million Ukrainians have left, and none of them are going back to that shithole, because it is a pure shithole now. I mean, it's infrastructurally destroyed. 2 million men are dead. the demographics are tilted. Even Poles in Poland, Germany, even in Ireland are saying nobody wants to go back. Why would they go back? It's destroyed. And the ethnic Russians will pile in. There's also not rumors, but I know for a fact that China is going to bring in, Russia is going to issue investment bonds into the Donbass, which is the richest part of continental Europe for minerals, oil and gas. And Chinese are going to buy them, and there's going to be about $100 billion poured in them. And even though that America is making it a very restricted process, I mean, Russia has done without that 300 billion for the last 4.5 years. And they are saying, we have no problem. We'll put it into the Donbass, which will rebuild Ukraine, because Ukraine at the moment has a value of about $3 for every euro. That means that a dollar spent in there is worth about 3 because of the low income level down there, the PPP. So that means you're looking at about $1 trillion to go in there. And it'll make it the new Rhineland of Europe, the industrial heartland, because that is exactly what it is. So the Russians are playing the long game as well. Look, they can't go in there. There's one of my Irish associates, Aidan Minnis. I don't know if anyone saw him, but he's an Irishman fighting in Russia. Daily Mail and The Sun and all the rest of them were in joyous celebration a few weeks ago because they thought he was dead. They are getting prepared for a massive push come the spring or the summer, which may happen after Victory Day. But the back is broken. They even admitted themselves. They're down to 250,000 men in Ukraine. This is from the government. The government minister said,
David, let me ask you a question. Oh, sorry, Suleiman. I just got a question for David. How do you denazify? How do you denazify a place? Do you just arrest them? Do you kick them out? Do you deport them?
Boot on neck. Boot on neck. That's the only way it's going to happen. And the problem we have here is that just...
You ain't got boots on our neck. You ain't got boots on shit.
Here, have a look. Have a look. Yeah, I mean, basically what we know since February 22 is that it's going to take a Russian soldier on the Polish border. And the problem we have is there's about 200,000 Banderites, which are military assigned men that are waiting to start a guerrilla warfare there, because they've robbed about 25% of all NATO munitions. They've stored them up in Transcarpathia, which is just up around the Hungarian border. And that's where they're going to set off again. And they're backed by, MI6, NATO, everybody. That's what they're lining up for. They will watch Kiev fall. They will fall back. Odessa is gone. That is a surety. And Kiev will fall with it. I mean, Kiev is almost 50-50 Russian-Ukrainian, but it's mostly the Ukrainians in there will leave those that have robbed the place blind, like a criminal mafia cartel. They're waiting for the next 90 billion to arrive. Fico just came up today and he said, no, I'm going to vote against it. And even Orban's new guy that got in there is not too happy. He seems to have changed course along the line. It's not going to happen. So Zelensky, basically, with 250,000 men against Russia's 2.3 million, what's he going to do? It does not matter. And the issue is that the lads in the Russian army are pissed off that they don't have a run to the border. But NATO was going to do a rerun in 1945 to 1960, when even under Joe Stalin, he couldn't control the guerrilla war that was going on in Western Ukraine. And it lasted 6 years after his death. And this is what NATO is planning. They're planning a guerrilla warfare in Western Ukraine to piss off the Russians until the Germans and French and Italians, whoever else, build up their armies and have a go with Russia again, because they're not leaving this go. There's no surrender here. I mean, it's sad and sick. And this is what Moscow is doing. So they need a friend in Iran, and they need, as much as they can do to deplete NATO resources. They would love to see Beatrice and your loving Starmer heading on a ship and going to the Strait of Hormuz to be blasted and holed to the bottom of the sea. Diversification of the onslaught.
Of Starmer, so I agree with you.
I know, she'd be doing the Titanic pose on the front of a destroyer, heading for I know that.
For real.
For you.
Her and Starmer are like two peas in a pot. Okay, let me just give some quick news. US planning to board all Iranian vessels in the next coming days. They said, quote, the US is preparing in the coming days to board Iranian sanctioned crude tankers and seize them within international waters in several areas around the globe, expanding its ongoing naval crackdown beyond the current blockade in the Middle East. And that's been reported by the Wall Street Journal. So I mean, the deal ends on Wednesday. Sorry, the current ceasefire ends on Wednesday. Is there going to be an extension? This is what we're thinking about. I think the kinetic war is going to come again. We'll have to see if that happens. I'm less sure after Galibaf's statement, though. That seemed like it was a surrender, but we'll have to see. But yeah, this is kind of where we're at the moment. Doc, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had your ice cream. How you doing?
All good. All good. Thank you.
Yeah, you've definitely had your ice cream. So, Doc, what's the sitch? Tell us. Tell us what your thoughts are.
My thoughts are, I think we're going back to war. I think it's going to be more of the same nonsense we've had the last months from Trump and Israel, and I think the position of Trump and the Republicans and conservatism in general has taken a huge hit. I saw a post today from a source I believe is credible, statistically credible in any case, that said the Democrats are now broadly opposed to Israel. The Democrats have jumped on the 80 side of the 80-20 issue right now. I don't think Trump has 30% support left. I think when it comes to the ballot box, even people who might support his position right now would, I think, not support him or just stay home and not vote, not necessarily vote for Democrats, because of his failure to keep so many of his promises. And I think this game of betting either long, putting large $800 million orders on puts or calls, I forget which one it was this last time, and then have Trump announce a policy change that completely sends the market for oil, price for oil, straight down or straight up. So someone's making a lot of money. It's probably Trump or someone very close to Trump. Because no one else really can know when it is that Trump's going to come out with a Truth Social post, which is typically how policy for the federal government is now announced through the president's personal account. And the other thing that I'm taking notice of, and I just can't believe, is Trump is going to have a Bible reading sometime soon from the Oval Office, the head of the federal government, which by amendment and constitutionally is barred from establishing a preference for one religion over another. And so much of Twitter and all these conservative influencers and the bot accounts and people like Laura Loomer, Ben Shapiro, Ron Levin, just think this is great. And Sean Hannity, the Irish Catholic, quote unquote, who's been on Fox News and Trump's dick for the last few years, now says he's no longer a Catholic because the Pope, the head of the Vatican State, the person concerned with the lives of Catholics all over the world, including those in Israel, as an example, he's leaving because the Pope criticized Trump. Trump is so thin-skinned. It's gone beyond what he's been before. It really has. I think his obnoxious, sometimes obscene, ungentlemanly criticisms of people, going back to Megyn Kelly, who, when she criticized him during the debate, said it looks like she's got blood coming out of somewhere, referring to her menstrual period. She switched and was a Trump supporter for a long time, and now she's condemned him, as has some of his closest associates, Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, two congressmen. Marjorie just recently resigned because of the criticism and the death threats on herself and her children because Trump has called her a traitor. Trump's called Tucker Carlson a traitor, someone who couldn't have been closer to him in the run-up to the last election, someone who was accounted among, say, the top three potential vice presidential choices, certainly very popular among the conservative base. He's turned his back on them, on the Constitution, and on conservatism in general. The reason I emphasize this is because, one, I'm an American, but two, American is the engine that's driving all of this chaos, this war, the genocide, all of it. Israel could not exist, could not even defend itself, forget about attack other countries, without America's financial support. So what's happening here is going to have a ripple effect around the world. And I have no idea what Trump's going to do minute by minute. It's really uh, quite terrifying, honestly. You think about what could happen. So those are my thoughts. They're pretty dark at the moment.
Yeah. Do you think the do you think do you think there's going to be major escalate? Oh, what the hell? Do you think there's going to be major escalation, or what do you think happens?
No, I don't. I don't see that there's possible for the Americans to put forward the force that would change the status quo. Iran has control of the Straits. Um, the the blockade that Trump pretended to have would only affect those allies of America and Trump. Iran doesn't have a huge fleet of ships that they put their oil in and send around the country to be blockaded by America. No, that's not the way it works. Countries from around the world send their tankers or engage privately owned tankers and companies to bring the oil from Iran to their country. So the threat of an embargo by the American Navy, while certainly it could happen because we have that military strength, and Andrew has spoken to that many times, because if nothing else, we have the submarines that can't be defeated, even if China wanted to, which I think was some of the spokesmen of China had said, well, we'll go ahead and we'll escort our ships if we need to. What's Trump going to do? Is he going to fire on tankers heading for England, for France, to India, to China? No, he can't possibly. So, no, I think we're going to see more of the same, this churning, up and down, with the market paying very close attention to the threats of the most powerful, from a military standpoint, man in the world. So we have the second most nuclear arms, the most superior, at least submarine force around the world. We could destroy the world if we wanted to. So he really, there's no way to get him out of office either. The 25th Amendment, which for those who don't know provides the ability for the president's cabinet, recognizing that a president no longer has the mental or physical capabilities of carrying out his office, can remove him, but they have to be unanimous. And there are way too many Zionists who support, maybe even encouraging, or maybe even blackmailing Trump, and on this course of action. Howard Lutnick famously is I think he's the Commerce Secretary, or he's one of the secretaries, was the next door neighbor for Epstein for years. Right, and this is a guy who made bets in the market on the change in tariffs policy that Trump put into place that the Supreme Court reversed, and he sort of laughed about it. And who knows how many hundreds of millions the guy made. So this is Simon's analysis. This is a grift. This is people just making the evil people making a shit ton of money. And I guess for me, the question is, how and when can that be stopped? In terms of removing Trump, the 25th won't work. He could be impeached. He's that unpopular. If our Congress was honest and acted in the best interest of the country and not in the best interest of their corporate supporters and employers. So I think Trump's in for the next 4 years, unless he quits, which I don't think he's going to do, or is killed. And then you have J.D. Vance, who is as much a controlled puppet by the Zionists as Trump is, and maybe even more. And if he goes down, then you have Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, who also is extremely pro-Israel. So Israel has control of the government, our government right now, and it's acting in pursuit of Israel's policies. And Israel's not going to give up on turning Iran into a basically a destroyed state like Libya, like Syria, like they're trying to do to Lebanon. Um, so it's it's trying to find some hope in the situation, but it's really depressing, honestly, from an American standpoint, anyway. Yeah, he must be doing that post.
Yeah, it is a lot to think about, Doc. With where we are, especially. Okay,
Oh,
so
sorry. Oh, was I not talking all the time?
no, we didn't hear you, so that's how.
Oh, okay. No, I meant oh, sorry, what's happening here? Okay. Yeah, sorry. I was speaking to. I was saying thanks to Super Chat says I think Iran made a mistake by accepting a ceasefire. This issue is that the longer this drags on with pauses, the more the US can adapt with tech. Yeah, I do think that the longer the ceasefire drags on, the more I think the US benefits. So I agree with that. Doug, are you gonna say something? If not, we'll go to after that. We'll go to Arcats.
Yeah, no, I was just backing Doc up on a lot of the stuff that he was saying. Except for the only one thing I don't agree is about the escalation. I do think that they will escalate. They don't care, even if they don't think that it'll work. They're still just going to try anyway. They're just going to do. You know what I mean? Like they're going to send people. They're just going to do what. I mean, we shouldn't even be in the war in the first place. So there's no logic or reasoning. So I believe escalations are coming soon. So yeah, that's all.
Well, just to be clear, I think they will try and escalate, but nothing they do militarily is going to change the status quo. Iran is still going to control Strait. Too easy to
Oh
control
yeah,
for them. I
absolutely.
mean, they're right there. And they got, I don't know, 600, 700, a million man army. They're, if they put one of these MEUs onto one of the islands, they're just going to get destroyed in place. There's no shelter. I mean, drones will get them,
I
missiles will get them, cannons will get them. He's just going to get a bunch of people killed if he puts boots on the ground. And the air power and the navy power are useless against the land power. That's historic. So
Unless you have an overwhelming naval force to overtake the strait, that's what they're dreaming of. With the prime minister thinking about building this armada
but it's a killing.
coalition to
If you know
send.
the geography, it's a killing zone, and they haven't been. They can't defend Israel against the drones and the missiles. How are they going to uh, you know protect troops in place on desert land? Climbing up the cliffs around the straits. Trying to get to probably permanently in place. Batteries and troops stationed there, and the ships are slow. You can't. I mean, can't put a destroyer in there. Number one, it can't turn around. It can't maneuver. It can't take advantage of the fact that it can hit at 45 knots. It's a killing zone. And that's why I think we saw so many military generals, American military generals, get asked to leave because they're the ones telling truth to power. And they don't want to be responsible for the deaths of thousands or tens of thousands of American soldiers who are just being thrown in there as cannon fire for political and economic purposes. So, no, I don't think that's going to happen because
It's like a Battle of Normandy, but are they crazy enough to go through with it?
well, yeah, the Navy can deliver men onto the beachhead, but there are no beachheads in the Straits. Number one, the geography wouldn't allow for an invasion of Normandy type attack on the oil facilities and shipping facilities, the ports there. They can't keep control of it. They just can't, and they know it. And threats that they are going to have been made repeatedly and ignored by Iran, understandably, and never pursued by America, because this is Trump talking out of his backside.
So practically, what the heck are they thinking? Is Trump thinking, hey, maybe we're just gonna control the skies, we're just gonna drop bombs day and night, we're gonna have the coalition of ships just try or attempt to open the strait at the same time, and we try to force the Iranians to quit?
They've been doing that for 40 days. How's it going?
Well, now you have their argument is it's occupied. The U.S. forces is trying to control the air and the sea, but if they're committed to just the air, who knows?
But they don't control the air. The missile attacks on Iran and the GCC countries prove it. That's air power, and it's a superior air power to planes that have no place to really to take off from. Our aircraft carriers are standoff, the ones that are still in the area. The bases in Kuwait and Iraq have been attacked by Iran. The only resupply point that the American Navy has, is Diego Garcia, and that's subject to the whims of Keir Starmer and the Brits. I don't know what the Kurdish status of that is, but that's 3,000 miles away. So you can't do what you did in Kuwait and Iraq, because you had Kuwait as a staging area, and you had ports, and you had your 27 bases around the Middle East, including the Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain, which is now gone. So no, Iran is taking the foundation out from under American naval power in that part of the world, and even if they had it, they can't they can't control something as narrow as a
Then,
two-ship
Doc,
passage.
then why are they like seemingly capitulating right now with these statements back and forth, mixed messages? I don't know where to track. You know,
Who's capitulating? Which side?
the on the Iranian side with the negotiating team, there's just too much compromising and then reaffirming their ground. We don't know what's going on their side.
No, I think we know clearly what's going on their side. I mean, they had 4 or 5 red line items. One was that any passage through the strait would be based on a toll. And we don't know, at least I don't know, and I haven't been convinced that anyone knows, if in fact the tolls were being paid the last week or so when the strait was quote unquote open again. It's now closed again, and today 2 ships, as I understand it, were hit by the Iranians. An American frigate, minesweeper rather, tried to come in and was warned off by the Iranians by radio, and they turned around. So what Iran wants is they want compensation for the damages done. They want the acknowledgement that they're entitled to take a toll, at least for the time being. Any ships passaging through the straits, right? They want the war in Israeli war on Lebanon to stop. And was there one other? But until they get those, and they can get them, it's a matter of time. Because overarching all of this, something I haven't mentioned, is the narrative that Simon brings to this space, which is, and he's not the only one, but which is economic devastation because of the lack of oil and gas around the world is going to happen sooner rather than later. And it's going to be a cascade effect among all the economies
Yeah, but here's the
in
thing.
the West.
You would think that would be leverage enough for Iran to really stick to their guns on that point of lifting sanctions, but did they give up concede on that, or is that still on the table?
Trump said that he agreed at one point in a few social posts that he agreed to these 10 points, right? And then Israel kept attacking Lebanon, actually increased their attacks in northern Lebanon. And recently Trump has said that now Israel's going to stop that. Has Israel stopped that? No. Can we trust Israel to, if they make a deal, to stop it? No. So, no, I think the Iranians are quietly and proudly, honestly, um, and gentlemanly sticking to their guns because they know that they can make them stick. It's just a question of
You're absolutely right, Doc.
how much pain
But did they give up
the
sanction
West
relief
is
for
going to
Lebanon?
tolerate. You know,
No, they didn't. Nope, they did not. And by the way, Israel, the attack on civilians, I think it's clear the ceasefire has actually, like, as the time goes by, it saved so many civilian lives. Everything that Israel did on the day after the ceasefire, they would have done it like every day without one. They absolutely would have attacked civilians every day until they could, really, like one way or another. They were hurting, and that was always their plan, and it still is, by the
It
way.
was an
But
absolute
just
sick show.
sure.
It was a sick show of strength what they did to Lebanon in an attempt to force Iran to concede.
I agree. Well, even then, like it was after the ceasefire as well, and they just wanted. Well, we all know the story with it, with that. But if Iran didn't agree to a ceasefire and specifically say, "Hey, Lebanon included," as well as Pakistan reposting that, without that emphasis, who knows what we would be seeing over the last 7 days. So yeah, Iran has just like really just thought it through. A lot better. Look, a lot better than pretty much all of us. I wasn't all that happy the
So
first
here's the thing. I don't think
moment I heard about the ceasefire. Yeah.
China didn't think it through, because if they were really a true ally, they would have sent a peacekeeping force to Lebanon to stop Israel's sickening plan to try to force Iran to save Lebanon.
China's interest doesn't extend there. China's interest is keeping the oil flowing through the Gulf, right? And China's interest is to contend with America and American power around the world. Trump came in and
Well, yeah.
basically Trump came in and kicked China out of Panama, which they had taken control of with their Belts and Roads initiative. And
Damn.
what? Sorry.
Keep it up. Keep smashing out. Inevitable. You smash inevitable. Continue.
Well, this is
No, he's on
for
my
me.
side. He's no, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This isn't hard at this point. That I think the chessboard is open to those who have spent the time, like we have in this space, analyzing it. Listening to experts, doing our own research, and thinking for ourselves, and not taking the guff, Guff, I think it's spelled, the guff from our media and our politicians. You have to break free of the propaganda, and so many people here can't, which is why we still see some support for another freaking war in the Middle East. Was Trump, to his credit from the start, he objected to the invasion of Iraq. And so when I felt like, he in his first administration, he broadly kept his promise of no new wars. Yeah, he launched some attacks, certainly, and Khashoggi was killed, certainly. But broadly speaking, he didn't sort of pursue the sort of policies that generated the Ukraine war. So I thought I was safe in voting for him. And plus, he was the only one who was talking about the border and the economic deprivation of the middle class because of the loss of jobs and manufacturing over the last 20 years. There were lots of reasons to vote for Trump over Kamala Harris, even given some of the distasteful aspects of his character and his conduct, in his first term. And I know that I was an attorney poll worker and have been involved with the California Republican Party for 30 years. I know the election here was stolen. So, and I believe in California. And I also believe the election was stolen from Trump in 2020. And I think that'll be proven with the court cases that are coming forward about the pursuit of fraud allegations in Arizona and Georgia and other states. But man, he's just flipped the switch 360 degrees with his policies. Those who he put into his cabinet, all the Zionists. They went to the Wailing Wall, put on a kippah, kissed the Zionists' feet. Supported the Abraham Accords, and which, from my standpoint, ignorantly, at least at the time, when they were first announced, I thought, well, this is Trump making peace with the Middle East country by country. Didn't quite understand that these countries had, in effect, made handshake deals over money with Israel, and they were hostile to Iran, and Iran has been the target for this conversation earlier today where I got upset. Iran has been the target of Israel and America for decades, going back to the 1920s and 30s, when they installed the Shah's predecessor. But then they installed the Shah, and then and then they installed Khomeini. He was in France He was living in France under the protection of the French government, and they gave him a plane that brought him here during, during the hostage crisis. So um, America lost control of Iran and their oil, and that's why we have a war now. Yeah, we have the war for other reasons too, and that was my point earlier on. I think there's a religious backdrop to this, at least in the sense that people of particular faith support a particular position because of their particular faith. And I think if religion was wiped off the board from the world, in these countries particularly, these religions have been fighting with each other for thousands and thousands of years, and not thought twice about sending soldiers to die cloaked under the mantle of Christ, or I don't know who's the God of the Jews. I have no idea, or Muhammad. And man, it's just killing. It's just war. We could be a happy.
Just say Mohammed is the god of the Jews. Is that what you just said?
No, I said they. No, you're not listening closely. I just said I don't know who the God of the Jews is. Who is he? How does he manifest himself?
Well, it depends because
It's
there's
the First
different.
Testament God, right? Isn't Jesus his son? What does Jesus say?
Well, Jesus is the Jewish people, unless you're a Messianic Jew, doesn't believe in Jesus. They believe in the Old
Right,
Testament
but
it'd
they
be
believe he's a
Yahweh.
Jew. They don't believe. They don't even
So
believe he's a prophet like Islam does, and they certainly don't believe he's the son of God. Right. So, which God is it that the Jews pray
Well,
to?
I
Is it
think
Baal? Is it Satan? I
yeah,
mean,
yeah,
I
but
think it might
yeah,
be, honestly, but I don't know. And that's why I said I don't know who their God is.
It's
well,
Yahweh.
I think if you're painting them all with the same brush, that's the first problem. I do think that there's, it's just like anything. We could sit here and talk about. When we talk about Christians, I've been in Christian spaces. There's a lot of people say they're Christians, and I wouldn't say they're Christians. They're Christians in name only, just like I'm sure
It's
Muslims are the
completely
same.
subjective. It's all made up. It's in your head, and then you can want to refer to a source. It's a source some really old guys centuries ago wrote, and they pick pieces out with the original Bible. Go back to the African Bible. There are books that aren't even known to most Christians, and then they rewrite the
Look,
book.
Well,
yeah,
you're talking about the
It's a
book of
joke.
Enoch.
But people believe in this
Well,
and believe in a man in the sky or a thing in the sky that's looking out for all of us, who cares for us, who we were created in their image, but is perfectly fine with the genocide. Perfectly
do you
fine
believe in
with
aliens?
people
Do you,
dying for
Doc?
Christ.
aliens. I think that the space is like, I don't think that it should go to
Well,
aliens. Like, you know what I
well,
mean?
Yeah,
Like
let's
a
bring the
geographical
conversation.
Taliban.
if
Okay, Arcot, your mic is so loud. It's like it gives me a headache. Um, guys, bring the conversation back to geopolitics if that's all right. You can go through your agnosticism in a different situation. Um,
yeah, sorry about that, Sully. Is that better?
no, it's still loud, but maybe it's just me. It is quite loud, right? Or is it just me?
Is that better?
No, it's still a bit too loud, but it's fine. It's like
All
I'm
right.
telling you
Sorry.
last minute.
Well, I
So
mean, it's
go on.
hard to have power. Sorry, go ahead, Sully.
Yeah. Just if I want to bring the conversation back to geopolitics, so just give us something on geopol.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard again listening to I know there's people that still believe that there's actually two distinct parties. I know, Doc, that you're involved heavily in politics, and so you have a vested interest in believing that there's
I
actually
don't have
distinct
any
parties
vested
and
interest whatsoever.
there's
I
okay.
make
If I
no
could
money off of
I
this.
didn't
No one
interrupt
pays me to
you.
be
I didn't
here.
int-
I have an
I didn't
interest in the welfare
I,
of Americans and those around the world, and I'm pointing out what I feel are forces that are destructive to peace.
okay,
Cool,
okay,
cool,
so
Doc. Outcats, it probably best you make your point, because I'm sure there are people that will agree with aspects of it, or probably differ on aspects of it, but don't address anybody on the panel, because otherwise it'll end up being back and forth. But I want to hear what you've got to say. Go ahead.
yeah, no, I was just saying that, I'm very reluctant to believe that, Trump's an idiot and that he's serving his own purpose and he's the one making all these decisions. I've said this over and over again. I believe that, he is just a Manchurian candidate. And, just like when you see these tweets, or even recently, you guys were talking about this, how he was just calling out like Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. I'm very skeptical when I see Trump posting at people. It could be Marjorie Taylor Greene or any of these people, even Joe Kent. I believe there's a lot of controlled opposition out there, and it serves the narrative on both sides. And just like, there's certain media channels that I follow or watch on YouTube, and it's just always about Trump. They don't even talk about the Zionists at all. They just talk about Trump, and it's always about Trump. And so, so when Trump squawks out and sends these tweets, and he's called, like Alex Jones the other day, Alex Jones recently has been saying how, he thinks Trump's got dementia and all this. It's almost like the playbook that they did with Biden. Now you see Biden in speaking engagements. He doesn't look anything like he was sounding at the end of his presidency when, and I mean, I did think he had dementia, but, you hear these claims about Trump too, because it's got to be some reason or another, not that he's being told what to do. So when he says these things, I always think behind my mind, there's got to be a reason, because he's an actor. I mean, he was on The Apprentice. This is his thing. He gets people all riled up. And if you're on his side and you're a devout, a mega supporter, you believe everything he says, or you're on the other side where you hate this guy and you have Trump derangement syndrome, and you just want to kill him. So it's like, I think they play both sides, and I think that we're naive to think that that's not what they're doing. Again, look at when I almost bought into this whole end or ceasefire. Oh, this is real this time. And then I always refresh my mind, say, if Trump's saying it, it's probably a lie. And again, I'm like, what's going to replace this crisis? We went from COVID to tariffs, and this is the same playbook of tariffs. Every couple of weeks, Trump's going to, increase tariffs by 100%, destroy the world economy, and then he tacos out. He's doing the same thing, except it's at a much more disgusting level, because he's talking about destroying civilizations. And he, like, when I was younger, I don't ever remember politicians out in the open negotiating ceasefires and the end of wars to with these despicable, tasteless posts, saying things that we would never have accepted from anybody on social media, let alone the president of the supposed most powerful country in the world. And yet we allow this to continue. Like, I can remember Bill Clinton, the whole Monica Lewinsky thing, and I didn't have sexual relations with that woman, and the world was appalled. Like even him finishing out the remainder of his presidency was almost unheard of. And now we have someone who had close ties with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of the people in his immediate cabinet have been to the island as well. And these are the people we have in power. And it just shows you the degradation of our society, where we're okay keeping these people in power. It just shows how we've come to this point where we feel like we are powerless to do anything. We just accept whatever's handed to us without recognizing that there's only a few people that are doing this, and they're all at the top.
So, thanks for the answer. Let me ask you something. I agree with a lot of what you've said, actually, but let me ask you something. If they're all singing off the same hymn sheet, right, working together or whatever, let's just say, I don't know what the terminology you said is, what does Iran get out of this right now, right here? And where do you think this is going to go?
Well, I don't think there's going to be a regime change. I do think that for whatever reason, I do think that sanctions are going to be lifted. I think there is going to be some relief to the Iranian people, and I do think that they're going to start to actually perhaps benefit from their own oil and their own resources. I do kind of agree with some of Simon's premises that this is kind of deals that have been made to kind of get the U.S. out of that area, and and like Doc has said, others said here about China and Russia kind of taking over more that hemisphere. So I just do think it's all theater, because I just think there's so many of these mega supporters, and most people on this side of the world who still think that everybody that's in the Middle East, that's Muslim, is a terrorist. And so they play to that. And so I think that they have to have somehow for Trump to exit out of that region and still look like, the US is the muscle in the world and kind of appease all people. And I think that's why we see both sides playing so hard. I mean, there's two sides to this coin, and they couldn't be more polarizing views on this whole subject.
Yeah, so I agree on the principle that the two sides are playing hard, but I don't think your narrative as to why. I think 20 years ago, yeah, the Muslims in the Middle East are terrorists. I think the world, generally speaking, now sees Israel as so demonic that that's why they're rooting for Iran. And it's literally, good versus evil. It's not Muslim versus America. It's literally, I've heard people big up Iran who 2 years ago, Doc as an example, 3-4 years ago, Doc came in to our space. He sounded like a proper little neocon. Oh, well, you're stating my country, America and stuff. And then he went away and read up about Iraq and the genocide. He was fully on board when the genocide happened. He was one of the, he was MAGA, but then he started speaking out about the genocide out of principle and out of morality. And literally, it didn't go down well with the MAGA crew, and now here he is, speaking on behalf of Iran. Like the Americans and the Westerners that I've seen come out and say, look, I don't know that much about Iran, but really at the end of the day, they're taking on Israel. They've got to win. That's it.
So can I ask some, Beatrice? Because lately I just finished watching a doc a couple hours ago. Just some more information about the Talmud and some of the crazy things that's in those documents. And so I stopped for a second. And again, yes, I do believe that there's a lot to that the world hasn't seen. But do you not at some point, because again, I agree with you. 20 years ago, it was every movie in Hollywood with someone with a turban on their head or something was a terrorist, or anyone with dark skin. And
look, nobody's denying that. It was a 20-year
No,
fake war on terror. 20-year fake war on terror on Muslims, and you know what? It hasn't gone away. I agree with you. They still peddle it.
Yeah, no, what I was
In the
going to ask you.
media, the government, everything, they still peddle it. What I'm saying is, average Joe public, they've seen a genocide that Israel's conducted, and their humanity is speaking loud and clear. They don't care
This is what I want to
else.
ask. This is what I want to ask you. No, I understand that's what you're saying. This is what I wanted to ask you though, like being very genuine. So when I start to see that a lot of people, I go to the gym and young people are like, they're not very knowledgeable about geopolitics. And then I was like, what's crazy, what's going on in the world? And you know what I hear constantly? Yeah, it's the Jews. And these are people that don't know anything about geopolitics. So here's the thing, and I'm being sincere. I start to wonder, why is the narrative shifted so hard? Yes, there's been, Gaza, of course, is going to bring light to a lot of what's going on, and now Lebanon. But part of me still wonders, and a small part, I think I'm becoming more knowledgeable on it. Is this just really truth coming to light, or is there a chance that part of this is still propaganda? Because again, I think the only part that I get cautious of is that we always we paint the whole country or culture with a certain brush, right? Yes, there's no question. There's Muslims that have been terrorists, just like there's Christians that are extremists and blew up abortion clinics. So there's extremists all over. But I just wonder sometimes when the narrative hits so hard, is that because we're being sold part of the narrative, like the Epstein Island or the whole thing? Like, come on, it doesn't take much to know that Epstein's a Jew. I mean, it's in the name. And the crimes they're committing are the most heinous we've ever seen. So I just wonder sometimes, again, if there is theater going on in the background, is the next scene or the next story, it's all about the Jews, and it's an easy way to hide things and play point blank. Because I do know a few Jewish people. I don't, only like two, but they don't agree with any of this stuff going on. And I wonder if most Jewish citizens, the average citizen, would. And I don't know. It's just out of ignorance.
Yeah, we try to. So we very much call out Zionists, which includes Christian Zionists and Muslim Zionists. It's an ideology. It's not about Judaism, the religion. And people can, people think whatever about verses in the Quran, and they'll talk about, like, I saw a post about Trump being asked about so Iran has a rule that if they could catch a Mossad spy within Tehran, if you're spying for Israel and you're convicted, right, of spying for Israel, you get capital punishment. End of, right? So Trump was asked about that, and I just thought, I read it out yesterday on the news, on this space, and I was like, how can America even have a judgment on this? You literally have capital punishment in so many states still in America by lethal injection and God knows what else, electric chair and all of this nonsense, right? So how can you take a moral judgment on Iran, because you want to frame it in the Sharia law thing? And that's the same way I feel that Zionists want Judaism to be weaponized, because then they whip up, the censorship laws come in more, they try to silence people, everyone's anti-Semitic and stuff. And I think there are people who, when they, as I use the term, Jew-bash, right, and put all Jewish people in the same category, because do you know what? Some of the Orthodox Jewish community in the UK have been long-standing supporters of Palestine, massively, huge. And when Netanyahu came to Downing Street, and I think it was just before the genocide, actually, outside Downing Street, there were the Zionists on one side with their Israeli flags. It was really bizarre. And then the pro-Palestinian on the other side with the Palestinian flags. And the Jewish people were stood with the pro-Palestinian side. Do you know what I mean? And so when you then turn around and say it's all the Jews and stuff, then what about those people? They're speaking up for humanity. So I don't agree with that whole thing. And we don't do it on our spaces when somebody, because I was going to stop you there, but then I realized you weren't going there. But when someone comes up and starts, oh, their Talmud says this and it's all Jews, there are other spaces that do that. But I find it very distasteful, because I think there's good and bad in all people. It doesn't matter what religion they are. Docs are agnostic, for example. That's why I started harping on about God and stuff earlier. But like, Doc's a decent human being, you know what I mean? And he's guided by his morality. So yeah, I think politically people do weaponize this. But I actually think what's going to happen in America is they're gearing up over the next year or two for the downturn of Zionism and the uptake of Catholicism, right? This is what I personally think. And I think where Israeli Zionists had occupied America, it's going to be Indian Zionists occupying America. And this is going to happen between now and 5 years' time. And you mark my word on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they know. I mean, if you're not passionate about your faith, then there's not much in your life you could be passionate about. And just like you said, Beatrice, they use this, they weaponize this against us so that we don't look to who's actually making these decisions. I mean, it's just crazy because, media is all controlled, of course, with the exception of this space. But media is all controlled, and, they never. The questions that need to be asked to the people at top are never asked, because the people that need to be exposed are smart enough to stay hidden. There's so many of us and so few of them, and they have to know that. I mean, just look at it. You try to explain these things that are talked about on here. I mean, we could come on here and listen to Simon talk about his theories, and I believe a lot of them, and the theater that's going on, and say things like, they're all at the top, all in it together, and we're all just. But you try to go to explain that to somebody who doesn't follow any politics, because there's a lot of people just like, I can't be bothered. Or they're, a lot of the boomers or the people that just follow CNN or Fox. It's impossible, because they don't ever believe that the level of deception that we see could possibly be at that level. And that's why, and this is the last thing I'll say, is that I do believe that this is spiritual. I believe in God, and I also believe that Satan does roam around like a lion, like it says in the Bible. And while we all want to think we're smart, we're not smarter than him. So without God, we don't have the discernment to see what's really going on. So anyways, I'll leave it there. Thanks. And Beatrice, I hope you're feeling better.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I tried to
Oh
go to
my
sleep.
God, there's nothing wrong with her, just a bit of sniffles.
Oh my God, when him and Resistance had it, they were like 2-3 days of we got man flu, we got man flu, we got man flu all over this space and YouTube. That's all we heard. And when I get it, it's just like, it's just the sniffles. And mine's proper flu. It's not no weak version of man flu.
Let's go to South jump in.
Hey, Solomon, how are you? Hey, Beatrix. Yeah, so
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
good. Yeah, so I wanted to point out something. Supposedly there were reports that someone or a group of people shorted oil for up to $720 million. And this was minutes before the announcement was made, not by Trump, but I think by Iran, saying they were going to open up the Strait of Hormuz. And now we have Iran saying that they're closing the Strait again, which is screwed if they continue shorting it. I mean, if they continue closing it, they just screwed those people who just shorted big time. So it begs the question, was this done in a way purposeful to harm those that probably knew what was going to happen based on their talks with Trump? So, and one more thing too, Trump had an emergency meeting today at the Situation Room, which says a lot too. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say markets don't open till 9 a.m. Or 9:30. So we have lots of time. A lot happens over the weekends, and I agree with you. I believe it's all this, just like during COVID, and all with his tariff, 100% tariffs this week, 50% tariffs next week. I mean, it's like that family, that Trump family, is the biggest bunch of grifters. I saw a post on X just showing how many millions each family member has made since he's been in office. But here's the only thing that I do believe is a good possibility, that, you know, we talk about the influence of a lot of these Zionists and a lot of these companies that these huge companies that own 90% of the stock market, like BlackRock, Vanguard, etc. Like, we're crazy to think that the stock market isn't totally controlled. We want to believe that there's actual price discovery. And, you know, you'll see people that go like, oh, this is why the stock dropped, because they came out with this announcement. When I tend to think that the announcements are only to justify the moves in the market that were going to happen regardless. And you see that more because retail investors don't have enough firepower to affect markets. Yes, there's some other hedge funds in that, but that's if you believe, that the markets operate with some legalities and regulation, which I don't. So you take that away, and you put in the criminal element and the fact that all that money is owned by a few of the biggest funds. I think the market does whatever they want it to do, and that in the process they steal money from the smaller funds and the retailers, because they could keep prices down. They could put. I mean, I've been in the markets for a while, and you don't see stocks. Stocks going to have great earnings and the stock tanks. It's the opposite of what should happen, because it's a fugazi. It's like in the Wolf of Wall Street. It's all a fugazi, and you put your money in there. It's worse than going to the casino. I mean, they could have stopped shorting in this country years ago. And then what do? They introduce all kinds of options and derivatives that are just allow for even more manipulation. They never stop Congress from investing, with Nancy Pelosi making all kinds of money. So it's just another way of them to extract money from the common citizen, in my opinion.
Well, let me ask you, do you think Iran fugazed the Fugazi by closing the strait again after someone front ran the announcement and shorted oil, knowing that if it's closed, the price of oil will go up Monday and screw those shorts?
Well, I think if there's two factions at play here, yes. I think if they're all in it together, you'll see by Monday that oil will probably rebound, or they might come out saying they have an agreement again and the straits open again by Monday morning. Because I'll be honest with you, I did think that was strange. It came out Friday that Trump was talking about the ceasefire, and the markets reacted a little bit, but not if it was a genuine announcement. So, I think let's wait.
The markets pumped big time Friday. I mean, I have to thank Trump. I think I did thank. I told everyone here.
Yeah, I thought it hit
I
all
mean,
time high.
I sold off a bunch of stuff from that pump on Friday. I mean, it was a blessing. Um, yeah, but it makes you think. It really makes you think. You know, is Iran kind of screwing with Trump too, knowing that these plays have been done in the past, right? With him doing announcements that weren't true, and they've just played along with it. You know, is this all part of the
Yep.
negotiation? Even some of their soft, I heard it here earlier, some of their soft statements by the negotiators themselves, putting them in a not a great position, or at least saying that the U.S. had great military power. Like even that, is that them just playing the U.S.? Is this
Look,
all part of
Trump is
negotiation?
screwing. Trump is screwing with people's heads. You know what? Golubov was not soft earlier. I'm gonna flat out say it. That was straightforward transparency. They were being honest, and I think we're so used to Trump just tooting his own horn and saying whatever he wants and all this like maximalist, rhetoric and this schizo diplomacy that I think it's really gotten to people. And then when we see someone be the adult in the room, like Galibaf and like Arachi to some extent, and they're not perfect, we say, oh, they're being soft. No, I don't think so. And secondly, and then lastly, no, throughout the day, Iran was denying pretty much everything that Trump was saying as it came out, like Iranian media especially. And look, even Arachi coming out and saying, "Oh well, the Strait is open." Well, yeah, look, Disneyland is open in Shanghai. Does that mean that you can go in for free? No, you still have to pay the toll, and ships weren't. They thought that they knew better,
Wait,
and
is
they
it
they found
Disneyland
out.
in
They were turned
Shanghai?
back. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it's open, but it's not for free. And so the ships were. And same
What?
for the Strait
Why
of
have you got
Hormuz.
this American? Why have you got this American Zionist manipulation product in China? I thought China was pure.
Oh look, Shanghai is notorious for being a little bit of an outpost, if you know what I mean. Not in a big way, but it's a look.
Oh
It's
my God,
hey,
you
it has
China's
its
occupied as
quirks.
well.
Well, look, it has its quirks. Shanghai has its quirks for sure, and I put that mildly. But it's fun to visit. Maybe it's because I'm in a rival city, but anyway, no, really though, it's like look, Shanghai's open, the Disneyland is open, and so is the Strait of Hormuz if you pay. And that's the real difference. And I think Trump just says whatever, and people are getting their minds bent into a pretzel by it, and
Well,
it's hard
now
not to, right? Because the market reacts, and it's like, oh well, man, there's gravity, but we know that's being manipulated. So Iran has been consistent, I think, especially this past week. And even Galibaf, I think he kind of last night or the morning before, he followed really when the market ended. He followed up and kind of just repeated everything that Iranian media was telling us, that hey, don't listen to Trump, don't listen to Trump, he's lying, and that's the truth. So I don't know. Look, I've seen a lot of people say, "Oh, well, man, Arachi is really pissing off the IRGC, and Galibaf is really, getting them upset." Oh, they called him an idiot or stupid tweets. By the way, that was about Trump. That whole voice radio monitor thing about like, oh, don't listen to some guy's stupid tweets. They were trying to say the shows were trying to say, oh, that was about well, maybe they're not shows, but like people were trying to say, oh, that was about Arachi. No, it was about Trump because he's the one tweeting multiple times saying, hey, like anything about the strait being open for business. No, that was about Trump. So
yeah, but the
yeah,
reality
I'll
is
leave it to you.
China
Let
was
me
the
just
biggest.
one second. I'm going to give the mic right to you, Mr. Revenue. But just a shout out to Sarah O. Thank you, from our YouTube chat, who alerted us that Donald Trump has just put a new post out. So it's quite relevant to what you're talking about. So I'm going to read it out. It's just out on Truth Social. If you want to read it, it will be up on Suleiman's page in a second. And oh shoot, I've just seen the mother of all spiders, and I'm not sure what to do. And Casey understands my fear of this. So I'm going to let Suleiman read the post out, and I'm going to decide what to do with this.
Ask it if it condemns
This
Hamas.
is the reason. This is the reason why chicks should never ever be in leadership positions, and why they can't even run spaces. So this could be the tweet that changes the world. A huge tweet by Donald Trump, but a spider basically stopped it from being revealed. Um,
It is what it is.
I thought it wasn't huge because of that.
I don't know what you mean there, bro. Can you translate?
Like the news, I thought the news was just like another, yapping post by Trump for
Well,
Beatrix to
every,
call up the
Okay,
spider.
I don't know what to do because that spider's just disappeared
Oh my God, this
behind
is
the freaking wall
horrible.
radiator, and it was massive, Casey.
Oh my
It was
God,
huge.
It's plotting revenge.
this is like a nightmare. No, y'all think it's fun to
It is a
like.
nightmare. I don't feel like I can live. I
Leave
don't know what to do. I
leave
think
it alone. It's just fetching the uranium. Just stay out the way.
okay, we're gonna have to keep an eye out for this now. I wish I'd never freaking come downstairs to get a drink. What the hell? Anyway, back to Suleiman. Sorry.
Okay, back to the politics. This could be world-ending tweet. It could change the dynamics of history, but spider. Okay, whether people like it or not, this is from Donald Trump, the same president that Doc loved, that Casey clamored for, that Beatrix did 2,000 spaces for. Quote, whether people like Israel or not, they have proven to be a great ally of the United States of America. They are courageous, bold, loyal, and smart. And unlike others that have shown their true colors in a moment of conflict and stress, Israel fights hard and knows how to win. President DJT. I have to go to one of these three culprits. Which one shall I choose? Let's go to the tether. Go ahead, Tackle, explain.
Understand why I have to be the tether. But I mean, this is just constant like humiliation, demoralization campaign. Like it's like they just cut the wound and just continue to pour salt on it. I mean, first of all, just to even make that comment, they're the best ally. We went into this war for them. Our foreign policy is for Israel. How many soldiers have been sacrificed in the Middle East for Israel? There was one point. I remember one of the lieutenant. I think it was I can't remember which one of them, but who was like, the reason why we had troops in Syria were to be tripwires for Israel. Everything for Israel. Like, I mean, everything down to our history and the meddling and the, God forbid if a president told them they couldn't do something and then whoopsie daisy, that president, unfortunately, has to get assassinated. Right. And then his brother preemptively, like, and so for Trump to tweet this, we know he's going to tweet it. We're not shocked. Here's the thing: we already know, Trump. We knew when you stood on a stage with Israeli flags and said that you were coming after Americans' First Amendment, right? So why do we have to constantly hear this? It's like all the time. It's like, okay, we get it, bro. We get it. You love Israel, like they own you. Like we get it. All right. Like let's just move on, please. Ugh, disgusting. I'm so glad I jumped off that train before. I'm so glad I jumped off. Thank you so much. No, seriously,
Here's
I just have to
reminding
say
you
thank you,
who's
Suleiman,
boss. That's
Khaleesi,
all.
and Nick Cortez. Thank you so much to you guys for getting me off that sinking ship before it was time to vote. I'm just so glad I did. I mean, because it was just too much.
Sounds like a hostage video, hostage message to
Yeah,
me.
it sounds
And
like,
I think
yeah, that was
I go back to the thing that I
Doc, go
said.
ahead, help her out.
He's compromised by the Epstein files. Clearly, he's being blackmailed, and they just pull his chain and he barks for him. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know. Look,
Doc,
Biden wasn't in
I
the
don't,
Epstein
I don't.
files, and he funded a whole genocide. So I don't know. I don't know if it's just that.
And listen, Doc, here's the thing, Doc. I'm not saying that he's not held hostage. I already know, but this excuse can't work anymore. Like somebody has to come out and say, here's the truth of what's going on back here. Because we're sending soldiers to die in wars that we shouldn't be in based on what? The elite being held hostage? And I don't use that term lightly. I actually hate using that term. That's a bit much, right? Like, so that's why I still look at these people like you're committing treason. I don't care what blackmail they
Yeah,
have on you.
I agree completely, but I think he's speaking to an increasingly shrinking audience. Think of the people he's lost, the big influencers, at least on Twitter, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly. And it's a long list. You, me, Andrew, every American that comes up in this space, he's lost all of this. And that's a as hardcore.
Wait, Doc, don't forget the non-American as well, Beatrix. She did 2,000 spaces for him.
Was it only 2,000? God, it seems like so many.
You know what?
It's like so
It might
long.
have been a bit more. It might have been a bit more. I'm saying at a minimum.
You know what this is? This is that freaking Mazuzo Davos Jonah spreading Hasbara about me, who went and voted for Trump, and now every accusation is a confession. You know what I mean? He's trying to deflect on me, sat in the
Fake
tunnels,
news. We checked it.
spreading
We
Where is
checked it.
propaganda.
Jonah? He got so beat up in the space by you guys last time. Is he pouting
He's
out of the
plotting out
tunnel?
Mazuzas in the tunnel.
See, Doc's in a better mood today. See, earlier on today, he was a bit.
Yo, that was
He was a
tripping.
bit. He was a bit. He was very. You know, he was debating people. He was smashing people. All I said is, look, don't attack Doc. Let him have his ice cream. He's come back. He's had his ice cream. He's so chill, relaxed, laissez-faire. This is how it's
Doc,
done.
yeah, Doc, you went full like, whoa, man, you were going full metal jacket there, brother.
Andrew, oh, you got back. Andrew, I need to ask you a question, bro. Where you been, blood?
Yeah, well, my daughter came up and gave me the signal, like, nah, we got to wrap this up. I said, no, I'm in the fight, the resistance.
Yeah, tell her,
And
blood.
my daughter says, Dad, we're late. We're supposed to be. I said, I'm going to carry the phone with me and I'll put an earbud in. And
I love it.
she freaked. She said, no, you embarrass me. Don't take the earbud out. She says, I love this space. I know I learned, but we got to talk to these people. I said, all right.
I love it. I love it.
Suleiman, I just came up to let people know
Yeah.
that
Wow.
radiators are where spiders create nests. Huge nests.
So
Where
Oh my
extra.
God,
radiators
like,
are.
listen, this is like literally, I don't even want to have this conversation. I'm seriously arachnophobic. Behave yourself,
What were you saying,
Jonah.
Joel? I
Like,
don't get it.
seriously, YouTube.
They hurt.
I don't want, we don't need to get it. Just change the topic, isn't it? I don't want to talk about this. I'm not going to talk about this.
Yeah,
I'm
they
fully
look
as
for
it is.
the hottest
Yeah, I don't
heat.
want to talk about it. Joe,
Heat.
no, we're not going to talk about this. We're going to mute him. We're not talk about
They look
Trump.
for a
Talk
heat
about
source
anything
and they
else.
create nests.
No, no,
No,
no,
don't do
no,
it.
no.
You are a terrorist, Jonah.
They
And
crawl in
okay,
your
what you
ears
voted
at
for
night
Trump?
and they lay eggs in your ears. It's horrible. Spiders are horrible. Let's not
I
talk about
think
spiders.
I think you have to realize that Trump puts out these posts purposely to gaslight people. Yes, he's playing to his base and and some of his supporters, but a lot of his stuff that he comes out with, I mean, this is the one thing that I don't understand. And I guess we're going to see if there's really a two-party system come the summertime, because if they don't turn the ship around by summer and there really is a Republican Party, they need to turn things around to get ready for midterms, because as far as the polls go, he's at the lowest, he's at his lowest approval rating and lower than previous presidents as well. So he keeps on coming out like, one day they're talking about affordability, and then the next day he's posting pictures about, the new ballroom or his new marble bathroom, or talking about the Arc of Trump that's going to cost billions of dollars. So there's no way that he's that dumb, and the people that are tweeting for him, I'm sure it's not him, or telling him to tweet these things, that they're not smart enough to know that this is going to cause serious grievance amongst a lot of people. It's gaslighting. And I just, for the life of me, I don't understand. I mean, I could see doing underhanded things, but the amount of gaslighting that he does, knowing that it's going to drive, it's almost like he just doesn't care. And that's why I think either I can't see him running for another presidency. He's 80 years old, and he puts out all that stuff saying Trump 2028. And again, I think he does that intentionally to gaslight people. But he's not helping the party out. So that's where I have a hard time. If there's two parties, they're going to have to turn this around pretty soon.
Yeah, he's telling you
Which is
your
exactly
opinion
why,
doesn't matter.
He's a Democrat.
Telling
He
you.
doesn't
basically,
care about
and
parties. There are no parties here. It's a
th-
uniparty.
which is exactly why I said they either got the midterms already in their bag, however they need to have it in their bag, or like I heard Tim Dillon say today, like your midterm fantasies are hilarious. Not you, Art, but he was saying to the public, or they might just say no midterms. I don't know, because it is getting close to time, right? And they're supposed to at least give us a farce. They are supposed to give a farce of like, all right, we're gonna make things better, before the midterms. Lower gas price. Like they're supposed to make it appear like things are okay, so that they can campaign on it. You don't even hear people talking about campaigns. You don't hear people talking about none of this stuff on both sides. The Democrats, they have so much ammunition that they could take out on Trump. It's so easy, right? It is, but you really don't see see them going after him like that. Everybody's just la-di-da doing their la-di-da thing. And this is what makes me think like they either have it in the bag, they have a plan for it or whatever, and they're just telling us to our faces like, yo, this is what's written, this is what's to come, and what are you gonna do? You're just gonna have to deal with it. Like, it is what it is, and we will bomb whoever we want to bomb. You know, they're talking about leaving NATO probably because they're looking towards Turkey because Israel has a problem with Turkey. So we do whatever. So I just I can't wait to see how this goes, because this does not feel like a midterm year at all to me. At all.
Yeah, this is we're witnessing like is by design the sabotage of the Republican Party. This is like the last drive, the last ride the Republicans you're going to see in power. I think because the Democrats, deep
With
state,
respect,
they're
Mr.
for
Burgundy, I don't mean
yeah.
to cut you off, but I just have to come in one more time. This is the Republican Party. There's nothing sabotaging about this. What you mean? This is the
No, the
old guard. This
conservative
is the
base, the conservative idea of it.
it's always been pro-Israel. It's gone back to what it always was. I mean, think about it. And look, I'm not coming at people like regular people, but think about it. Before Trump, what was it? It was neocon, Israel wars. This is who they are,
Well,
right? So
Casey,
I
it
don't
was
understand
Joe
what the difference
Biden.
is.
It was Joe Biden, a Democrat, funding an
Yeah,
entire
and what did he
genocide.
do?
No,
He
I'm talking
supported a
about in the
He,
past.
genocide.
yes.
And what did the guy do before that? He took out Gaddafi in
But
Libya.
yeah,
Like,
but
and
here's the
Right.
what did the guy
thing:
do before that? He took out Saddam Hussein. Do you want to keep going?
they
You
But
want
want
to
to
keep
use
going?
they want to
uh,
use the Republicans as the battle ram, and then
There is no Republican
they're
or
gonna get rid of
Democrats.
them.
Do you understand? That's what I'm showing you.
But
There
listen,
is no
you
Republican or
understand what I'm
Democrats.
saying?
There's a
They're gonna
uniparty.
use them as like the battle ram, and then they're gonna get rid of them, and then they're gonna usher in the Democrats for a new era, a new reset. This is what they're
That doesn't make
planning.
any sense. They could do it with either one. It doesn't matter. Yo, again, look, I do believe a lot of people are waking up. I just believe that what it would take to really cleanse us is going to take a little longer than, a few more months. That's all I'm saying. That said, it doesn't matter if they have Republican or Democrat. Their agenda continues to go. Like you said, Joa, what Obama did in Libya with Muammar Gaddafi, like that was started to wake me up when I was younger. Like, wait, what did we do? Of course, after the fact, right? But yeah, and that was a Democrat. That was a hoping to change Democrat who kept the wars going, right? And then before that, the neocon Republicans, this is the same thing. Trump was supposed to be different, and people thought he was different. Whether he was or wasn't, he's not now. He's the same thing like the other ones before him. The same policy continues to go.
But in the eyes of where it does matter for the people behind the scenes, and I agree with you, Jonah. There's a uniparty, but where it does matter is that they still will play to appease people. So they will deceive people to thinking that they're getting a whole new party, just like Trump deceived us and deceived me. I thought all you saw again when you watched the news were piles of illegal immigrants by the swarms.
Just for the
Where'd all those
news,
videos?
guys. Sorry, Art, I'm interrupting you
No,
with
go
two
ahead.
seconds. Douglas McGregor, I'm not saying he's a gospel, obviously, sometimes he's right, sometimes he's wrong. But he's saying Trump shifts suggests a decision on Iran may be tonight. Here we go. Wait, why are you saying 100 for, Joa?
That was
Because
announced
the
earlier,
decision,
Suleiman.
the
When I read the
decision's gonna,
news out,
the
it
decision's
said
gonna
that in
be
the
that they're
news
not
that
gonna
he's
do
going to announce a
anything.
decision tonight.
Huh?
What are they gonna decide on? That they can't do anything without losing every single partner they have, every ally.
Yeah, they're going to blockade the Gulf. Yeah, sure they are.
Where was this news from, Beatrix?
Let me tell you, I read it out earlier.
I was definitely listening when you were explaining it.
Yeah, sure you were. Um, so yeah, so Kobasi letter said it as well, and they said that he's in the White House Situation Room, and they gave a whole breakdown of it, and they said he'll know by the end of the day if a deal is going to be done
As
tonight.
in tomorrow.
Um, as in today now.
Tonight is American time, and they said that Witkoff was in the Situation Room along with the head of the commanding general, what is the general staff, and then Rubio, the likely suspects. But you had Witkoff in there.
Yeah, there's no art of any deal going down. there at all.
Wait, where did you say Witkoff was, Doc? Witkoff, Rubio, what are they all like having a meeting?
This meeting that Trump had was in the Situation Room in the White House, and they announced in the post that I saw, it might have been a Levinsky letter. I have to go back and look who was in attendance in the meeting. So it was Vance, Rubio, the former member, the commanding general, Witkoff, and I think three or four others. So Witkoff's in there. They're trying to decide how to, uh, support Israel one way or the other. I don't
Yeah,
know what
pretty
they're
much.
going to do though. But they haven't
I got
done
some
or said that.
insight on that because just I think prior to him going to the Situation Room, I don't know if he's in the Situation Room now, but just I think a half an hour ago he was taking questions on the Air Force One, and they were asking about if Iran is going to be able to charge tolls for each ship, and he said no. He said that's a non-starter. So has he granted that to Iran yet, or what's going on, or did Iran give that up?
He, he did formally, and no, Iran hasn't given it up, and that's why the Straits are blocked. One of the reasons why the Straits are blocked.
Well, then there we go. We know where this is headed.
It's weird how
What can America do that they haven't already done? Nothing.
The Andrew, they could
What are
do
they going to do? They're
the
gonna.
Andrew doctrine. I don't know if you were there for that space, but he was saying they're going to do the sniper rifle blockade strategy.
Well, but the ships that they would be attacking would be the ships of other countries, including our allies and including China. They can't snipe at anybody without bringing someone more onto the Iranian side because they're screwing with their oil supply. That's how World War II started. We cut off Japan's oil, right?
Yep, that's correct, Doc. Yeah, we're back at square one. We're back at square one. We cannot win this militarily unless we're looking at WW3, and unless we use nukes to completely obliterate. That's not going to happen. So we're back at square one.
I actually thought your strategy was effective, Andrew. What happened?
It's very effective. It what you mean? I'm talking about the blockade. It's extremely
Yeah,
effective.
I'm
If
talking about the long shot blockade, but that's if they have
yeah,
that they have the
if
willpower to block China,
yeah,
block anybody.
yeah, which we could.
They
No,
didn't
no,
block. They didn't
no.
block anybody.
Yeah, I
They
know,
didn't
but
block. And the U.S. didn't block anybody when they had the so-called blockade on.
yeah, I know, Doc. But I'm saying if we could, I'm sorry, if we could if Trump gave the ROE of sink anything that crosses this line. Of course we could. Yeah, and please understand this: our submarines practice this day and night. We could just start dropping ships to the bottom of the sea. We could, but guess what? We have to look at the whole picture, and we've gone over this 1,000 times in this space. It's not going to work because guess what? China's involved. Russia's involved. The whole world economy is involved, unless we're going to go to total
England's
Well,
top.
they
Oh,
just
involved.
please,
gave
World
them
War
Italy's
Three.
Taiwan.
involved. France is involved. Japan's involved. Turkey's
Yeah,
involved.
right, right,
He's
right, right,
screwing with the
right.
whole world's oil supply.
Yes, 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 yes. We're all on the same page here. We're all on the same page. But my point is, we're back at this deadlock of it. Now let's go work out a deal. We can't escape the deal working out, and Iran already won this war. We've already said this 1,000 times. Iran won, but now this global power, we had the big stick. We're now not in that position anymore. I mean, it's reality. I know, I can see it.
We don't have a way out, save face for Israel, America, and Iran together. There is no solution that allows all three, to proclaim victory and have it be a reasonable claim.
I think there is.
Someone has to take the L here, and it's right now it's America and Israel. I don't see how they can change the calculus unless they want to try and put 500,000 men on the ground in Iran, and that's just going to get so many killed. And Israel won't send any of their soldiers and all that. No, no, they got to stay home.
So, yeah. So, who said you see a plan? I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, no, I'm saying in the event of a long range blockade, right? You're just gonna choke him out. Nothing comes in, nothing comes out. You're gonna dare to do that with China, whatever. All right, but in the event that happens, Is it sustain? Who is it more sustainable for in a protracted war? Iran or the U.S.? We know the U.S. can manipulate the markets. We know they got their fine tunes. They're like the DJ on the stock market. They got their tricks. We've seen it for the past 2 months. So what do you guys think?
It's collapsing on the Americans. I don't know if you were here in the space earlier. I don't know if it was Mays. I think it was Mays, who mentioned that the America lifted federal restrictions on the amount of ethanol in our
Maze.
gasoline.
Yeah,
Or was
she
it
did.
Mays? And
Yeah.
so that allows that has the direct function of of capping the increase in gas prices. So Trump is paying close attention to the American politic, and he's already lost it. He's already lost it. If he's lost me and hundreds of my followers who still support my messaging,
So what's this
he's
nonsense
lost the
he's
ability
saying?
to win the election in November.
I hear you, Doc. What's this nonsense he's saying of there's ships coming back to load up with fresh American oil?
It doesn't matter, and I don't know why he keeps saying that. I do, because he's trying to just mess with us. It's pure propaganda. Who cares how much oil BP out of their American facility sell? Who cares how much money the American oil and gas companies sell? It doesn't do anything for the average American. Our oil and gas industries are not nationalized, so it means nothing. And it's mind-numbing to see hundreds of my followers hit me up on DMs or in the messages, call me a traitor, and still not understand this simple fact. This means nothing to you. They say, oh, the gas in my place has only gone up a little, and I'm an American, so I support it. You're a fucking idiot. Sorry.
So I think that too, Doc, what happened is that I feel like we've the Strait has become such a topic, obviously for good reason, that I think that we forgot to go back to the beginning and back to basics. I think it's a sideshow, and this is a Casey thought. I think that, I mean, obviously, there's a lot going on about that, right? But I think it's also a sideshow. That, he keeps talking about it, manipulating markets, whatever. Make a little money right now. But this is exactly why I don't think there is a war that is over, because look, we already know, everybody's in agreement that our military, our forces are fighting this war to the bone. It is a war for Israel, so they have to get what they want. This is not an excuse, too, by the way. Okay, I hate repeating that, but there's a point to say that. And remember, what Israel wanted is total disarmament, basically, of Iran. Forget just uranium, no ballistic missiles, no funding of proxies, none of that, right? So I don't see in what world, like, people are like, but we got to try to get that Strait open, get it closed, we're going to block it, not block it. No, I just think it's like, to me, it's like, it's okay, it's part of the journey, but there is no world where we come out of this and not deliver on a silver platter all of that, the no missiles, no way for a sovereign country to be able to defend itself. And then also the proxies have to be gone too. So that's why it's like there's no off ramp. And even the part where, like, I even used to say it, Trump might be looking for an off ramp. I don't think he's looking for any off ramp at all. They know perfectly what the end goal is. Looking for an off ramp, we're here. This is it. And it's a war. There's hot moments and then there's cold moments. It's a war. It's quickly turning into maybe like a war of attrition. But there's no world where we come out of it and we did not deliver this to the people who are in charge of America and Israel, who want this. So there's that. And then the ethanol thing, it's really funny how that's happening under the Trump administration. So they're going to keep giving people dirty gas. I remember when under Joe Biden, because he had he closed the pipeline deal and stuff, and a price of gas started to, and the Russia war, right? And prices of gas was increasing, and they were saying, this is Putin's hike, Putin's gas hike. It's just crazy, okay? So then he bought the ethanol. It was 10%, and he bought it to 15%. I have to look to see where Trump is bringing it to. I remember being angry about it because I was like, this is going to jack up people's engines or whatever. And then people were saying, of course, on Fox News, they were going off about it because Joe Biden did it and said, look what the Democrats do. Now Trump is doing it. I'm sure nobody's getting mad about it. It's like, fine, that's fine. My gas prices will be low. No, that stuff jacks up your engine, all of it. So it's still the farce to keep Americans in this boiling pot, right? And you don't even know that, like, the pot is boiling. What is it, like the frog in the boiling pot? You don't even realize the pot is boiling until it's too late. People better wake up. This is more than just gas and oil. We haven't seen where this goes. This is not even the beginning to me. So that's where I'm at with it. And in order to deliver that, you do have to get crazy and at some point try to put boots on the ground and try other things. I kind of don't think the ceasefire should have happened because I do think America's testing out different kind of weapons. I don't know. I just feel like they're building up their arsenal. They're not done with Iran at all. So I hope Iran is building up their arsenal too. That's all I can say, because this is not over at all.
Oh yeah, Casey, Iran definitely is and has been. They know that there's going to be more coming.
Yeah, as long as China stays back and lets Iran cook, everything should go pretty well.
But I don't
Yep,
even think
and China steps in when it needs to. Yeah, I'm sorry, Casey. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Andrew. I want to hear what you're saying about China.
Yeah, no, China, they step in when they need to provide resupply. They resupply like crazy. Our Chinese buddy Inevitable's here. He'll vouch for that. But they have been and are very much aware. And don't forget, every single movement of naval forces or any U.S. force on the ground, but especially our naval forces, we move into position, their very exact position updates are given by the Chinese. And also we got Russian spy ships out there. We couldn't even leave. We would be in a foreign port, for example, when my submarine pulled into like Scotland, for example, out of Faslane, Scotland. We had 2 Russian spy ships waiting for us right when we came out and followed us all the way out to our dive point. I mean, you can't move without them watching every single move. Yeah. So they're giving all that information to Iran and plus their satellites, everything. China's helping. China is helping every inch of the way, except the way so is Russia.
Well, now because Trump is doubling down and he's getting more aggressive, pushing the envelope, China is going to have to be forced to get a little man up a little. They're going to have to send some support.
That's not how. Yeah, but they are. But Iran doesn't need. I don't believe Iran needs weapons from China. I mean, these people, I would have to imagine, have been building up their weapons at least for the last 20 to 30 years. I mean, same thing with Russia. But the definitely the intelligence of and I'll make it quick because I see there's other hands up of satellite intelligence and all of that. That of course, yeah, it's a huge help. And I don't think that China is going to necessarily need to get just so kinetic just yet because they have to build up too. Because believe me, all roads lead to China. So that's part of it too. So and they know this, so they have to take time out to plan for their time when we come for them too, because there's no back reverse gear. Okay, there's no logic, there's no reverse gear. This has been in the making for a long time, and they're gonna go full steam ahead with their plan.
Well,
and no matter how detrimental it looks.
The U.S. is because the U.S. noticed that China is going to outpace them. They said, you know what, this is. I really believe that this they gave the green light for World War III now. So they're moving everything into play.
Yeah, it has more to do than just that, but I'll just leave it there. But yeah.
Guys, if you're getting glitched out of the space, it's because it does do that. So if you've been glitched out, you haven't been dropped, just request the mic and we'll bring you right back up. Back to you. I don't know whose hands up. Whose hands are up? I can't see any hands.
Speaker and Blackstone. I see 2 of those, Beatrice.
Thanks, Andrew. Let's go to Blackstones and then we'll go to
Speaker.
Yeah, let's go to Blackstones. Blackstones, jump in.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, we hear you.
Okay. I've been listening to you nearly 3 years now. Your spaces and all that stuff. And other spaces too. And in those spaces, there are a lot of people from USA most of the times. And I would like to say I would like to say that uh, they keep blaming the so-called Israel that I hate, but and insisting that their presidents always don't know anything and they are manipulated and their foreign policies blah 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 blah. And Biden did the genocide in Gaza, and how many wars before there were all kind of USA presidents, and the USA was founded on slaughters of millions of indigenous people, and the so-called American dream is money and nothing else, nothing at all. And they always in the spaces here too also I hear the people that they say that they disagree, they always speak with we, our forces, our soldiers, our patati, our patata. If you identify with a state like this, eh, fuck off, you and your soldiers. Okay, what is this? Before you were making propaganda about Trump, that he is going to save you and he's not like Biden and he will care about the interior policy, etc., etc. And now you are you keep repeating like you make analysis. That's not analysis. You never take on your responsibilities. Who do you voted for? You, that you are in this space. And why do you say all the time we, our soldiers, America first, America second, America last? Fuck off, America. What does America need 800 military bases all over the world? Eh? Why do you think about that? Why don't you say take off all the military bases all over the world? Which other country has 800 military bases all over the world? No one. And there are other also there are fucking states. I don't support any state, but you identify with the states and the rapers and the slaughterers and everyone. So why do you come on spaces and pretend to analyze? Fucking analysis is this. And thanks. Bye.
Thanks for that, Blackstones. Interesting points to say the least. Guys, do retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. We're going on for a while. We're waiting for Trump's announcement. Is there going to be war tonight? Apparently, Beatrix is claiming the decision is going to be made today. That's what Beatrix is claiming to us. I don't know if it's a real claim or she wanted me to carry on the space because I was about to end it about 20 minutes ago. She's like, oh my God, Suleiman, trust me, this is huge. It's the biggest announcement since ever. I was like, blood, how is it? It's just Trump, bro. He's just saying what he's... She said, no, it might go down tonight. I didn't actually ask her where she got this from because her claim is the war's over. So I don't get how she's going to square that circle, but chicks don't need to, isn't it? They just make claims. Anyhow.
Oh my God, I never said the war was
Huh?
over. And apparently, I never said the war was over. And apparently, Trump just posted a video of Frank Sinatra's song, My Way.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say this. The song he picked, like, what a complete narcissist. I was just like, that is
What
scam.
does that mean?
Yeah, I never heard
What does
Beatrix
that
say the
mean,
war was over.
bro? What does that mean?
I did it my
I know the
way.
song, Andrew. I am culturally
Oh, I'm
aware.
sorry. Yeah,
Oh my God,
but think of
Andrew.
it. I know.
Come on, my
I know,
blood.
but it's like I'm in charge is
But
what
one
he's
thing is,
saying,
Andrew, I gotta
Suleiman.
say, you're a very good singer. I mean, you were busting out the lyrics there, blood. That were flipping good. No wonder you pulled so many chicks. But that being said, Andrew, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, what's the motive? What's the motive behind why was he? Is he trying to say he's going to war his way, or was he saying, or he's not gonna go to war his way? Is he said, I'm not gonna listen to Israel. Israel, this tweet's out for you. I love you, but we're not going to war. There's gonna be a deal. What is he saying? What do we think? What do you think is going on, guys? Tell us.
I think that no, just because you said that he did it my way, he's telling the American people that, not Israel. He's saying, I don't care what y'all.
Well, it could be that he's distancing himself, what Suleiman said, from Israel, Casey, and saying, I didn't do it their way, I did it my way. Or he could actually be using Israel as the front, saying he put that Israel tweet out first and then said my way, which is to let people think it's Israel doing whatever decision he's going to make. Do you know what I mean?
True.
Yeah, that's the scary part. That's what's scary.
Yeah, I think that like what you said about him saying it's not them, it's me. I'll take it. I'll take that because we do definitely swallow all of this, and it is what it is. So, and so he's saying, yeah, I'm down with it. I'm doing it my way. It's not anything good. I'll tell you that.
What
No,
Israel
but what
tweet
does
did he
that
put
mean?
out?
You keep repeating the lyrics. Oh my God, listen, Joe, help your fellow Americans out. It's not looking good for them. I'm asking, they're not understanding the
He's
question. They keep repeating the
doing
song.
what I said, Suleiman, that if Israel breaks the ceasefire, America is stuck between a rock and a hard place, and it needs to decide between its allies and Israel. It cannot look, I don't care who the leader is. If he goes and does what Israel wants right now, which is basically US invade Iran, because there's nothing else they could do. Okay. There's literally nothing else they could do except send a nuke, which would destroy the US anyway, economically, not through bombs. The only thing they could do is put troops on the ground. If America puts troops on the ground, you might as well listen to Dr. Jang, which I think is it would weaken the US, it would make Israel stronger, blah 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 blah. But it'd be very obvious that we are under the control of Israel. So Trump has a decision right now. So that's him singing my way is kind of reassuring to me. But let's see. But maybe I'm interpreting it to what I want to hear, which is I want to stop making decisions for Israel.
But hang on, what would his way be then, Joa?
Uh,
If troops on the ground would be Israel's way, and you say
he,
like he doesn't want to alienate
you
his
know, they
allies for
just
Israel let me just say this. You say he doesn't want to alienate his allies for Israel, he's only got Israel left as an ally. He got nobody else. He smashed NATO. He smashed everybody else, which is not a
and
bad thing because I
but
can't
they're
stand
still
NATO
there,
anyways.
Beatrix. Look,
He's got the Gulf states as well. They're cooking to him.
yeah, and so does
Yeah,
Northern
maybe.
Europe for the most part.
So what would his way be then? If boots on the ground is Israel's way, what's his way?
I'll tell you what I wish his way was, which is, hey, look, we want a ceasefire. We have a deal. Israel and Lebanon are not part of that deal. You deal with Israel the way you want to deal with Israel, but we're not. That's not part of our deal. That's what the dream would be.
We're not
If
asking you
only,
about your
Joa.
dreams, blood. We're not asking you when you sleep in your bunker
But
in
I don't.
Davos what
But
you're dreaming about. What does Trump mean here? Answer the question.
have you never read The Secret, Suleiman? You need to manifest it for it to happen. That's what I'm doing here. I'm
Oh, D, bro,
manifesting.
yeah, chicks always talk about manifesting all the time, but I didn't expect it to come from you, Joe. But that's what you probably use to pull these chicks. That being said, they what's what Joe is saying, just for the audience, just to translate, is he's saying he put the tweet out to Israel, said, "Look, we love you," and then the second tweet that came out is to say, "But we're not gonna go with you."
It's a
That's
Dear
basically what you're saying,
John.
man.
It's a Dear John letter.
Exactly. So you're saying the first tweet, the love letter to Israel is, "We love you," and then the second tweet is, "But we're not going with you to war. So I'm gonna make a deal with Iran," and that's what he's saying. And you're saying that's what happened. That's what you're saying, Joa. Is that what you're saying, Joa?
Yeah, it's a I'm sorry, baby. It's not you, it's me letter. That's what Trump just sent out.
Joa. Well, let's go to Beatrix because it's definitely you. It's definitely you are the problem. What's your thoughts on Joa's analysis,
No.
Beatrix?
Yeah, I think his my way is actually a message to Iran, which is I'm going to do it my way. You're going to surrender to me. And it is that Israel and I stand, because look, we don't have complete transparency what's going on behind the scenes, who's asking for what, right?
Israel's definitely like no one interested in Israel. I'll be honest with you, right? No one really cares. They just want them to stop hitting Lebanon, but they're not part of the Pakistan delegation. No one consulting them. We're getting repeated stories coming out saying, "Oh my God, Israel was so shocked that Trump said this and that they committed to this." And like they're not leading, they're not getting their way. Trump is dictating and making decisions without consulting them at times, right? So I think when he's sending them my way out, what he's doing is to Iran, he's lining up his stall with Israel by doing that tweet praising Israel, and then he's doing a second tweet saying, "I do it my way. You're not going to dictate to me. I'm going to do it my way." I think that's why he's doing it. I don't think he's distancing himself from Israel and saying, "Yeah, thanks, Israel, but we ain't going to do it your way. We're going to do it my way." Now, it could be boots on the ground. It could be boarding vessels that are linked to Iran, which I think would be as crazy as boots on the ground. It could be that they just start bombing again. It could be that they just keep the blockade up. He's got some options on the table. None of them are very tasteful at all, not going to lie. It could be that they try to do some more decapitation, but then they'll probably lose Pakistan because Pakistan said you can't decapitate these leaders because we've got nobody to talk to apart from that. I don't know. I don't know what he'll do, but I definitely don't think he's trying to distance himself from Iran by saying my way, because otherwise he wouldn't need to put it out. You know what I mean? If he realized how toxic Israel was and he wanted to distance himself from it, he would have done a completely different post. He wouldn't have bigged up Israel and sucked up to them the way he has done. That's what I think.
So
Well,
Beatrix thinks the
uh,
opposite. Go ahead, Andrew, jump in, give us your thoughts.
yes, Suleiman, I was going to say, I pray Joe is right. I'm going to go with Joe on this one, but I have a fear that Beatrice and Casey might be right here. I hope Joe is
Never
right,
feel
but I
it
fear
right.
Beatrice
Never
might be
ever
right.
feel that.
Never ever go with
I
Never
Joe
know
on
ever
it
anything,
feel
bothers
Beatrice
Andrew.
are
me.
right.
It
That's
bothers me. It bothers
That's
me.
2 days in a
Joe
row,
got
Andrew.
smashed on a reparations
Andrew,
space, being
that's
the only
2 days
guy
in a
speaking
row.
up for reparations.
2 days in a row, Andrew. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, the cope. Yeah, I get it. It sounds good. Like, well, we hope that out of 100 times and 99
What,
times where he did go with Israel, this time
Casey?
he's
What's the
not going to
other
go with
option, though?
Israel.
What?
What do you mean? What's the
Think
other
about
option?
it. I know it sounds like copium, right? But what is the other option? Like, gameplay it out. What is the other option?
To go full in, however that means, Joa. There's no reverse gear. We
But
are
what's
in it.
what's full in? Troops on the ground?
Explain,
Whatever it
Casey,
takes.
though.
Yes, if it's true.
Casey, you know what you're saying, right? Casey, you know
I
what
know what
you're
I'm
really
saying.
saying, right?
I know exactly what I'm saying. I
Okay,
know
well, speak
exactly what I'm
it.
saying.
Speak because
I
English, and please tell us because we know we both know what you're going to say.
I
Go
mean,
on. When Casey say it, I'll say it. Go ahead, Casey, say it.
I just because I have this thing where it's like I'm a human, I'm under God, so it's like I don't like predicting certain type of catastrophes, right? But I'll tell you, there's no catastrophe off the table for Trump. And what he did, I mean, I'm going with Beatrix, right? He's saying it's me. This is my way, 100%. Don't worry, Israel's not telling me to do anything. And you know what? Shout out to him because I am tired of saying that, right? And America, we should take full responsibility because we had too long to take care of the situation and we didn't. So here we are today. Anything that happens in Iran is America, right? And so when the decisions are made, he's saying, it's me, it's me. Nobody's telling me what to do. None of that is me. Cool. He's going to do what Joe. Nothing is off the table. The only thing that's off the
That
table
is.
is going back home. That's what's off the table.
But Casey, here's the thing: is when he started doing the tariffs, everyone's like, "Do you understand that this actually doesn't bring back manufacturing? Do you understand that this actually weakens the dollar?" Blah 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 blah. And he wanted a weaker dollar, right? And that's what I think he was trying to do, right? But you saw he went back on the tariffs because that also makes it impossible to remain the global reserve. So the man's not completely stupid. If you put boots on the ground, we have a global depression Do you understand? Like that's what he's choosing to do is put the world into a global depression that will take a decade for us to get out of.
Why would he not want that?
Why would he not want that? That's not good for anyone.
Is it good for him though? If he's the oligarch in it?
No, it's not.
Why?
He's in the real estate business. That's not good for him.
But that's not his. Most of his wealth's not the real estate anymore, is it?
Well, it's in nuclear fusion. During depression, governments don't spend money on building new things. They do it on food security and human welfare. So that goes out the window. His nuclear fusion plant, that goes out the window. Spending more on military, that goes out the window as well. If you go into a global depression, you have a serious issue. So I'm uneven for him. And most of his wealth now is crypto, nuclear, and defense. That's half of his wealth. The other half is still real estate. None of those industries fare well. I mean, the one with war does, but if you go into global depression, you're going to have what happened before in World War II. You're not building out new stuff. You're not giving new contracts. You're just filling the contract. You're just filling orders for the things you already have in place, and you're taking care of human welfare, right? Infrastructural projects, things like that. You're not doing what benefits him at all.
Suleiman, Sarah O is asking on YouTube if you can do a poll on YouTube about this. So maybe, I don't know what, Sarah, you wanted the question to be, but maybe is Trump distancing himself from Israel, or is he aligning with
What's the poll?
Israel,
Is Trump going to
like
war?
protecting them? Well, he's already at war.
Oh
I don't
my
know.
God! Back
Sarah,
to
write
He's
down
kinetic
what
not
the
at
war.
war
question
right
is.
now.
Huh?
Yeah, he's not at war right now.
Yes, he is.
Where's the kinetic? There's no kinetic war.
Doesn't have. I'm sorry.
It doesn't have to be
Right.
kinetic, does it? It can be economic. It can be in other ways. Like seriously, it's like talking to somebody out
I
of
mean,
kindergarten,
golly,
Casey.
like what is
Oh my
going on?
God, Joe!
Chicks
Don't
are right
smash it
again.
like that.
Why are you out of breath, Dietrich? Sounds like you're running away from the spider. What's wrong?
No, don't be mean. I'm Puli.
She's got sniffles, Joe.
She's going through some rough ones here, Joe. Come on, have some sympathy,
She was
dear
just
buddy.
running out of breath. I was worried for her. She should.
He's got no sympathy. He ain't got a sympathetic bone in his freaking pinky finger,
She
let
just got
alone in his
sniffles.
body,
She
Adam.
just got
Let's
sniffles,
agree.
Joe. That's it. She just got
No,
sniffles.
look. There's
No,
been
she
an
has more than
economic
sniffles, and she's
war.
still keeping the space
Dietrich,
up.
What's it?
there's been an economic war with the entire planet versus the U.S.
Ah,
since we made a fiat, right? And that's the truth. Since Iran's been on sanctions, there's been an economic war. So since the 70s, right? So I mean that war is not new. There's no kinetic war at the moment. So what is the war?
Joa, I'm not trying to be funny.
Yeah.
It's
Can you answer? Can you answer
go
this
ahead.
question,
Yeah,
Casey, please?
I'm being
yeah,
Yeah,
serious.
answer this question,
I
please,
can.
Casey. Don't try and shift away from it. Answer this question. Thank you.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know how he doesn't see this. Just because there's a ceasefire now, there's still a war. And yes, we have sanctioned Iran for a long. We've been basically in some type of like weird Cold War with them for a while. Joe, you know what? When it really started like to move was when Trump came in and killed the JCPOA. That was like that's like the Cold War getting ready to start, and then killed Qasem Soleimani. Yeah, we've been doing this with Iran for a while, and this is how war is. It's like, I get it because, look, I'm not an expert, right? But you expect like, oh, war is constantly kinetic the whole time. But what I definitely learned with Ukraine and Russia is that is not true at all. That there are cold times in this war, and then there are kinetic times in this war. Right now, there's a ceasefire, but this is a war, and it's only as the escalation ladder continues to go up, 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 up. There is no down button on this ladder. I think I explained it pretty good.
I think the deal on Friday was a down button. They went down at least one floor.
Joe, it's all going to escalate. Like, just because it's jagged doesn't mean it's still not going to escalations.
We don't know. We don't know if it will. We will find out very soon, but we do not know if it will.
This has been the plan for probably since we've both been alive. Well, I think I'm younger than you, so I might not have been alive. This has been the plan for a long time.
Whose plan?
I don't want to go back there again because, like, you know, if we're gonna go right back. I mean, it's been written. Like, when can we finally acknowledge that this plan has actually happened? That Oded Yanan is real, and like, I mean, come on, we have a lot of evidence to show that like this thing really is a true thing. You know, we're at the last chapter of it, and people are still trying to act like it doesn't exist. We've seen it play out. So this is part of it. There's no other way but escalation. That's it. I don't want that. I wanted to visit Iran. I don't want war. But this is the reality.
Then take the streets if you don't want it. Take the streets. You know the word uprising.
Yeah, okay.
Do you know the word uprising?
I don't tell people to uprise in their country, so I don't think that it's appropriate to do things like that. So yeah.
Okay, follow your fate then, and go and die.
That got dark fast.
Yeah, I know, right? But anyway, yeah. So did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard you, Casey. It's just, I think we're at the point where there will be no more discussion of was the clean break memorandum an American memorandum that America followed, made by American politicians, and we used Israel, or because this is the first time that I can remember where there is a distinct break. I think most people in here believe America wanted the Strait open and wanted a deal. I think so, and tell me if I'm wrong. But Israel stopped it from happening, and
Remember,
now that happened again.
but I think you're forgetting about, and I see that the hands, and I don't want to be rude to the hands, but I think you're forgetting a very important part. The Strait was open before we decided to start attacking Iran. We didn't have Strait issues before February 28th, right? Like, and shout out to Iran. They could have wielded that power long ago. They didn't. So now it becomes about the Strait. But again, we didn't have to be in this issue. The Strait was open and free before February 28th. And remember, Joe, I didn't say clean break. I said Oded Yanan. And there's a reason why I take it fully to the source, because that explains the rest of it. It's way too long to get into in the space. But again, yeah, so it becomes about the Strait, but we didn't have Strait issues a few, like, you know, what, 3-4 months ago. We were cool. So yeah.
You know what it could be, Casey? I was thinking that while you were saying it. So the Strait was open before he started the freaking war. And then he started it, from what we know, based on false intelligence from the Israeli side, amongst them Jared Kushner, saying, take out the Supreme Leader Khamenei, you got your regime change, we got all the intelligence, country will be taken over, it'll be a Venezuela. That's what the speaker said today, right? And the Iranian speaker as well, that they wanted to Venezuelanize Iran. So he went and done that, and then realized, actually it's not giving me regime change. Now I'm fucking stuck here. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. I don't know what to do. So it could be that he's saying my way because he's going to bend the knee to Iran. And so he's praising Israel to keep their little egos high and their confidence boosted, you know, like the world should know we are joint at the hip kind of thing. Praising Israel for that, but then he's going to bend the knee to Iran just to prove a point that, look, I'm still strong with Israel, but I've got to frigging get this over and done with so I can get on with my life.
Beatrix, I pray that that's true. I would want nothing more for that to be true. And it's a shame. But I only have the faith of a mustard seed, and maybe that can make something like that happen. Because from all evidence, there's no time where Trump, when it comes to something like this, does it his way in reality. But I would love for that to be true. I really would. But that variable in the back, they sabotage things all the time. That's why I can't fully say, you know, that's what's going to happen. So I don't know, but I'd love to find out, and I wish that was true. I pray that's true.
Douglas McGregor just said there's a massive movement of US troops. Sorry, what did he say? But that's been happening all day, so I don't know why he's saying it's breaking. Massive movement of US planes and resources into the Middle Eastern region, but that's been happening
throughout there, so not sure what it means. But okay, let's go to let's see who's on. Let's go to Parabel.
Hello, hi, and good evening to you guys, all of you. I suppose you are in the States. I just want to try to connect all the dots. If we can just freeze a minute about the topic of the current ceasefire in Hormuz. Let's just freeze a second. I don't know if you can hear me well.
Yes, we can.
Great stuff. So let's just freeze a minute. Let's try to connect all that has happened with Trump. Okay. Let's see from even from the beginning when he was campaigning, he was talking about making the hotel into Gaza Strip. Right. Let's make a beautiful big hotel. And also when he he was campaigning for people to vote for him, he said, "Don't worry about voting. We're gonna fix it. You don't need to do that anymore." Okay. So what I think is happening here is something so dark and bold and global, which is like it takes a. You gotta give me a rope because it takes a little to explain, but it's really a new deep state within the U.S. which is coming with Trump and his people. Okay, to take over everything, to erode democracy within America, to conquer the world, literally. Because if you look at it, this is the biggest asset grab ever. He was talking from Canada, Greenlandia, and from Venezuela into Iran. Once this this asset grab is complete, okay, it's the biggest move ever. There's gonna be no one that can compete with America, not China, not Russia. He wants to make America big again. It doesn't mean he wants to make American people big again, but America big again. Okay, so, and he and his people and his dark, deep state behind it, this big, there are some big finance, but look what he's doing with the markets. He's destabilizing the markets, they're making massive profit. So basically the deep state of finance that was there before is suffering because of him. He's sucking wealth out of them. It's just amazing. It's remarkable what he's doing. And the idea that is a puppet of Israel, I think that's not what it is. They are partners in crime. They are doing a team game. Okay, and basically the deal is like somebody said. Israel says, "Look, you let me do what I have to do, clear Gaza and take Lebanon. You go ahead and take the oil of Iran." He said himself in the negotiation they were saying, which they were probably fake, but they were saying, "Oh, we wanna run the Strait of Hormuz." So basically, if let us do, let's run it together, right? The fact that they're gonna take over, let's say, the Americans, doesn't mean that they're gonna leave it open. They're probably gonna be, because he said as well, "Oh, what about we have the control?" He said that as well, right? So we need to appreciate the fact that unfortunately, when let's put this situation in a perspective, right? Iran is a country at war, assaulted in a war, dragged into a war by two states which are both nuclear power, which is Israel and America. And there can only be one winner. And the idea of using a nuclear weapon, he has made that as well. He said that too, right? So what was happening here is, unfortunately, is really, really dark and evil. I mean, what's going to happen is like all this escalation, like the girl says, absolutely, it cannot for Israel. Iran is an existential threat, and when Netanyahu addresses the nation. Okay, what did he say? He said, this has happened like a couple of weeks ago. He said, all good, we are going the right direction. There is still a lot to be done. Okay, because the next enemy of Israel is Turkey, right? So there you go. They gotta come out of NATO. America's gotta come out of NATO because they gotta get Greenland and and Israel's got to do the war to Turkey. That's this reason why America's gotta come out of NATO. So this is quite remarkable. We're gonna see an escalation all the way, like to the nuclear weapon, whatever. Yeah, this is. I mean, no. Look what's happened. What he has done. What he said is confusing. I'm gonna finish soon. His strategy is always the same: attack, 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 deny everything, don't accept any liabilities, confuse the adversary, like with ceasefire, whatever, peace, and then attack again. He's probably prepared a ground invasion, whatever, but it will escalate, will escalate, will escalate. The problem is that with all this blasphemy and with all the madness and all the craziness, they cannot stop him. There's been two votes in the House of Senate to try to reduce the allowance for these operations, yeah, because they're leading to war, and both of them Trump won. One of them with the senator nicknamed MAGA Mike, which basically is a Democrat. They voted against and tipped the balance because there is a massive deep state which is rising, loads of interest, loads of money, yeah. And the thing is that the American, they're gonna be poor, but well, the thing is they're gonna be easier to enslave into a new dictatorship, because that's what's happening. The ICE is a new form of repression for the American people. He's eroding democracy. He has got a guy there in the Senate that basically what he's doing is punishing the blue states. So he's creating pain for the blue states. Yeah. So basically, and they are doing this to honestly, no one wants to see this to succeed. I don't think, because there's nothing for the American people. Oh yeah, there is something. He's gonna release the UFO files because the people love the UFO files. But I mean, if you try to put everything that he's saying and doing where it's going, it's quite remarkable, and it's so like there is a word in Italian. I don't think I can use it, but it's so like shameless, because it's like you can't stop me, and unfortunately, the only thing that is standing against it, I have to say, is the praise of the Pope. I don't know. Let's hope that things get better. Thank you very much. I hope, hopefully, I'm wrong. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Great points. I can't see who's got the hand up, by the way.
You know why he sees it, Suleiman? Because he probably understands Mussolini. And when I made the prediction that he was going to win his first election, and I ran down what he did in marketing, it is a play by play that we're going to take care of the forgotten Italians. We're going to take care of the veterans that came back from the war. And that's exactly what Mussolini did. It was a play by play of Mussolini's campaign to win back in 2016. And that's probably why this guy sees it. Now he sees ICE, which is basically a secret police force. I've been saying this for a long time. I don't say it anymore because it sounds crazy, but all the pieces keep adding up.
Yeah, true. Agree with you. Guys, have you got your hands up? I can't actually see them. They've dropped for some reason. But go ahead, Adam, jump in.
Hey, Suleiman. So I want to take this opportunity to tell you thank you for this for spreading this information. And I've been listening to you for a while, and this is actually my first time speaking on this platform. But you do really bring a lot of insight. You and Beatrix, you guys do. I can tell you guys do a lot of research. So I'm very grateful for you guys because I'm learning so much. I do have a question. You probably did harp on this before, but do you believe that Trump is under a lot of pressure and a lot of scrutiny because they have him on the Epstein files, that this is the reason why he's basically succumbing to whatever the agenda of Israel or Netanyahu is? Is it because he's on the Epstein files, they're using that against him, he really doesn't want this war? What is your perspective on that?
There is people who say that he is part of the Epstein files, hence why he's doing it. I mean, I'm not 100% if it's that he's on the Epstein files, or if it's that he just wants to financially benefit from this, and so he's accumulating a lot of wealth, a lot of power, a lot of these things for that reason. And so I'm unsure what the actual final reason is, but yeah, it's worth having the conversation about it for sure.
That was really my question, because I've heard this before, and and I'm sure there's a factor that he's trying to financially, gain some kind of, I guess motive from this financially or whatever that may be. But I've wondered if that's
Did he cut out, isn't he?
if that's the real agenda, if he is being pressured because
Okay, it's cutting me out.
Adam, he's made more money this past year than he has 77 years prior combined.
Oh
For you to
wow, I did not
understand
know
how
that.
much he's enriched himself.
But yeah, that was my
Yeah,
question, and thank you so much, Suleiman.
very I don't even know how to say that. You've had your hand up for a while.
Veritacity. Thanks a lot, Joe. And Suleiman, and a shout out to the spider with Beatrix. A spider figured out a way of keeping Beatrix quiet better than anybody on this space. So kudos to the spider. But hey, listen, I want to give an interpretation of this tweet or Truth Social from Trump, which is far more ominous and dark than any of the great super intelligent panel that we've had tonight are. And I think there's a reason, because you're all very logical and you're rational people. And I think people are over and analyzing this tweet. So yes, the song is My Way by Sinatra. Trump tweeted the entire song. It's important. I'm not going to sing, don't worry, but it's important to pay attention to the first two lines, which are, "And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain." Now, Trump is a short attention span person. He doesn't even wait to the end of the song. So this is my interpretation. I could be wrong, but I agree with Colonel McGregor's tweeting. I read that's really happening, and I do think, I know earlier you were talking about the things are happening tonight. I think that tweet, far from being an admission that he's trying to distance himself from Israel or anything, has more to do with him saying, "And now the end is near." Okay, that means that he has actually signed on to kinetic warfare tonight, and that is his plan. I think maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I think to read into that in a positive way is not fitting. I think he is severely mentally deranged, and I think it might be the point that he's pulled the trigger on this psychotic war against Iran. What do you guys think?
I'm glad you said the whole song there. That's a great point, but it's not going to be a full blown ground assault. Like send in the 2 million men, which we don't have. Send in 1 million, we don't have. Send in 500,000, we don't have. So send in a strike force. Yeah, maybe we already saw them do that. They'll try it again, but it's possible. Send in some bombs to blow up nothing, probably. But it's still the deal. He's going to work out his deal, is what I think's working. But I appreciate that input, sir.
Yeah, and I think it's disturbing to me, because I obviously don't want this to be the end is near. But the other thing that the point I was going to make is that, so I don't even think we're really in a ceasefire. In fact, RT tonight is reporting that that the IDF is already bombing Lebanon again. They're claiming some alleged breaking of the ceasefire by the Lebanese. Okay, you can't trust Israel when it talks about a ceasefire, no matter what, anyway. But already that alleged ceasefire is done. And I don't really think what's been going on about, oh, the strait's open, oh, the strait's closed, oh, the strait's open. I don't really think that's been real. I think that Trump is severely mentally deranged. He's literally making things up and then contradicting himself sometimes in the following sentence. Okay. So I don't think we're really in a ceasefire. And I think that actually we're moments away from this whatever it is, it's not going to be ground. Maybe it will be ground invasion, but it's going to be something very, very damaging to the U.S. And the way I read into it is this is really, really bad news. And we should pray for peace, because I think Trump he's unable. He's an agent of Israel. He's not an American president anymore. Okay, he's unable to disassociate from Israel, from Netanyahu. He's literally unable to do it. Therefore, we are looking at a very serious moment. And I think it could be the start of a big, terrible war.
I agree with you. I agree. Can I ask something? I'm only asking, so I'm curious
Sure.
about the opinion. But
Wait,
are
how
you?
can you agree with him? His view is diametrically opposite to the
It
position
is.
that
He
you
brings
relate.
up a No, I'm saying that he brings up a valid point, that it could be what he means by that message. Not that I agree that's what he's going to do, but that could be what he's saying that he's going to do. I just don't think. I don't think that puts America um, in a depression for years. Not just America, the world. So I don't know. But what he's saying is possible. He could have made that post because of he's trying to say the end is near. That's what I'm saying, Solomon. But I wanted to ask you: are you a New York Jew, by the way?
No, I am from New York, but no, I'm not Jewish.
Okay, I was just curious what the sentiment has been with them. That's all.
Well,
But
I
you
have
sound
He hasn't got a mezuzah, Joe.
no. He sounds like he's from Brooklyn, from that area. That's why.
Hey, Joe, you're very good with accents. Not many people have got. I'm actually from Queens. I'm actually not far from the area where Trump grew up, right? Northeast, but I live in another part of the country now. But the idea, though, it's alarming to me, but I can read Trump. It's disturbing that I can read him so well. That's why I pick up what that meaning of that tweet is. I don't want to scare anybody, but to me, it's much more ominous than I think we've been interpreting it.
Yeah, highly probable. Highly probable. Bye bye. Do you want to jump in with your thoughts?
Yeah, hi. I might let my opinion here might be a de-escalation, if you will. I've been to a ton of Trump rallies. I was in the press and stuff, and did you all recognize the song from his campaign? Because that's what he played, whenever towards the end of his 2016 campaign, and he did it in 2020 also. It's just he just plays it whenever he wants to feel like his methods are superior. I'm like, honestly, the guy, like, I've been in the same room with him like many times, and I had a lot of friends that worked on The Apprentice with him, and he's not a smart guy. Like, he is what he is. You guys can ask me questions to get more specifically about that, but he just does what he wants. So he's sitting there like on the toilet, and he'll say, I'm right, everyone else is wrong, and then he'll tweet something. I mean, honestly, there's no real depth to him. Yeah, he's a psychopath, and something very bad can come of it. But this is just what he does. And this is what he's always done. I mean, there's a lot of people here I know that voted for him. I didn't vote for Kamala either, because they were both terrible.
Oh my God, why are you attacking Joe for?
Say what? Oh, I lived in New York for 20 years, and people in New York hate Trump because he's a scumbag. I mean, that's he is. Everyone there knows that. We hated him before 2016. It's just what it is. I'm not a Democrat at all. I'm a third party guy, and I know that's a tough sell in America for some reason, but it's like the only way out. But specifically about that tweet, yeah, he just plays that whenever he wants to feel like he's smarter than other people, and sometimes he's right. So, is it a threat? I mean, it is insofar as I've heard him threaten people in front of me, journalists and stuff, and he's just a con man. So, if I'll take any questions if anybody's curious. Otherwise, I'll drop down. Thanks.
Yeah. Hey, Suleiman, I actually had a question, but for you, Suleiman. Earlier tonight, and I think even Beatrix is reporting it, there were some reports in the afternoon that Trump was going to speak to the nation? Was he going to give some kind of an address tonight? Like now it's almost 10:30 Eastern time in the States. Is that, does anybody know what happened to that? Because I never heard anything of it. That could feed into this idea that things are happening like right now. I don't know if anybody heard that. Is there any update on
Yeah,
that?
I didn't. Yeah, it's a really good question. I didn't hear that myself. Even this thing about some announcement coming tonight or something big happening tonight, I didn't really. I've read all the reports. I didn't read it like that, but Beatrix said, "Oh no, it was like that." I mean, I think I still don't think. I mean, it's possible something could happen, but I mean, what day is it today? Sunday? That's Saturday tonight, isn't it? Well,
Yeah.
it is possible based on his history. Uh, yeah, I did. Sorry, I don't know what I was saying, but yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I don't. I'm not seeing anything that says for sure this has happened, but um, that's why I'm starting to think it's not going to happen. So tonight, but let's see. It is 10:30 p.m. Eastern, as you said last time. Um, but yeah, let's see. Because last time he attacked at 1 a.m.
Yeah. I mean, it is
So it's
possible.
possible, but it's
Yeah.
unlikely.
Maybe it's
Yeah.
unlikely, but I'm just pointing out it is possible. I'm going to blame it
Yeah,
on
for
the
sure.
I'm going to blame it on the spider distracted us all from that.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Great point. Great point indeed. So, guys, based on that, we are wrapping up, but you need to have your notifications on. I'm not exaggerating. Have your X notifications on. Have your YouTube notifications on. If Trump strikes again, we'll start the space immediately. Last time he did do it at 1 a.m., so it is possible it happens tonight. 1 a.m. Eastern. I remember because I was about to jump in bed and I was like, damn, what the hell just happened? I saw it and I saw the attack and I was like, nah, this can't be real. Maybe someone's, trying to fake news to go viral. And then I checked it and I was like, oh my God, it's war. So it could happen tonight. So make sure you have your notifications on. Be ready. Have your X notifications on. Have your YouTube notifications on. If it doesn't happen, then we'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. We've got 3 great interviews tomorrow. We've got Trita Parsi. We've got Fawaz Izadi, I think his name is. And we've got some female journalists as well. They also got a female oppressed journalist from Iran as well. So we'll try and save her. So 3 important interviews tomorrow, and then yeah, we've got loads of bangers lined up this week. So watch out for that. I've got a few other things that I'm thinking about doing, but I'll ask you guys about it tomorrow. See what you guys think is a good idea. So we're gonna be back tomorrow. There's a tweet in the nest. It's the interview I did with the Iranian journalist. Give me some support. Watch the interview. Support this guy. The guy's getting bombed. And he gave us time out to give us an interview. We've already got a couple of people in there, so I appreciate you guys. The tweet's in the nest of where it is. In the YouTube comments, it's pinned. In the that's it, isn't it? YouTube comments is pinned. X, it's pinned in the nest. That being said, as long as yeah, I'll see you guys.